You've heard his name in the indictment. That's his face. Just a few seconds of the mountain of evidence that you will see in this case of what happened that night. Evidence that will show you clearly that these co-conspirators hatched this murderous plot not minutes, not hours, but days before this.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was no evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews killed Charles Jones. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews wanted Charles Jones dead. No evidence whatsoever that Alicia Andrews did anything to help that group of men kill Charles Jones.
The trial for Julio Foolio's tragic case has officially begun, and things are getting wild. 5 individuals have been accused in connection with the rapper's death, but right now, only one of them is standing trial. The only woman in the group. Her name is Alicia Andrews, and her defense story is very different from the others. While the rest of the group reportedly claims complete innocence, Alicia's legal team is saying she was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Alicia Andrews was on a weekend trip with her boyfriend with only one agenda: to be with her boyfriend. 2, Alicia Andrews is not in a gang. 3, with the exception of her boyfriend, Alicia Andrews.
She allegedly admitted to being present when everything went down, but insists she had no idea what was about to happen. According to reports, Alicia said she was on vacation with her boyfriend when things suddenly took a dark turn. She claims her boyfriend, who's also connected to the same circle as rapper Youngeen Ace, made a terrible decision that she didn't know about. Prosecutors, however, believe otherwise. They say Alicia and her boyfriend were actually helping track Julio Foolio's movements that night. Investigators allege the two followed Foolio's car from club to club, keeping tabs on him and passing updates to others involved. They reportedly used Alicia's phone to make several calls during the night, which prosecutors claim were to coordinate the attack. Alicia's boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, is said to be an aspiring rapper trying to make a name for himself in the Florida scene. Prosecutors are now painting both Alicia and Isaiah as key players who helped set the stage for what happened next. This trial is already heating up, and everyone's waiting to see how Alicia's defense plays out in court.
Did not know any of those men in that group, and none of those men in that group knew Alicia Andrews. As a matter of fact, if there was some conspiracy, Alicia Andrews was not in the loop because she was not in the group. 4, Alicia Andrews is not a part of the drill rap culture, nor the drill rap scene.
The other people accused in the case, believed to be the actual shooters, are Sean Gathright, Davion, and Davion's brother. Prosecutors claim these 3 had a personal vendetta against Julio Foolio that went way beyond music or clout. According to court documents, the brothers reportedly had long-standing tension with Foolio after rumors spread online that the rapper had disrespected their late relative. The story goes that Foolio allegedly mocked the loss on social media, even appearing to celebrate the person responsible once he was released from jail. That moment reportedly lit a fire that only got worse with time. Meanwhile, Sean Gathright and Isaiah Chance, Alicia's boyfriend, were allegedly trying to make a name for themselves in the same street and rap circles. Prosecutors described them as trying to fit in with the wrong crowd, chasing influence that would later drag them into something far darker than they ever expected. When the trial kicked off, prosecutors came prepared with what they called overwhelming evidence. Their opening statement alone lasted 2 full hours, packed with phone records, social media activity, and alleged connections between everyone involved. For months, many believed Julio Foolio's death happened because he had dropped his location online while celebrating his birthday in Jacksonville. But according to new testimony, that wasn't the real story. Prosecutors now claim this wasn't a random act at all. It was a planned setup that had been in motion days before the tragedy even took place. Investigators believe the situation may have started days before Julio Foolio's tragic passing. According to reports, Foolio had shared a flyer promoting his birthday weekend event in Tampa, letting fans know where he'd be celebrating. That single post might have set everything in motion. Authorities now think the suspect saw that flyer, realized he'd be in Tampa, and decided to follow him there. They allegedly booked an Airbnb in the same area, planning to keep tabs on his movements throughout the night. Prosecutors say the group monitored Foolio's social media stories closely, waiting for the perfect moment to move, turning what should have been a birthday celebration into a setup planned behind the scenes. Meanwhile, Alicia Andrews is maintaining her innocence. Through her lawyers, she claims she had no idea about any of these alleged plans. Alicia insists she thought the Tampa Airbnb trip was just a weekend getaway with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance. She says she didn't know he was watching Foolio's posts or communicating with anyone involved. According to Alicia's defense, she was simply along for the ride, unaware that anything criminal was being planned at all. During the trial, Alicia Andrews' defense attorney made quite an entrance.
She says how many rooms? She says 2. Now, there's some assumption on Detective Ramos' side that because Alicia Andrews asked for 2 rooms for this romantic getaway, as he claims it to be, was some indication that she intended for this other group of guys to come to the Airbnb with them. In reality, Miss Andrews...
And definitely caught everyone's attention. It's unclear whether he's a public defender or a privately hired lawyer, but one thing's for sure. He came with energy. Unlike the calm, steady tone of the prosecution, Alicia's lawyer started his opening statement with pure intensity, raising his voice, pacing in front of the jury, and speaking straight from the heart without even using the microphone. Observers in the courtroom were surprised by his dramatic approach, but it set the tone for the defense's entire strategy. His argument followed a familiar pattern, not claiming that everything was false, but insisting that the prosecution had added too much to the story. In other words, the defense isn't saying Alicia was completely uninvolved, but rather that her role was being exaggerated beyond what really happened. Legal analysts have compared this to past high-profile cases, where defendants admitted to being present but denied having full intent or premeditation. A well-known example was mentioned in court discussions, the Nipsey Hussle case, where the defendant tried to claim his actions were a crime of passion, hoping for a lighter sentence. But just like in that case, the truth here will depend on evidence, not emotion. Alicia's defense is clear. She says she didn't plan or participate in any violent act. According to her, the others, including her boyfriend and the alleged shooters, are lying to protect themselves. She admits she was there when calls were made and meetings took place, and that her phone may have even been used to contact one of the suspects. But she insists she didn't know what those conversations were about. In her words, she thought she was simply on a weekend trip to Tampa with her boyfriend. She never imagined it would turn into the centerpiece of a murder investigation. Her entire defense now hinges on proving that she was caught in a situation far bigger than she ever understood. Alicia Andrews' defense centers on one emotional claim, that she was deeply in love and completely unaware of what was unfolding around her. She says her boyfriend drove her around Tampa that night while she believed they were just out enjoying their weekend together, not realizing a serious crime was taking place. Many people online have questioned that story, suggesting it sounds too convenient to be true. Still, legal experts warn against assuming how a jury might see it. Stranger things have happened in high-profile cases. In fact, some analysts have compared this situation to another infamous case involving one of Young Dolph's alleged killers, who was acquitted after claiming he had no knowledge of what was being planned. His defense was that others around him made the moves while he was simply nearby, and that argument worked in his favor. So while Alicia's story may sound far-fetched to some, there's still a real possibility the jury could see her as someone caught up in the middle of something she didn't fully understand.
Andrews and Isaiah Chance were kind of on the outs. Didn't know if they were going to be on the in or the outs. So they got 2 rooms, bigger, more comfortable, some space for this trip that was to be a trip of reckoning and maybe reconciliation. Ultimately, though, Alicia Andrews and the friend or follower does not book the Airbnb. Somebody else does.
According to investigators, though, the Tampa surveillance footage tells another story. When Alicia and her boyfriend stopped at a McDonald's earlier that night, she reportedly wasn't wearing any kind of disguise. But later, once the pair began following Foolio's car near the club, she was suddenly seen wearing a mask. Detectives point to this change as possible proof that she knew more than she's admitting. Authorities believe this was when Alicia's actions shifted from innocent tagging along to potentially aiding a planned setup. That single decision, putting on that mask, could become one of the most critical moments in her entire case. Prosecutors are confident they figured out why Alicia Andrews was wearing that mask, and they're not buying her explanation one bit. In their view, she put it on to hide her identity, plain and simple. Investigators believe that if Julio Foolio had seen her face that night, he would have realized right away that something wasn't right, because she and her boyfriend had already been spotted around earlier. According to prosecutors, Alicia knew exactly what was unfolding, but her defense team came ready with a very different story, and it's one they're hoping the jury will believe. Alicia's lawyer argued that the mask wasn't part of any plan at all. Instead, it was because she was shy around new people. He told the court that Alicia and her boyfriend had gone out that night thinking they were heading to grab food. But instead, her boyfriend met up with Davion, one of the alleged shooters. When Davion got into the car, he reportedly took over the driver's seat, began smoking, and started calling the shots. Alicia supposedly became uncomfortable and anxious being around him, so she put on the mask to hide her face and calm her nerves. Her defense maintains that she wasn't trying to disguise herself for any criminal reason. She was simply overwhelmed. They say she kept the mask on later that night when they drove past the club where Foolio was celebrating because more people were around and she didn't want any attention. But prosecutors aren't convinced. They argue that the timing and behavior don't add up. Then there's the question about Alicia's phone, a major piece of evidence in the case. Records show her phone was used to contact the alleged shooters, and the prosecution claims this was part of coordinating Foolio's location. The defense, however, insists Alicia had no clue what those calls were about. They say her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, was the one using her phone, and that she couldn't even understand what was being discussed on the line. The prosecution says this was no coincidence, while the defense says she was simply caught in the wrong situation with the wrong people. And that's exactly what the jury will have to decide. As the trial continued, more shocking details came to light, and the courtroom grew tense. Prosecutors revealed a full timeline pieced together from phone data, surveillance footage, and witness statements. According to their account, Alicia Andrews and her boyfriend Isaiah Chance allegedly spent the night before the incident circling several locations where Julio Foolio was known to hang out. Detectives say the pair stopped by multiple clubs, gas stations, and even a parking lot where Foolio's car had been spotted earlier. Prosecutors claim that every time Foolio moved, Alicia's phone pinged nearby, suggesting she and Isaiah were tracking his movements in real time. They also say text messages found on her phone included phrases like "he here" and "we just saw him," which investigators believe were meant for the alleged shooters waiting nearby. Alicia's defense team quickly pushed back, arguing that the texts were taken out of context. They said the messages were casual updates to friends during a night out, not coded communication. But prosecutors countered with phone records showing multiple late-night calls between Alicia's phone and Davion's number, the same time Foolio was last seen alive. The evidence painted a picture of coordination that the jury couldn't ignore, and tension in the courtroom grew with every new detail. Then came the moment that stunned everyone. A witness took the stand claiming they had seen Alicia's car near the scene just before the shooting. According to this witness, who was leaving a nearby restaurant, a dark vehicle matching the description of Alicia's rented car was parked across the street from the club where Foolio had been celebrating. The witness said they noticed two people sitting inside wearing masks, just watching. Prosecutors jumped on that testimony immediately, saying it backed up their theory that Alicia and Isaiah were playing lookout. But the defense tore into the statement, pointing out that the witness saw the car from a distance, at night and during a busy weekend, raising serious questions about accuracy. Still, the jury could sense the unease. If that car was truly hers, it would be the clearest connection yet between Alicia and the fatal ambush that followed. Investigators later revealed that surveillance footage from a nearby street camera showed a similar vehicle driving behind Foolio's car only minutes before shots were fired. It wasn't crystal clear, but enough for prosecutors to call it a piece of the puzzle that fits too perfectly to ignore. In a dramatic twist, the prosecution introduced audio recordings obtained from one of the suspect's phones. These recordings reportedly captured a series of short calls made on the night of the shooting. And one of those calls, investigators said, came from Alicia's device. The jury listened in silence as the recording was played in court. The audio was muffled, but the timestamps matched messages sent from Alicia's phone that same night. Prosecutors claimed that these calls were used to update the shooters on Foolio's exact location. This wasn't random, one attorney told the court. It was organized. It was planned. Alicia's defense attorney, however, was quick to counter. He argued that the voices on the recordings weren't clear and that there was no definitive proof Alicia was the one speaking. He insisted the phone could have easily been used by Isaiah without Alicia realizing what was happening. The defense painted her as a young woman manipulated by someone she trusted, unaware that she was being dragged into a deadly setup. By the time the prosecution rested its case, the courtroom was emotionally drained. The jury had been shown hours of footage, call logs, and text chains, but the defense wasn't done yet. They came out swinging with their own witnesses. Alicia's attorney brought in several character witnesses, including close friends and family, who described her as soft-spoken, loyal, and naive. They claimed she had no history of violence or involvement in criminal behavior. One friend testified that Alicia often avoided confrontation and had a habit of shutting down when she felt uncomfortable, echoing her lawyer's argument that she wore the mask out of nervousness, not guilt. To support that claim, the defense even showed old photos and videos of Alicia at social events wearing masks or hoodies in crowded places. "This is who she is," her lawyer said passionately. "Anxious, quiet, and shy. Not some criminal mastermind plotting someone's death." The courtroom was split, with some jurors nodding slightly while others scribbled notes. The fight between emotion and evidence was officially underway. Next, the prosecution called one of the lead detectives back to the stand, and that's when things got intense. The detective revealed that they had traced a rental car tied to Isaiah Chance directly to an address in Tampa used by the suspects. The vehicle's GPS data placed it at multiple key locations connected to Foolio's final hours. Inside the car, investigators found discarded drink cups, a black hoodie, and receipts that matched timestamps from the surveillance footage. When asked whether Alicia's fingerprints were found, the detective confirmed they were on one of the cups and the passenger door handle. The defense immediately objected, saying her prints being in the car proved nothing. After all, she was a passenger. But the prosecution used it to emphasize that Alicia wasn't just nearby. She was actively part of the movement that led up to the crime scene. This evidence caused murmurs across the courtroom. The jury appeared visibly uneasy as both sides clashed over what those prints really meant. One side saw them as proof of involvement, the other as normal traces of someone who never realized what was unfolding around her. The trial reached a boiling point when Alicia Andrews herself took the stand. All eyes were on her as she began to speak. Calm at first, then clearly emotional. She told the jury about her relationship with Isaiah Chance, saying she fell for him quickly and trusted him completely. "He made me feel like we were a team," she said tearfully. "I never thought he'd drag me into something like this." Alicia insisted that she didn't plan, discuss, or participate in any violent act. She admitted her phone was used to make calls that night, but claimed she didn't know who Isaiah was speaking to or why. "If I had known," she said, "I would have left. I would have never gone along with it." The courtroom was silent. Some jurors looked moved, others skeptical. The prosecutor pressed her hard, asking why she suddenly wore a mask if she didn't know what was happening. Alicia stuck to her story, saying she was shy, scared, and just doing what made her feel safe. Her testimony ended with a trembling voice as she said, "I didn't take anyone's life. I just loved the wrong person." The entire courtroom sat frozen, the weight of her words hanging heavy in the air as the case neared its final stretch. Legal experts aren't convinced by Alicia Andrews' story, but not one bit. Many believe the jury won't easily buy her explanation either. The harsh reality is that if someone is inside a vehicle with the individuals who carried out a deadly shooting, the law often sees them as part of that act, even if they didn't personally pull the trigger. However, Alicia's situation has a twist. Prosecutors claim she was part of the surveillance team, not the group that physically committed the shooting. Her defense insists she was simply riding with her boyfriend, Isaiah Chance, unaware that he was coordinating with others behind her back. They argue that Isaiah was the one making the calls, passing along Foolio's location, and setting up the trap, not Alicia. But that still leaves the biggest question hanging. If she truly didn't know anything, why was she wearing a mask that night while following Foolio around Tampa? That single detail continues to shadow her case like a storm cloud, raising doubts the defense can't easily shake off. Whether the jury believes she was an innocent bystander or a silent participant could determine her entire future. And as this trial moves toward its verdict, all eyes remain on Alicia, the woman at the center of one of Florida's most shocking rap-related murder cases. If you want to stay updated on how this story unfolds, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments below.
Hey, this section on here. I understand y'all excited. I'm cool with that throwing on stage. Hey, I do that to the police if you don't mind.
With all due respect to every other rapper, Young Boy's the king of rap right now. I'm sorry to tell y'all. The walk down I seen in Atlanta tonight. The walk down in Atlanta tonight. Give him the throne. Just give him the throne. Young boy, the king of rap. I'm sorry to tell y'all. Hey, listen, I'm not saying gonna last forever.
NBA YoungBoy just sparked a wild scene after his Newark concert, and the internet's losing it. New footage shows the rapper clashing with one of his own homies right after that chaotic night where fans were reportedly tased and security got rushed. It's got everyone in hip-hop talking about what really went down in those New Jersey streets. Let's rewind. This all happened after YB's massive tour stop at the Prudential Center on September 29, 2025. The night had already been tense. YB's name trending, Kaisa not tearing up during his performance, DJ academics calling him the king of rap, all that. But outside, the vibe turned serious fast. When the show ended, a group of fans linked to Lil Durk supporters started chanting, "Free Smirk," right in front of YB's team near a line of black Escalades. You could feel the pressure building. Reports say YB's crew, including his close friend Lou Tim, wasn't backing down at all. Cameras were rolling as the two sides exchanged words, and it got heated.
I'm saying, what the wrong with y'all? I ain't acting with y'all. I ain't acting about it. This ain't that type of show. You too pretty for it. When you gonna do that? Hey, you do it again, you gonna get your face broken. Boy, do it one more time. I saw you. Hey, we gonna try it again and say, "Shawty, man, I ain't gotta fight, man." Hey, don't do it, come on, little boy, don't tell you. Hey, you do it again, you get your face broken. Boy, do it one more time. I saw you. Hey, we gonna try it again and say, "Shawty, man, I ain't gotta fight, man." Hey, don't do it, come on, little boy, don't tell you.
It wasn't some random fight. It looked like street tension spilling over into real life. Now everyone's wondering what really caused it and whether YB will respond after that clip already passed over 1 million views online. This story's just getting started. Things got real outside that Newark show. YB's crew started shouting, "Slat, slat," while some Durk fans fired back yelling, "Free Smirk," and that's when one fan made a big mistake. He pushed one of YB's people and yelled, "Tell Durk we said what's up." Seconds later, everything exploded into chaos. The fight barely lasted 20 seconds, but it looked like a movie. One shirtless fan threw a wild punch at a man in a black hoodie, reportedly Lou Tim, but missed completely. Lou Tim dodged and fired back with a clean right hook that dropped the guy into a car hood like he got tackled by a linebacker. YB's team rushed in, fists flying, chains swinging, everybody yelling as the crowd tried to pull them apart. What's crazy is, viewers swear YB himself was right there. In the video, you can spot someone in a camo jacket standing just a few feet away, pointing and talking while things popped off. Fans online even added subtitles saying he told his crew, "Handle that," but that's still up for debate. Police sirens started blaring, the crowd scattered fast, and YB's convoy peeled out before Newark PD arrived. Cops logged it as a minor disturbance, no arrests made, just a few bruises and one swollen eye. Later, one of the Durk fans posted a selfie with the caption, "YB's crew tried it, free the real one," before deleting it. Now fans are debating whether this was self-defense or something deeper brewing between the camps. This is the kind of drama that keeps rap beefs alive. After the Newark chaos, the response was instant. Live Nation dropped a statement saying they regret the post-show incident and are working with police to boost safety. By the time YB hit Philadelphia on October 1st, things got tight. Venues added extra metal detectors and even banned rival chants. That's how wild this tour has gotten. But Newark wasn't the only stop with madness. This entire tour's been filled with wild moments that had social media going crazy. It all started back in Austin on September 6th, when a massive fight broke out right in the crowd during YB's performance of Lonely Child. Imagine that, he's pouring his heart out on stage and fans start scrapping like it's an MMA match. Security had to shut things down for over a minute before YB calmly told the crowd, "Chill, slime, keep it peaceful." Still, 3 fans got ejected and the clip went viral fast. Then came Los Angeles on September 11th, 20,000 fans packed into Crypto.com Arena, and chaos erupted again. 2 women in the front row started arguing over a spilled drink, and next thing you know, it turned into a full-on scuffle, hair pulling, purse swinging, everything. And all this while YB's trying to perform Feel Good, At this point, it's clear every stop on this tour's got a story, and fans can't stop talking about it. The wildness didn't stop there. During YB's Outside Today performance that same night in LA, somebody tossed a hoodie right onto the stage. Big mistake. YB stepped to the edge, pointed at the crowd, and made it very clear he doesn't tolerate disrespect. The crowd went crazy, flashing phones, screaming, but luckily it didn't go beyond words. Actress S.C. Jackson, who caught the earlier fight on camera, even posted backstage pics with YB later that night captioned, "Wild night but vibes." But the real shocker came in Kansas City on September 22nd, and it made national headlines. This time, it wasn't fans throwing things or yelling, it was something much worse. According to footage and police reports, a 14-year-old named Jaden Reed reportedly attacked a 66-year-old venue worker during a seating dispute. The video showed the young concert-goer shoving and hitting the man before security rushed in to stop it. The victim, identified as Thomas L., suffered injuries and had to take time off work. His family started a fundraiser that raised over $12,000 for his recovery, and the story instantly went viral. The craziest part? That same night, YB was honored with a Stop the Violence City Award. The contrast had people online talking nonstop. Authorities later confirmed Reed was released to his parents and charged with assault. The venue banned him permanently, and now fans everywhere are calling for stricter concert safety after what went down that night. The Miami stop on October 13th took things to a whole new level. A 23-year-old man, coincidentally also named Jaden Reed but not related to the Kansas case, ended up getting tased and arrested after a wild scene inside the Kaseya Center. And according to police reports, the man started dancing too close to a female Miami PD sergeant during the show, and when security tried to escort him out, he refused to leave. That's when it all spiraled out of control. Witnesses say they tumbled down several rows of arena seats before backup rushed in. Officers reportedly had to use a taser twice before finally subduing him, and he was later charged with resisting arrest and disorderly conduct. Thankfully, no serious injuries were reported and the concert continued as planned. But the chaos didn't stop there. The internet went wild once the clips and reports surfaced. Streamer Adden Ross even joked about hiring 8 security guards and undercover cops just to feel safe at the show. On social media, the Newark Brawl, the Kansas City altercation, and now Miami had fans arguing nonstop, some calling it slime defense, others calling it too far. The Newark footage alone racked up over 2.5 million impressions under YB versus Dirk, with fans flooding TikTok and Twitter with memes and edits using YB's own lyrics. Meanwhile, Dirk supporters fired back, posting their own clips and hashtags like Free Smirk. It's gotten so deep that fans are treating this tour like an ongoing rivalry, one that's playing out both in real life and online. What's clear is that YB's tour has become more than music. It's turned into a full-on movement where street energy, loyalty, and controversy meet head-on. Every stop on YB's tour keeps bringing new drama, and venues are doing everything they can to keep things under control. With chaos in multiple cities, security is on full alert as the tour rolls through November. But the moment that really shook the industry came on September 23rd, when YB's Chicago show got canceled out of nowhere. Just one day before he was set to perform at the United Center for over 20,000 fans, the venue suddenly announced the NBA YoungBoy show scheduled for Wednesday has been canceled. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Fans who had already bought tickets and booked hotels were furious. Ticketmaster issued refunds, but third-party buyers were left scrambling to recover their money. The timing had everyone suspicious. This would have been YB's first Chicago performance since King Von's passing in 2020. The city was already tense, and the United Center had even banned all bags, showing they expected trouble. But apparently, that still wasn't enough. YB's manager Alex Junior blasted the venue online, calling out the staff for allegedly being too scared to host the show before deleting the post. His booking agent Andrew Lieber backed him up, saying he was super disappointed in the decision and claiming the United Center got cold feet. The whole situation exploded on social media, with fans accusing the venue of canceling due to YB's long-running tension with certain Chicago artists. While no official reason was confirmed, it's clear this wasn't just a simple cancellation, it exposed just how deep the tension around YB's tour really runs. Now let's talk about the real reason Chicago pulled the plug, the long, tense feud between Lil Durk and NBA YoungBoy. This beef goes way beyond music. It's rooted in real-life tragedy that started back in 2020 when King Von lost his life outside an Atlanta nightclub. The man charged in that case was connected to Quando Rondo, who signed under YB's label. That link alone made things personal for both sides. Even though YB wasn't directly involved, the tension between camps never died down. Fast forward to now, Lil Durk's facing serious legal trouble after being accused in 2024 of plotting retaliation against Quando Rondo. He's currently awaiting trial, and his fans have been rallying behind him ever since. Across YB's tour stops, you can hear crowds shouting "Free Smirk," Durk's nickname, trying to provoke YB's team. YB hasn't stayed quiet either. During his Houston show on September 7th, he took a subtle jab saying, "When you stand on business, a lot of people don't like it," then teased his viral diss track, "I Hate Youngboy." That moment reignited the feud instantly. So when Chicago, Durk's home turf, was announced as one of YB's tour stops, fans knew it could get risky. Rumors spread online that some local groups were planning to cause trouble at the United Center, and even King Von's sister, Kayla B, posted that canceling the show was the smart move. Some fans even claimed the venue got flooded with threats and pressure calls before pulling the show entirely. Whether that's true or not, it's clear tensions were through the roof. Officials reportedly feared that street rivalries could spill into real life, so canceling the concert might have been the only way to keep everyone safe. The Lil Durk feud wasn't the only reason fans think Chicago got canceled. There's a few theories floating around. Some say it was simply a safety call after all the chaos from earlier shows like Kansas City and Newark. Even YB's mom spoke out saying, "I guess for safety reasons it was good it got called off, but we put a lot of money into this." That shows how serious and costly things got behind the scenes. Others believe there was tension over YB's set list. Rumor has it that venue officials asked him to remove "I Hate Youngboy," his viral diss track toward Durk, worried it could spark problems in the crowd. Allegedly, YB refused. And that's when everything fell apart. Live Nation hasn't confirmed it, but insiders claim the venue just didn't want to take the risk. Then there's the angle about bias. YB's team hinted that staff treated him like a high-risk artist based on assumptions about his fan base, not facts. Some feel that's unfair, saying the venue overreacted instead of trusting security to handle the night. Finally, there were unverified rumors that police got nervous about gang-related tensions and pressured the United Center to cancel altogether. Whether that's true or not, the decision sent a clear message. This tour had crossed from being just music to a full-blown security challenge. Here's the crazy part. Canceling the Chicago show actually helped YB. His album streams jumped 8% that week, proving once again that controversy sells in hip-hop. By trying to avoid trouble, the venue ended up giving him even more publicity, and fans from both sides only got louder. Then Detroit followed right after, canceling YB's October 6th concert at Little Caesars Arena just a week later. Two major Midwest cities shutting him down back-to-back had people thinking it wasn't coincidence at all, but coordinated concern over security. Detroit didn't explain much, but the timing said everything. YB stayed silent about it publicly, likely to keep things calm while Durk's legal case is still ongoing. Still, this whole situation sparked major debate across the industry. Should venues cancel shows because of old beefs, or should artists be trusted to perform without drama? Fans are split on that. What's clear is this rivalry between YB and Durk isn't your average rap feud. It's years deep, tied to loyalty, street politics, and real-life consequences that shaped both of their careers. And now it's not just a personal clash. It's changing how the music business handles controversy itself. Before 2020, the tension between NBA Youngboy's Baton Rouge scene and Lil Durk's Chicago drill movement was already bubbling. Both artists were rising fast, backed by loyal crews, and both claiming the top spot in the streets. Things stayed mostly peaceful until YB started working closely with Quando Rondo in 2019. That's when little clashes started popping up online and at events. But everything changed on November 6, 2020, when Durk's close friend King Von lost his life outside a lounge in Atlanta after a fight involving Quando Rondo's team. One of Rondo's associates was charged in the case but later released, claiming self-defense. Even though YB wasn't there, the connection through his artist made him a target in the eyes of Von's supporters, and that's where the real feud began. Before his passing, Von had already thrown shots at YB in his music, accusing him of not being real. So when tragedy struck, fans linked the two sides instantly. YB posted a respectful message mourning Von, but Quando's later reactions online made the tension explode beyond repair. From that moment on, Durk made it clear he was standing for Von no matter what. And by 2021, the beef had turned into one of the biggest rivalries hip-hop has ever seen. The feud between NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk hit a new level in 2021 when YB dropped from the bayou, throwing direct shots that reference King Von's death. The lyrics came off as disrespectful to OTF, and fans instantly knew it was war. Durk fired back months later with Backdoor, hinting at betrayal and questioning YB's credibility. But that was just the warm-up. In January 2022, YB unleashed I Hate YoungBoy, a full 7-minute diss that went after Durk, OTF, and even other big names in hip-hop. It shook the internet to its core. Hours later, Durk clapped back with "Aha," mocking YB's legal troubles and flipping the pressure right back. Both songs exploded, each debuting in the Billboard Top 10 and turning the beef into a global talking point. 21 Savage even said YB was being blackballed because of the feud, as major artists didn't want to pick sides. That's when it stopped being just about music. It was business too. By 2024, even 50 Cent spoke on it, calling the feud corny and saying Durk had an advantage since YB was behind bars and couldn't respond. Fans kept the fire going online. Memes, essays, and endless debates filled social media. What started as rap competition had now turned into one of the most influential and controversial rivalries hip-hop's ever seen. By late 2022, the feud had spilled far beyond music. Reports surfaced that federal agents were investigating a possible plot involving Lil Durk and his camp targeting Quando Rondo, though official charges didn't come until 2024. Around that same time, YB was hit with a 23-month sentence on gun charges, and even in prison, the tension followed him. In March 2025, sources claimed YB got into a fight with an inmate allegedly tied to OTF after being taunted about the ongoing beef. Even behind bars, it was clear this rivalry ran deep. Over the years, there have been several failed truces. In 2023, DJ Academics announced YB and Durk had made peace, with both sides hinting it was true. But by the end of that year, the two were trading shots online again. So much for the peace talk. Then in mid-2024, Jilly Da Kid publicly urged both rappers to squash it for good. YB responded saying the beef was all entertainment, and even claimed they sometimes talk about music privately. If that's true, it shows just how complicated this rivalry really is. Half street, half strategy, but still one of the most talked about feuds in modern rap. Even after multiple peace talks, the feud between NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk refuses to die down. By mid-2025, YB's massive tour had reignited the tension. OTF fans chanting "Free Smirk" at shows sparked fights like the Newark Brawl, and the Chicago cancellation proved how deep this rivalry still runs. For Durk's camp, especially King Von's family, this isn't just entertainment. It's personal. Von's sister even reacted to the Chicago News Online, showing just how emotional things remain years later. YB added more heat during his Houston concert on September 7th, taking a jab on stage and teasing "I Hate YoungBoy" again, fueling speculation that the beef was far from over. Meanwhile, Durk's sitting in federal custody, awaiting trial in 2026 for charges reportedly tied to old conflicts involving Quando Rondo. Now, even the industry's divided. Lil Baby's been seen liking YB's posts, surprising fans since he's connected to both sides. Some people say the trial might finally end the feud, while others think it'll only make OTF double down. At this point, the rivalry has shaped both rappers' careers so much that fans can't picture one without the other. It's hip-hop history still unfolding in real time. At this point, the feud runs too deep for a simple handshake or a collab to fix it. The history, the pride, and the street politics behind NBA YoungBoy and Lil Durk's rivalry have changed both their careers, and maybe even their freedom. With Durk still facing serious federal charges, this story is far from over. The truth is, this beef might never fully end. It'll just simmer in the background, flaring up every now and then through subtle lyrics, social media jabs, or fan drama. But one thing's for sure, this rivalry has become a defining chapter in hip-hop history. Now, if you've been following the chaos, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below on what you think will happen next, because this story's not done yet.
You have a testimony.
Why the
tell your life.
get in on this?
I witnessed it.
He finna be in here and
Why
tell
the
us
fuck I got an EBT card? And this is at Breezy Bowl and made 90 whatever the million, and it say KKKKK Mac. Can I get 25,000 for them four songs I owe you, bro? I just want to leave, bro.
Leading up to who he is.
I'm not even tripping though. I got an EBT card, my nigga. Like what the, bro? I can't even get nothing. bro, man.
Kevin McCall's viral breakdown brought all that old tension with Chris Brown right back to the surface. But before the situation could cool off, Young Thug jumped in, confronting Chris face to face. What was meant to be a calm conversation quickly turned into a heated exchange, and the leaked footage from that night showed just how wild things got. October 20th, 2025 became a day nobody in the music world will forget. Kevin McCall, now 40, sat down for what was supposed to be a regular podcast chat on Back on Fig. But what unfolded shocked everyone. During that nearly 3-hour sit-down, Kevin let the world see a side of him that nobody was ready for, peeling back the layers of one of R&B's most talked about rivalries. About 45 minutes in, while the hosts were hyping up his musical genius, something in him just cracked. He suddenly pulled out his EBT card, his electronic benefits transfer card, and placed it on the table. Right there on camera, Kevin broke down in tears, his pain spilling out for millions to see. It was emotional, raw, and left the internet completely stunned. Whether it was sympathy, shock, or a mix of both, everyone felt something watching that moment. This was a man who once helped create some of the biggest hits of the 2000s and 2010s, songs that earned millions and won major awards. Yet here he was, talking openly about using government assistance just to get by. It was heartbreaking to see such a talented artist fall from the heights of fame to struggling just to make ends meet. Kevin kept it completely real, admitting he was behind on his $2,000 a month child support payments for his daughter Marley with his ex, Eva Marcille.
Actually, basically on a text message saying word. That's all they saying. Like, it's one dude saying, yo, do this, and one dude is saying word. What do you feel about that?
I mean, I can't speak on my brothers in them cases and
Right.
what they going on. I can only be who I always been, they brother. You know, I'm a rock with them for life. It's us never.
He said he hadn't seen his kids in over 10 years and confessed that the emotional weight had driven him into some dark thoughts. Through real tears and painful honesty, Kevin made a direct plea to Chris Brown, saying, "Bro, give me the $25,000 you owe me for those 4 tracks." McCall claimed that the total unpaid royalties could reach nearly $3 million, saying his old CBE deal wasn't valid and left him cheated out of what he earned. The contrast was jaw-dropping. While Chris Brown was packing out arenas on his Breezy Bowl 20 tour, pulling in $90 to $100 million performing songs Kevin helped write, Kevin said he was just trying to stay afloat, shopping quietly to avoid being recognized in that painful situation. That clip went insanely viral, no exaggeration. Within just hours, it was everywhere. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, you name it. The main video reposted by My Mixtapez alone hit over 9 million views on Twitter, and the whole internet couldn't stop talking about it. People were split right down the middle. Some viewers saw Kevin McCall as a man crushed by an unforgiving industry, a sad reminder of how fast fame can fade when the business side turns cold. But others saw it differently, saying Kevin was facing the consequences of his own choices after years of bad decisions and public fallouts. The debate was heated, with fans, critics, and even celebrities weighing in non-stop. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Out of nowhere, Young Thug, fresh home and ready to move differently, stepped into the conversation with a huge gesture that shocked everyone. On October 21st, 2025, just one day after Kevin's emotional podcast moment broke the internet, Thug posted on Twitter, "Kevin McCall hit me, bro. I'll give you the $25,000 you need, and I know CB would too. He's just busy sometimes." It was wild to see. Thug wasn't clout chasing or trying to score attention. He was genuinely offering to help. Not only was he willing to personally cover the $25,000 Kevin said he was owed, but he also did it publicly, putting both McCall and Chris Brown in a position where everyone could see their next move. It was a rare show of unity in a culture known for chaos, and fans immediately took notice. Young Thug was walking a tight line, defending Chris Brown while still showing compassion for Kevin McCall. That's a rare move, and it hit different because Thug wasn't picking sides. He was trying to bring peace where most people would have fueled more drama. To really get why this moment mattered, you gotta understand the bond between Young Thug and Chris Brown. Their connection goes way back, built on loyalty, mutual respect, and serious music chemistry. Back in 2020, right in the middle of the COVID lockdowns, the two linked up for their Slime and B mixtape, a 13-track project that had fans going wild. The lead single, Go Crazy, didn't just live up to its name. It shot all the way to number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 and went 4 times platinum. album that was certified magic. But it wasn't just about the music. Their loyalty to each other was solid. When Young Thug got locked up in May 2022 on RICO charges, spending over 2 years fighting his case, Chris Brown didn't turn his back. He was one of the few artists who showed real love, posting Free YSL and speaking on Thug with genuine care in interviews, keeping his name alive when others stayed quiet. So when Young Thug stepped up to help Kevin McCall, he wasn't betraying Chris Brown or switching sides. He was trying to bring some peace into a messy situation. Thug was playing the role of a real mediator, showing compassion to a man clearly struggling while still standing up for his friend's name. That's genuine leadership right there. When Thug tweeted, "CB would give it to you too, bro, he's just busy sometimes," it showed pure balance. He wasn't throwing shade, he was showing understanding. Kevin McCall quickly replied with appreciation, saying, "What's up, bro? I'm just seeing this. About to DM you now." For a brief moment, it felt like maybe, just maybe, things could finally cool down. Young Thug, fresh out of federal custody and focused on giving back, had already proven he was serious about change. Just a few months earlier, in August 2025, he'd organized a huge charity event in Atlanta for local kids, showing his heart was in the right place. So when he extended that olive branch to Kevin, it felt genuine, like he was really trying to stop another downfall before it happened. But Chris Brown, he came with completely different energy. On October 22nd, 2025, Chris jumped on Instagram stories and dropped a message that instantly went viral. It read, "Remember this, you can't walk across a burnt bridge. And you know what's funnier than a troll? A broke one." That post hit like a bomb. It was icy, dismissive, and made Chris's stance crystal clear. No reunion, no forgiveness, no payout, nothing. The bridge wasn't just burned, it was gone for good. Instantly, fans flooded social media, picking sides and debating whether Chris was keeping it real or being too cold-hearted. The drama had officially hit a whole new level. Public opinion started swinging about 70% in favor of Chris Brown, with most people in the comments and blogs backing him hard. Fans pointed out that Kevin McCall had once made serious threats toward Chris and his daughter, saying that after everything, Kevin had been given multiple chances but kept dropping the ball. Many felt like his situation was sadly the result of his own choices, and that blaming Chris wasn't fair. One viral tweet summed it up perfectly. Before anyone says Chris Brown is being mean, context, Kevin McCall once threatened him and his daughter royalty. That post went crazy, gathering thousands of likes and shares, and it shaped the tone of the conversation for days. Still, not everyone agreed with the crowd. Some people argued that Chris went too far with his response, saying he was being cold to a man who was clearly going through a mental and emotional crisis. They reminded everyone that Kevin helped Chris build his early sound. He was there when the hits were being made. Mocking his financial struggles in public felt cruel to some fans who believed compassion would have been a better move. A few music insiders even pointed out how common this pattern is in the industry. Songwriters and producers often end up struggling financially while the artists they helped reach the top stay rich. They argued that regardless of Kevin's personal mistakes or reckless behavior, if he was truly owed money, he deserved to be paid. That's business, plain and simple. But to really understand how things spiraled to this breaking point, with Kevin crying on camera and Chris Brown firing back with no mercy, you have to rewind to where it all started. Back when they were just two hungry young talents trying to break into the game, before friendship turned to fallout. It all began on March 9th, 2016, when Kevin finally broke his silence and tweeted directly at Chris Brown, "We need to sit down and handle this business." And that message lit the first spark of a feud that would explode years later. Kevin McCall's next move was bold. He posted publicly, saying, "I tried the adult business route. I feel my kindness is being taken for weakness." That was a clear line in the sand, a direct message for everyone to see. Kevin wasn't chasing attention. He wanted accountability. He was calling for a real conversation about what he believed were years of unpaid royalties and broken promises, the kind of behind-the-scenes music politics that can end careers in silence. But if Kevin expected a calm or private response from Chris Brown, he was in for a shock. The very next day, March 10th, 2016, Chris fired back with a long Instagram post that left no room for confusion. It was emotional, raw, and very public. The type of response that shuts the door on reconciliation for good. In that post, Chris accused Kevin of being ungrateful and trying to bring him down, even warning him to stop spreading negativity. Fans instantly knew things had gone way past a normal business dispute. This was personal now. The post spread across every gossip page with thousands of comments debating who was right and who crossed the line. Meanwhile, Kevin tried to keep his cool. Instead of clapping back with more anger, he went on Snapchat and wrote, "I'm Chris Brown's #1 fan, actually." Nobody could tell if he was being sarcastic or serious. It felt like a mix of both. Here was a man who once admired Chris, looked up to him as a mentor, and helped him make some of his biggest records, now facing public rejection from someone he once called family. That tension between respect, betrayal, and pain set the tone for everything that would follow. From that moment on, it wasn't just a business issue anymore. It became a personal feud that would haunt both of their careers for years to come. Kevin once called Chris his little brother, but by 2016, that bond had completely shattered. What started as brotherhood turned into straight-up tension, filled with mixed emotions. One minute, Kevin was demanding to be released from his contract. The next, he was praising Chris's talent. It was confusing, a cycle of love, anger, and regret that played out publicly for everyone to see. Then came June 2016, when Kevin dropped a diss track titled Baruchi, a play on the name of Chris's ex, Karawechi. He later admitted he only did it to get under Chris's skin. It was petty and personal, showing how far things had fallen between them. Two artists who once made hits together now using music to take shots at each other. But things really hit rock bottom on December 11, 2017, when Kevin posted a video challenging Chris to a one-on-one fight. He accused him of not being genuine, questioning his image and toughness. Fans were stunned. Then, in the moment that truly marked the end of their bond, Kevin took his platinum plaque for Deuces, the hit song that once changed both their lives, and smashed it on camera. He looked straight into the lens and said, "Deuces to my past." That act said it all. The brotherhood was officially dead, and there was no going back. Kevin captioned that video with a bitter message symbolizing the end of everything he and Chris Brown had built together. Chris didn't respond with words, just two emojis, one with a blank face, the other laughing. That small reaction said it all. It was cold, dismissive, and probably cut deeper than any full post ever could. It was the ultimate industry statement. You're not even worth my energy. But then things went too far. On January 6, 2018, Kevin McCall tweeted a string of disturbing messages that shocked everyone following their feud. In those posts, he made alarming threats involving Chris and his family, crossing a line that nobody could excuse. Even longtime supporters couldn't stand by him after that. The internet exploded with backlash. Fans, blogs, and even industry insiders condemned the comments instantly. One viral post summed up the entire mood. No matter how bad things get, you never bring someone's child into it. From that moment on, there was no coming back. Whatever brotherhood they once had was gone for good. Kevin's words had ended any chance of reconciliation and turned public opinion completely against him. In hip-hop, and really in life, there are certain lines you just don't cross, and bringing someone's child into drama is one of them. That's off limits, no excuses. After his disturbing tweets, Kevin McCall tried to walk it back, claiming people misunderstood his words and that he was only speaking symbolically. He even said he loved Chris and his daughter, trying to clean it up. But by then, the damage was already done. Nobody was buying it. All the sympathy Kevin had gained, all the valid concerns about unpaid royalties, gone in an instant. Those posts overshadowed everything, giving Chris Brown every reason to distance himself for good. Then, in 2019, Kevin made things worse when he went on another rant online, this time targeting Chris's fans with cruel remarks. It shocked everyone and confirmed that his behavior had spiraled out of control. What could have been a story about redemption turned into a pattern of chaos and self-sabotage. Meanwhile, Chris Brown kept quiet through most of it. No messy posts, no interviews, just silence. He didn't need to say much. Kevin's actions were already speaking louder than words. But in a resurfaced 2020 video, Chris finally addressed it indirectly, subtly flexing his success and questioning Kevin's talent in a calm but cutting way that made it clear he had moved on while Kevin was still stuck in the storm. Chris Brown once said in an interview, if he wrote all those songs he claims he did, why he ain't writing hits now? It was a cold statement, but it hit hard because it spoke to reality. While Chris's career kept rising with platinum albums, world tours, and awards, Kevin McCall's momentum completely faded. His 2017 project, Man of God, barely made noise, and his net worth, once full of potential, had dropped to almost nothing. But to understand how things got this deep, you have to go back to where it all began, the rise and fall of a brotherhood. It started in 2009 when a young Kevin McCall from Watts, Los Angeles, decided to take a huge risk that changed everything. Fresh out of college and chasing NFL dreams, Kevin found himself at a music event trying to network. That's where he spotted Chris Brown, who at that time was only 20 and trying to rebuild his image after his career had taken a major hit. In a move of pure confidence and hunger, Kevin walked straight up to Chris and pitched his demos face to face. He wasn't taking no for an answer. It was bold, fearless, and showed the kind of determination only someone with nothing to lose could have. And believe it or not, it worked. That single moment would open doors that turned both their lives upside down and started one of the most complicated friendships in modern R&B history. Chris Brown saw something special in Kevin McCall: raw talent, hunger, and the same drive he once had. Impressed? He invited Kevin to the studio, and that moment sparked what Kevin would later call a magical era. It wasn't just music, it was brotherhood. Chris eventually signed him to his label, CBE, Chris Brown Entertainment, in partnership with RCA, making Kevin his official protege during a major comeback in Chris's career. Together, they created pure heat. Their chemistry was undeniable, delivering some of the biggest tracks of the early 2000s. One of those hits was Deuces, featuring Tyga, a breakup anthem that peaked at number 14 on the Billboard Hot 100 and earned a Grammy nomination. But few fans know that Deuces actually started as Kevin's song. He wrote it about his first heartbreak and poured his real emotions into it. Kevin agreed to let Chris have the track under one condition: he had to stay featured on it. Chris kept his word, brought in Tyga, and the rest became history. The song exploded, earning Kevin 6 figures in royalties. Life-changing money for someone who was working retail just months earlier. It felt like the start of a dream come true, but that success would later become the root of one of R&B's most complicated feuds. Kevin McCall stayed on a hot streak. In 2011, he co-wrote and featured on Strip, which hit number 37 on the Billboard Hot 100 and had the clubs jumping. He also helped craft Look at Me Now, Chris Brown's smash hit with Busta Rhymes and Lil Wayne that became his first #1 record and dominated the airwaves. Kevin's pen was all over Chris's FAME album, the project that earned Chris his first Grammy and cemented his full comeback as one of R&B's biggest names. McCall's talent stretched beyond Chris too. He wrote for other artists like Carrie Hilson on One Night Stand, proving he was one of the most versatile writers in the game. For a moment, Kevin McCall was living every young artist's dream: money, fame, and hits that defined an era. Chris often called him my big brother, and their studio sessions were like family, full of laughter, creativity, and genuine love. But behind that success, cracks started to form. Around 2013, Kevin began feeling boxed in, like he was losing control of his own image and sound. In a 2015 Vlad TV interview, Kevin revealed that Chris wanted him to push a grown and edgy image that didn't fit who he really was as an artist. The tension kept building until one small moment in 2014 changed everything, when actress Keke Palmer reached out to collaborate. What seemed like a normal industry move would end up setting off a chain reaction that tore their bond apart for good. Kevin McCall was ready to step out of Chris Brown's shadow and build his own name. So when Keke Palmer reached out to collaborate, he jumped at the chance. They filmed Shorty Wanna Ride, and Kevin felt like this was his big moment to finally shine solo. But Chris didn't see it that way. According to Kevin, Chris called him directly and wasn't happy about the move. He felt the collab didn't fit the image he wanted for his brand. What started as a creative disagreement quickly turned personal. Kevin claimed Chris threatened to block his progress in the industry, which hit deep. Coming from Watts, Kevin lived by respect, and feeling controlled like that was a line he couldn't accept. That call marked the real breaking point between them, the day their brotherhood shifted from partnership to power struggle, and nothing was the same after that. Kevin McCall later claimed that people around Chris Brown, especially management, were quietly blocking his solo moves and shutting down his opportunities. He said that even though Deuces went global with hundreds of millions of streams, he never saw the full royalties he believed he earned. According to Kevin, he was young, hungry, and didn't fully understand the contracts he signed under Chris's company. He felt trapped in bad deals and left out of credits on songs he helped create, like Look at Me Now. Whether it was bad paperwork or bad blood, Kevin took it as betrayal, the feeling of being erased by someone he once helped build up. It's a sad ending to what started as a brotherhood built on music, trust, and dreams. What began with hits and loyalty ended with pain and silence. If you want more deep dives like this, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below.
You're not supposed to do this in my business. I'm up here doing something that nobody else in this business has the balls to do. I'm telling you something that you need to know. I'm trying to explain to you what you're seeing. You don't understand what you're seeing. I am publicly flogging a network. And I know that this network, they watching me and they saying, why, Why are you doing this so
I was sickened. I was sickened by the standing ovation. I felt like Hollywood is just spineless, en masse. And it really felt like, oh, this is a really clear indication that we're not the cool club anymore.
Jim Carrey weighing in on Will Smith's Oscar controversy during a new interview with Gayle King for CBS Mornings.
They asked Chris, do you want to file charges? And Chris apparently said no, he did not.
He doesn't want the hassle.
The greatest entertainers in history all shared one chilling truth. They feared the same man, not because of his fame, not because of his talent, but because of what he saw behind closed doors where cameras were never supposed to roll. Michael Jackson didn't just glide across stages, he moved through Hollywood's darkest corners, picking up secrets that could shake entire empires. While others played along, Michael held the rule book hostage. His Neverland wasn't just a retreat, it was a fortress stacked with leverage. Now, two comedians who broke free from the machine are pulling back the curtain, revealing why the industry's biggest power players trembled whenever Michael's name came up. But before we get into that, you need to see what happens when a star refuses to play the game. Dave Chappelle was the warning sign, the canary in the coal mine. He was the first to openly expose how the system really works, and his story explains exactly why Michael Jackson was viewed as the ultimate threat. To the public, the narrative was simple. Dave Chappelle had a breakdown, walked away from $50 million, fled to Africa, and lost his mind. The media painted him as unstable, unreliable, even crazy. But here's what the public didn't realize. Dave wasn't running from success. He was running from the very same machine that would later swallow Michael Jackson whole. The way the industry came after Dave wasn't random. It was a calculated takedown. Every move was part of a bigger plan, meant to send a chilling message to anyone brave enough to even think about exposing the truth. When Dave said, "You are not allowed to do that publicly," he wasn't exaggerating. He was exposing the unspoken rule that Michael Jackson shattered every time he opened his mouth, every time he refused to fall in line. And here's where the puzzle pieces lock in. Dave's experience with Oprah mirrors the very same strategy Michael faced. Look at how Oprah treats those who dare to speak the raw truth. And you'll understand why she never had control over Michael Jackson, because he was the one star who wouldn't bend. People had a clear agenda when it came to silencing voices like Dave's. Just watch Oprah's strategy: interrupt, redirect, and label it as instability. When Dave tried to explain his real concerns about the industry's grip, Oprah quickly flipped it, framing him as mentally unstable. And that's the very same playbook she used against Michael Jackson for decades. She couldn't box Dave's truth into something safe, just like she could never contain Michael's refusal to play by the system's rules. The media's version was simple. Dave ran off to Africa because he was paranoid. The half-truth was that he needed time to breathe, but the full truth, Dave had figured out what Michael Jackson had been forced to live with his entire career, that the industry doesn't just want your talent, it wants you. Dave's trip to Africa mirrored Michael's retreat to Neverland. Both men built sanctuaries to shield themselves from Hollywood's grip, and both were smeared as eccentric, unstable, or out of touch. But what if that isolation wasn't madness at all? What if it was the only way to protect their sanity in a machine designed to crush them? And when Dave spoke on Martin Lawrence, the picture became crystal clear. The public was told Martin had a breakdown, but Dave asked the real questions. Dave drew the line straight between Martin Lawrence's so-called breakdown and his refusal to bow to industry pressure. Martin once waved a firearm, claiming people were trying to take him out, and right away, the media branded him as mentally unstable. But what if Martin wasn't delusional at all? What if his paranoia was actually awareness? That's the exact same pattern Michael Jackson faced every single day. Every time he spoke out about corruption in the business, every time he refused to be controlled, he was painted as eccentric, unstable, or even dangerous. The public swallowed that narrative because it was easier than facing the darker truth, that Hollywood's biggest stars live in constant fear of a system that can erase them whenever it chooses. Dave Chappelle's journey proves Michael Jackson wasn't paranoid. He was prophetic. He saw the machine for what it really was, and he spent his entire career warning the world through his music, his interviews, and his actions. The tragedy? By the time people started to realize he was telling the truth, the system had already silenced him. But unlike Michael, Dave survived to tell the story, and his revelations about the industry's control explain exactly why Oprah could never rest easy, because she knew Michael had witnessed, documented, and possibly prepared to expose secrets that could shake the very core of the machine. Meanwhile, another figure was quietly piecing together the same puzzle from behind the camera: Mel Gibson. With decades inside Hollywood, Gibson had already navigated its dangerous waters and uncovered the hidden social contract of the industry. People like to believe Hollywood runs on talent, connections, and luck. That's the fairy tale. The reality is far darker. It runs on an unspoken deal that protects the guilty and silences the innocent. And Michael Jackson, he was the one man who refused to ever sign that deal. Mel Gibson dropped a truth bomb most people never fully grasp. The entertainment industry isn't just business, it's a battlefield. In Hollywood, betrayal is currency and silence is survival. When Gibson spoke about the so-called social contract, where you can't even get mad when someone stabs you in the back, he was exposing the twisted psychological conditioning that keeps celebrities in line. But here's where Michael Jackson stood apart. While other stars learned to swallow the betrayal and keep moving like cockroaches in the dark, Michael documented everything. While others sacrificed principles just to survive, Michael held on to his. The industry couldn't break him mentally, so they set out to destroy him publicly. This social contract explains why so many stars stayed quiet for decades. It wasn't just fear, it was straight up programming. You're taught that betrayal is normal business, that predators are power players, and that speaking out means your entire career gets erased. And Dave Chappelle's infamous story about being pressured into the dress conspiracy shows exactly how this programming gets enforced in real time. Michael Jackson spent decades watching how the machine moved. He saw how fast they could flip the script and destroy someone's reputation overnight. Unlike Dave, who found escape in Africa, Michael lived his entire life under a microscope. The industry rolled out its playbook: celebrate his talent while tearing down his character. They twisted his eccentricity into instability, his privacy into guilt. But Michael wasn't just reacting, he was strategizing. He played chess while they played checkers, carefully documenting evidence and stacking leverage that could have brought their empire crashing down. His moral compass wouldn't let him sign the silent social contract of betrayal, and that made him the biggest threat of all. This is exactly why Oprah was rattled. In a system built on corruption and hush agreements, Michael Jackson was the ultimate wild card. Global influence, nothing to lose, and the receipts to back it all up. Oprah Winfrey built her empire on one skill above all: narrative control. She chooses who gets sympathy, who gets redemption, and who gets destroyed. But Michael Jackson, he was the one star she could never fully control. And the way she treated him exposes a disturbing pattern. Oprah gave the stage to Michael Jackson's accusers at a time when he couldn't even defend himself, but stayed silent when it came to Harvey Weinstein while he was still powerful. That's not journalism, that's calculated character destruction. When Michael passed away, Oprah wasted no time distancing herself, suddenly claiming they were never really friends. But the receipts say otherwise. She had interviewed him multiple times, visited Neverland, and even publicly supported him. That sharp denial exposed the fear of being tied to someone who died before she could fully neutralize his influence. And the pattern gets even clearer when you look at Oprah's other relationships with powerful men. Her African school faced multiple mistreatment scandals, yet Oprah walked away with no real consequences. Now compare that to how she treated Michael. One unproven allegation, and she was front and center making documentaries about it. Oprah defended Harvey Weinstein for years, even calling him a wonderful father, long after dark rumors had already started swirling. Only when his downfall became unavoidable did she finally step away. While Oprah mastered the art of narrative control, Jim Carrey was slowly waking up to the same harsh truths Michael Jackson had carried his whole career. Unlike Dave Chappelle, who escaped the game early, Jim stayed in Hollywood for decades before realizing the machine's true face. His disgust with Hollywood's spinelessness echoes the exact frustration Michael felt, watching the industry shield predators while tearing down truth-tellers, and the proof was on full display during the infamous Will Smith incident. Celebrities lined up to protect the system's image, not to defend morality. For Jim, it was the final straw that exposed how far stars will go to preserve the machine, instead of standing on principle. Michael Jackson, Dave Chappelle, and Jim Carrey weren't unstable. They were connected by the same thread of resistance. Each of them peeked behind Hollywood's polished mask and saw the same ugly truth. The system survives on betrayal, silence, and carefully scripted narratives. The public only got the headlines, breakdown, eccentric, crazy. But behind those labels was a calculated agenda. Michael wasn't just hinting in his music or interviews, he was gathering receipts that the machine could never allow to go public. Dave escaped, Jim started mocking the game, but Michael, he lived trapped in the center of the storm. By the time Michael passed, the industry had already rewritten his story. His genius was praised, but his warnings were buried under rumors, scandals, and endless spin. Oprah and the other gatekeepers kept steering the narrative, deciding which stars would be forgiven and which would be exiled. That wasn't random, it was control, and even though Michael was silenced, he became the one figure they could never erase completely, because his music, his interviews, and his haunting words still echo like unfinished warnings waiting to be understood. Jim Carrey's awakening made the pattern even harder to ignore. He began mocking the very industry he once served, calling out the fake smiles, the hollow ceremonies, and the puppets who traded their morals for survival. His disgust mirrored Michael's frustration, watching stars protect predators while truth tellers got crucified. The machine couldn't label Jim as unstable, the same way they did Michael, but his jokes turned into daggers, every punchline hinting at the same corruption Michael had been screaming about for years. The deeper Jim Carrey pulled back the curtain, the more dangerous his comedy became. What audiences laughed at on late-night shows was really coded truth, pointed shots at the hypocrisy of Hollywood's so-called elite. He mocked red carpets, award shows, and the obsession with image, exposing how the machine feeds on worship while hiding its darkest secrets. This was the same frustration that ate at Michael Jackson for years. The knowledge that the stage wasn't just entertainment, it was a weapon of control. Jim's jokes landed like warnings, echoing Michael's message in a form the industry couldn't easily censor. And that's where the real connection comes full circle. Michael, Dave, and Jim weren't just entertainers, they were whistleblowers wrapped in celebrity skin. Each one cracked the illusion in their own way. Michael through his music and interviews, Dave through his rebellion against billion-dollar contracts, and Jim through his brutal satire. Together, their stories reveal the machine's greatest fear, that the stars it built could turn into voices strong enough to expose its foundation. Hollywood thrives on silence, but when legends start speaking, even the most powerful gatekeepers lose sleep. When Jim Carrey says everyone knows about it, he's confirming what Michael had been trying to warn us all along. The industry's corruption isn't hidden, it's normalized. Everyone plays their role, everyone stays silent, and everyone pretends it's just business. This is exactly what Michael witnessed firsthand. The preparation, the complicity, the institutional support that allowed mistreatment to flourish at the highest levels. Michael didn't just suspect the machine was rotten, he watched it operate from the inside. The pattern is undeniable. Dave Chappelle escaped to Africa, Jim Carrey stepped back from the spotlight, Mel Gibson blew the whistle on the social contract, but Michael Jackson did something far more dangerous. He stayed in the game, collecting evidence while others either ran or played along. The king of pop became the system's ultimate threat. Neverland wasn't just a sanctuary, it was an intelligence operation, a fortress where decades of Hollywood's darkest secrets were documented. Every industry party, every off-the-record whisper, every confession, Michael was building a case powerful enough to bring down entire empires. And now two haunting questions remain. If Michael's evidence still exists, who's holding it today? And could there be other stars quietly collecting proof, waiting for the right moment to unleash what Michael died trying to reveal? Because one truth always stands. The truth can't stay buried forever. Sometimes it just takes years, and two fearless comedians willing to say out loud what the king of pop couldn't live to tell. So don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below, because the story is far from over.
Make God popular. Make God popular. I gotta hate.
50 Cent isn't slowing down one bit when it comes to teasing his former friend Lil Meech. After months of playful shots online, the rap mogul jumped back on Instagram to make another bold statement. This time, he poked fun at Lil Meech following the recent news that BMF has officially been canceled at Starz after 4 seasons. 50 shared a photo of Lil Meech holding a sign that read, "Out of work," and added a slick caption that had the internet talking. At this point, Lil Meech hasn't said a word about 50 Cent's latest post, staying completely silent online. Their tension originally kicked off earlier this year after Big Meech was released from prison, marking a huge moment in hip-hop history. But what really stirred the pot was when Big Meech invited Rick Ross, someone 50 Cent has had issues with for years, to perform at his Welcome Home event. That move didn't sit right with 50, who quickly took to social media to share his thoughts in a fiery series of posts. Things got even more personal when 50 Cent revealed screenshots of private messages between him and Lil Meech. In those texts, Lil Meech appeared frustrated and disappointed, questioning why things had gotten so tense and reminding 50 of all the respect and loyalty he had shown him over the years. The situation had fans glued to their screens, wondering if this friendship could ever bounce back again. Right now, Lil Meech still hasn't clapped back at 50 Cent's newest post, keeping things low-key while the internet keeps buzzing. Their back and forth actually started months ago, right after Big Meech's long-awaited release from prison. That homecoming became the center of attention when Big Meech brought out Rick Ross, a figure known for his rocky history with 50 Cent, to perform at his celebration. That decision clearly rubbed 50 the wrong way, and he wasted no time sharing his thoughts across social media. Soon after, 50 pulled Lil Meech directly into the situation by posting screenshots of private texts between them. In those messages, the 25-year-old actor sounded genuinely hurt, saying he didn't understand why things had gotten so cold between them. He told 50 that he had always shown love and respect, reminding him that everyone goes through tough moments, but that he never turned his back on him.
Oh, shoot. Got the discography over here and the filmography over there. This is like, what's the name, bro? What's this like the in the movie Friday? This is one of the father in the Ice Cube's dad in the you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I'm not his name though. What's the one street? Please.
The whole exchange had fans questioning if this friendship was gone for good. Sadly, Lil Meech's words didn't seem to change 50 Cent's mind at all. Just days later, 50 went public with serious claims, saying that things behind the scenes on BMF were not as smooth as fans thought. According to him, there were issues on set that had him concerned, especially about how certain people were behaving during filming. 50 explained that he felt Lil Meech had become distant and uncomfortable, hinting that it might have been because of his own close friendship with Mimi. He claimed he once told Mimi to focus on saving her money, while Lil Meech was supposedly encouraging her to spend more freely. Then, 50 went on to allege that one day during a training session for the show, things got out of hand, saying someone noticed Lil Meech wasn't acting right. He even mentioned hearing stories about strange items being found in a vehicle, leading him to believe something wasn't right. These comments added even more tension to an already messy situation. After those claims, fans started flooding social media with their own opinions, trying to figure out what was real and what was just internet talk. Some believed 50 was simply being his usual outspoken self, always ready to stir things up for entertainment, while others thought there might actually be tension that ran deeper than anyone knew. Meanwhile, Lil Meech kept quiet, refusing to feed into the noise, which only made people talk more. Behind the scenes, people close to the BMF production said things were still professional, despite all the outside drama. The show's cast and crew were reportedly focused on wrapping up filming for what would become the final season. Even though the cancellation news hit hard, the team stayed dedicated, wanting to give fans one last strong season before the curtain fell. Still, it was clear that 50's comments had created a lasting shadow over what had once been a powerful working relationship. When news officially broke that BMF had been canceled after 4 seasons, 50 Cent wasted no time taking a victory lap online.
Can't nobody steal that jacket.
Amazing. That's amazing.
I'm gonna get drunk.
So sick.
The mogul reposted fan memes, quotes, and even old interviews where he claimed he saw this outcome coming. "They should have listened," he reportedly said, referencing his earlier warnings about issues with the network and production. Many felt like 50 was using the moment to prove his point, but others accused him of kicking people when they were already down. Despite the mixed reactions, the cancellation sparked major conversations about the show's legacy. BMF had built a loyal fan base for its raw storytelling and connection to real-life history, making it one of the most talked about series on Starz. Lil Meech's performance as his father, Big Meech, had earned him widespread respect, even from those who didn't follow his music or personal life. Now with the show gone, fans wondered what would be next for him, both on-screen and off. Sources close to Lil Meech said he was focusing on moving forward and staying positive despite all the outside noise. Friends claimed he wasn't too concerned with what 50 was posting, and that he was more interested in lining up new roles and building his acting career beyond BMF. They hinted that he already had a few projects in the works, including one major film role that could surprise a lot of people. Meanwhile, 50 Cent kept the online pressure going, dropping playful jabs here and there, some subtle, some not so much. Fans noticed he was using humor to make his point, but they also sensed that the situation had personal feelings mixed in. Many felt like 50's disappointment stemmed from the fact that he had once mentored Lil Meech and helped him land his breakout opportunity. What started as a professional bond had turned into public friction, and neither side seemed ready to make peace just yet. Even though things between 50 Cent and Lil Meech appeared rocky, industry insiders said there was still respect underneath it all. They mentioned that 50 often speaks out strongly when he feels let down by people he once supported, and this might just be another example of that pattern. A few longtime associates said 50 still acknowledges Lil Meech's talent even if the friendship isn't what it used to be. As for Lil Meech, his team remained focused on protecting his image and keeping him out of unnecessary headlines. They encouraged him to let his work speak for itself, especially as new opportunities started coming his way. The young actor had already built a name that extended far beyond his father's legacy, and fans continued to root for him to stay on track. Even with all the drama, both men remained major forces in entertainment, each carving out their own lane even if they weren't walking side by side anymore. With BMF officially over, the focus shifted to what 50 Cent would do next. The businessman wasted no time teasing new shows under his growing media empire, reminding everyone that he's still a powerhouse in television. "When one door closes, I open 5 more, he joked online, clearly unfazed by the Starz decision. Some fans even wondered if he'd create a new project inspired by BMF, but with a completely fresh storyline. Meanwhile, Lil Meech's fan base rallied around him, showing love and encouragement through messages, edits, and viral tweets. Many said they admired how he stayed quiet and didn't let negativity drag him down. The way he handled everything, with calmness and maturity, earned him a lot of respect across the industry. Both sides were making their next moves, and while the drama had cooled down, the entertainment world knew this story wasn't over yet. There's always another chapter waiting when it comes to 50 Cent and anyone in his circle. In the end, what started as a mentor-student bond turned into a public rift that kept fans watching closely. 50 Cent had once been the main force behind bringing BMF to life, believing in Lil Meech's ability to carry the story of his father to millions of viewers. But somewhere along the line, business and emotions collided, leading to the fallout that everyone's now talking about. Despite the tension, both men's careers remain strong. 50 continues dominating with his TV empire and music ventures, while Lil Meech is pushing forward in acting, fashion, and beyond. Insiders say that with time, there's always a chance for reconciliation, especially in an industry where relationships constantly shift. But for now, it's clear that both are walking separate paths, making their mark in their own way. The saga between 50 Cent and Lil Meech might be on pause, but fans can't help wondering, will they ever join forces again someday? As time went on, fans started digging deeper into what might have really caused the tension between 50 Cent and Lil Meech. Some believe the falling out wasn't just about BMF or Big Meech's event, it was about business loyalty and pride. 50 is known for expecting the same level of commitment he gives to others, and when he feels that loyalty slipping, he reacts fast. Industry insiders hinted that certain behind-the-scenes disagreements over contracts and credit might have fueled the fire even more. Lil Meech, on the other hand, seemed determined to take the high road. Those close to him said he didn't want to go back and forth online, especially when his focus was on building longevity in Hollywood. He had already learned how quickly things can spiral on social media, and instead of clapping back, he decided to stay silent and let people talk. Still, fans couldn't ignore the tension that continued to build between the two powerful figures. Then came whispers that stars had been dealing with internal shakeups long before the BMF cancellation news dropped. Some staff reportedly mentioned that budget cuts and executive changes affected several shows, not just 50's projects. That added another layer to the situation, with fans saying the decision might have been out of anyone's control. But because 50 and Lil Meech's feud was already public, many automatically connected the cancellation to their fallout. 50 used the opportunity to take more jabs at the network, reminding people how he'd been saying for years that stars didn't handle his shows properly. He hinted that his next move would be on a new platform where he'd have full control. This sparked excitement among viewers who love Power, Raising Kanan, and BMF, wondering if a similar series could return under a new name. No matter what happened behind closed doors, one thing was clear: 50 Cent wasn't about to slow down his hustle. Meanwhile, Lil Meech's public image began to shift in an interesting way. Despite being caught in the middle of controversy, his name started trending for positive reasons: brand partnerships, red carpet appearances, and even a rumored music comeback. It seemed like he was turning all the attention into opportunity, proving that he could rise above negativity and stay relevant. Insiders said that several major production companies had reached out to him with offers for both film and streaming projects. People admired his ability to stay composed while dealing with public drama, saying it showed maturity beyond his years. And although his connection to BMF will always be part of his legacy, Lil Meech was clearly ready to show a new side of himself. One that didn't rely on the past, but focused on growth, independence, and new beginnings. Even with all the new moves happening, 50 Cent continued to make headlines for his unfiltered opinions. Every time a fan mentioned BMF or Lil Meech under one of his posts, he responded with sharp humor that instantly went viral. Some people thought he was just keeping his brand alive. After all, controversy has always been part of 50's playbook, but others believed the wounds from the situation ran deeper than he wanted to admit. Still, 50 remained one of the few entertainers who could turn every feud into fuel for more success. His confidence and boldness kept him in control of the narrative, while others were still trying to catch up. Whether it's TV, film, or music, he knew how to keep his name buzzing. And even if he never said it outright, many fans believed he still respected Lil Meech's talent, just not how the situation ended. As the story continued to unfold, both stars seemed to be moving in opposite directions, but with the same goal: winning. 50 Cent kept stacking business deals, securing new partnerships, and expanding his empire beyond TV, while Lil Meech focused on proving he could thrive without anyone's backing. That silent competition between them only made the story more captivating for fans who'd followed BMF since day one. Every time 50 dropped a post, blogs instantly picked it up, sparking debates about whether he was being real or just strategic. At the same time, every new appearance from Lil Meech reminded people of his star power and charisma. Both men had learned how to dominate attention, even without saying much to each other. The tension might have cooled, but the impact of their fallout kept echoing across the culture, proving that in entertainment, every move tells a story. As months passed, industry voices began comparing the situation between 50 Cent and Lil Meech to past mentor-protege fallouts in hip-hop. Some insiders said it mirrored moments like when major artists split from their labels or mentors after early success. In many ways, the BMF situation became a symbol of how business and friendship rarely mix smoothly in the entertainment world. 50 had built a reputation for being both a teacher and a tough critic, and when he felt disrespected, he made sure the world knew about it. Meanwhile, Lil Meech was carving out his independence, learning the game on his own terms. He had people backing him in Hollywood, saying he carried himself with calm confidence despite the noise. The younger generation viewed him as a figure representing growth and resilience, someone stepping out from under a big shadow while still honoring his roots. That narrative alone kept people invested in where his story would go next. Even without public interaction between the two, fans continued connecting dots on social media. Whenever 50 posted a cryptic caption, people instantly assumed it was aimed at Lil Meech, while others insisted he had moved on completely. The speculation kept their names trending week after week. Some even joked that both men were feeding off the attention, using it to keep their brands in motion without ever having to say each other's names. But beneath the jokes, there was an undeniable tension that still lingered. Industry sources whispered that certain mutual contacts tried to ease things privately, hoping to prevent more public back and forth. While neither side confirmed anything, Those close to them said the situation might not be as hostile as it looked online. Still, with both of them being strong-willed and business-minded, any kind of reconciliation would take time and mutual respect before it could happen. As it stands now, both 50 Cent and Lil Meech are focused on their next moves, with their paths leading in completely different directions. What started as a strong partnership turned into one of the most talked about feuds in recent entertainment history. Yet despite all the drama, both continue to shine in their own way. 50 dominating the business world, and Lil Meech proving he's more than just a TV star. Fans still wonder if the two might ever cross paths again, whether it's for business, peace, or maybe even another project. One thing's for sure, this story has kept everyone watching from day one. The loyalty, the success, the fallout, and the silence, it's all part of a larger narrative that shows just how unpredictable fame can be. And if there's one thing the culture knows about 50 and Meech, it's that neither of them ever truly fades from the spotlight. Make sure to subscribe, like, share, and comment on this video to keep the conversation going.
Are people who seek to kill Mr. Kelly.
So they say that R. Kelly woke up allegedly on June 13th and he felt faint. He was dizzy. He started to see black spots. He got up and he fell. According to documents that R. Kelly's legal team just filed, they are alleging that there is a man, last name Stein, who is a gang leader, a big gang leader, and that he has provided a sworn statement to them that prison officials offered him his freedom to spend his last days free if he would allegedly kill
there
R.
was
Kelly.
there was an inmate that came forward before, and that stated that he was hired to kill R. Kelly. I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah. I never believed it.
R. Kelly didn't just lose his superstar status. He ended up in a prison system that his lawyers now describe as dangerous and neglectful toward him. Reports are spreading that he was attacked behind bars yet again, with claims that someone on the inside may want him silenced for good. This latest situation has people asking how deep the corruption really goes inside federal facilities. The story begins with a man whose influence was notorious even before this headline. Mike Hill, also known as Glenn Stein, was a terminally ill inmate who had built a reputation as a shot caller in one of the most feared prison groups. He'd been incarcerated since 1982 for a violent crime and had a history of threatening officials, even making chilling statements back in 2015. Fast forward to February 2023 at a Colorado Supermax facility. Stein claims something unprecedented took place. According to a sworn statement filed on May 19, 2025, he says a Bureau of Prisons staff member named Reed Childress approached him with instructions to orchestrate violence against other inmates. This wasn't the first time either. Stein alleges that over 13 years of being transferred across federal prisons, he was repeatedly pushed into doing dirty work for certain officials in exchange for perks like avoiding cell searches and having freedom to move contraband. That February 2023 meetup stood out immediately. Childress pulled up unannounced with Warden Gutierrez and Associate Warden Steinley. No guards, no security detail, just them. The setup looked shady from the start, almost like something way bigger was being plotted. Stein, already battling a terminal illness and with nothing to lose, says Childress presented him with what he called a deal from hell. The plan? He'd be transferred to FCI Butner in North Carolina, where R. Kelly was serving his sentence, and his mission was to take out the former R&B superstar. In return, Stein claims the paperwork for the crime would conveniently disappear, meaning he'd never face real punishment. That's how serious he says this offer was. But why target Kelly? According to Stein's statement, Childress framed it as two reasons. First, he labeled Kelly as a figure that certain prison groups would want removed. Second, and far more explosive, he claimed Kelly's legal team was sitting on damaging evidence that could expose corruption inside the Bureau of Prisons and even higher levels of the Department of Justice. In other words, Kelly wasn't just another inmate. He was seen as a direct threat to powerful people behind the walls. This expose claimed there were deep abuses during the R. Kelly probes. Things like illegal wiretaps on lawyer calls and straight-up obstruction of justice. Kelly's legal team says those intercepted files were even shared with prosecutors to twist witnesses' arms, including ex-girlfriend Rye Clary, pushing them to testify and helping lock him up. Stein, who admits he's done terrible things in the past, says he was first down to play along with the plot. The transfer to Butner moved fast. Within 2 weeks, he was shipped from Arizona to FCY Butner on October 17, 2023. He landed in the medical unit until March 2025, then ended up on the same block as Kelly. As soon as he arrived, Stein says a suit reminded him to handle the job he'd been sent to do. And for weeks, he trailed Kelly, learned his routine, scoped out weak spots, and planned the hit. The setup looked perfect. Same block, easy access, and plenty of chances to act. But something unexpected happened inside that hardened inmate as he faced his own end. Looking back on a violent life, Stein says he had a change of heart. He decided that murdering Kelly to hide misconduct by prison officers and higher-ups would cross a line he couldn't live with. So on April 11th, 2025, instead of pulling the trigger, Stein flipped the script. He walked up to R. Kelly and told him everything. Straight facts about the plot and who'd put him on it. Stein said, "I told him the real. I told him that I had been sent to kill him. I told him how. And by who? And I told him his life was absolutely in danger." Imagine how chilling that moment must have been for Kelly, realizing the man shadowing his every move had actually been sent to take his life. Stein flipping sides didn't just save Kelly, it also flipped the pressure back on the people allegedly pulling the strings. Now there were two insiders holding the truth, the intended target and the hitman who refused to carry out the order. Stein claimed he was ready to prove it all, offering to take a lie detector, testify in court, and even call witnesses who could back up his history of doing violent jobs at the direction of prison officials. He framed his refusal as redemption, choosing to expose years of corruption instead of taking another life. But according to him, Lieutenant Teague wouldn't stop reaching out, pressuring him again and again to finish the mission. Stein's refusal set the stage for something even darker. By June 6, 2025, Kelly's legal team uncovered a shocking twist. Another Aryan Brotherhood member inside Butner had allegedly been recruited. This time, it was David Keith Harris, a man who was expected to finish the job, not only on Kelly, but on Stein as well. Harris later revealed that Teague talked openly about methods, including poisoning meals in the chow hall and even tampering with commissary food. The strategy? Make it look like a health crisis or an accidental overdose. Easy to cover up and nearly impossible for Kelly to dodge since commissary items were part of the plan too. But just like Stein, Harris said no. Instead, he told Kelly's lawyers about the approach, blowing the lid off the plot. Supporters outside the prison put the claims on blast through news outlets and social media, warning that poison could be used to cover up something sinister. Stein pointed out that this wasn't just about silencing Kelly anymore. It had become a full cleanup job aimed at wiping out both the star and the one man who dared to expose the scheme. The timing of this second alleged setup couldn't have been more intense. Just days later, on June 10th, 2025, R. Kelly's attorney, Bob Brindley, filed an emergency motion in federal court in Chicago, demanding Kelly's release to home detention. And the reason was shocking. The motion claimed there was an assassination plot brewing inside the prison walls. The filing included sworn statements from both Stein and Harris, who were willing to testify under oath and even take lie detector tests to prove what they were saying. According to the paperwork, 3 high-ranking Bureau of Prisons officials, and including a warden, an assistant warden, and another senior staffer, were accused of pulling the strings. Their names weren't made public, most likely because of ongoing legal battles, but the motion argued that keeping Kelly behind bars under these conditions was cruel and dangerous, violating his constitutional rights. To make things even more real, Bureau of Prisons records confirmed Stein's transfer from Arizona to North Carolina, adding some weight to his side of the story. Still, the agency refused to comment, hiding behind privacy and security concerns. But prosecutors weren't having it. The U.S. Attorney's Office in Chicago clapped back hard, calling the entire claim a dramatic fabrication. They said Stein's long criminal history made him unreliable and labeled the allegations fanciful, fantastic, and a deeply unserious conspiracy theory aimed at manipulating the court. "I don't believe these charges are true. I don't believe these women are being truthful." Those were the words floating around in R. Kelly's circle, but the wildest twist was still ahead. Just 2 days after the emergency motion for his release hit the courts and the public, things took a dark turn that nobody could have predicted. June 13th, 2025 began like any other day for Kelly inside FCI Butner. He had just been moved into solitary confinement after filing that explosive motion, officially for his protection, but his lawyers argued it was actually punishment for speaking out about the alleged murder plot. What happened next would either confirm the most disturbing claims ever leveled against the Bureau of Prisons, or go down as one of the boldest legal maneuvers ever attempted by a convicted celebrity. According to court filings, the chain of events played out like something straight out of a medical thriller. Kelly reportedly woke up dizzy, seeing black spots, and feeling like the room was spinning. When he tried to stand, he collapsed, crawling toward his cell door before completely losing consciousness. The emergency was so severe that prison medical staff couldn't handle it on site. The decision was made to rush him out by ambulance to Duke University Hospital in Durham, North Carolina, and that's when whispers of poisoning and cover-up spread like wildfire. For supporters, it looked like the very danger his lawyers had warned about was now happening in real time. Kelly's legal team insisted this wasn't just a health scare. They called it an assassination attempt. According to them, prison staff deliberately gave Kelly a dangerous dose of his anxiety and sleep medication, pushing him to the edge of death. And the timing? Just days after his lawyers went public with the murder plot claims. To them, that was no coincidence. Attorney Bob Brindley argued that while Kelly was in solitary, he received his regular prescriptions, but was then instructed by staff to take an extra dose the following morning. That's when everything spiraled: dizziness, collapse, and the terrifying trip to the hospital. Once at Duke University Hospital, things looked even darker. Tests allegedly showed overdose-level amounts of blood pressure and anxiety drugs in his system, plus a shocking discovery: dangerous blood clots in both his lungs and legs. His lawyers claimed this happened because prison staff had pulled him off blood thinners, despite knowing his medical history. Doctors reportedly warned that untreated, these clots could be deadly. They recommended at least a week-long hospital stay and surgery to prevent further risk. But here's where the story takes its most chilling turn. Kelly's legal team says those medical recommendations were ignored. Instead, Bureau of Prisons officers allegedly entered his hospital room and forced him out at gunpoint against doctors' advice, dragging him straight back into solitary confinement. For his supporters, it wasn't just reckless. It looked like the very cover-up they had been warning about all along. The severity of this moment can't be overstated. Blood clots in the lungs, known as pulmonary embolisms, are among the deadliest medical conditions a person can face. They can cause sudden death with no warning, which is why doctors always demand immediate treatment and close monitoring. Kelly's lawyer, Bob Brindley, argued that ignoring this put his client's life on the line because untreated clots are often fatal. The legal team wasted no time firing back. On June 16th and 17th, they updated their motion and doubled down, officially calling the overdose intentional, part of what they described as an ongoing murder plot. Brindley didn't mince words, saying they gave him an amount of medicine that could have killed him, linking it directly to the timing that came only days after the initial allegations went public. This wasn't framed as a simple case of malpractice either. Kelly's team claimed they had proof, pointing to surveillance footage from inside the prison. According to them, the cameras would show Kelly being taken into solitary, presenting his usual medications to guards as protocol required, and then being handed additional pills by staff. On top of that, they argued that Duke Hospital's records would confirm both the overdose levels and his removal from the facility against medical advice. For Kelly's supporters, this wasn't just a medical crisis. It was the smoking gun they had been waiting for. Kelly's defense team showed just how desperate the situation had become when they made an unprecedented move, appealing directly to then-President Donald Trump. Attorney Bob Brindley requested a presidential pardon, arguing that Trump was the only one who could save Kelly's life since the courts were moving too slowly. This Hail Mary highlighted just how convinced his team was that ordinary legal channels weren't enough to protect him from what they described as an organized effort to end his life. The government, however, quickly fired back. On June 15th, prosecutors led by Assistant U.S. Attorney Jason Julian filed their response, brushing off the claims as a wild conspiracy and calling them deeply unserious. They argued the allegations insulted victims and warned that granting Kelly's release could open the door for other convicted criminals to attempt similar strategies. The judicial system followed suit. On June 20th, U.S. District Judge Martha M. Paco issued a firm denial of the emergency motion. She ruled that she had no authority to grant furlough or home detention, even in extraordinary circumstances, and emphasized that the defense hadn't provided evidence strong enough to support their allegations. What shocked many observers was the speed of her decision. The denial came without a hearing, signaling that the court didn't find the claims credible enough to even consider further investigation. For Kelly's supporters, it looked like a system closing ranks against him. For critics, it was proof the courts weren't about to bend, no matter how sensational the claims had become. But the story didn't end with the court's denial. In fact, the bigger picture raised disturbing questions about America's prison system and how vulnerable high-profile inmates really are. Convicted of serious crimes, Kelly's case showed how explosive allegations, backed with names, transfers, and sworn declarations, could either expose deep corruption or reflect extreme desperation from a legal team trying to save their client. Public reaction was divided. On social media and in news debates, many dismissed the claims as a sensational strategy, a last-ditch attempt to win Kelly's release with shocking stories that couldn't be easily disproven. But others pointed to a darker reality. Prisons are notoriously dangerous for people with certain charges, even without a government conspiracy. The threat of violence against inmates like Kelly is very real. To understand why, you have to look at the prison code, the unwritten rules and brutal hierarchy that dominate life behind bars. It's a system where respect and reputation dictate survival, and where some crimes carry a permanent target on your back. In that world, punishment doesn't always come from the courts. It can come from other inmates, and it can be deadly. Kelly's allegations, true or not, force the public to face this reality. Inside America's prisons, justice is often reshaped by power, fear, and what some call street justice. And in Kelly's case, that meant his fight for survival was far from over. At the very bottom of the prison hierarchy sit those convicted of crimes against children, and R. Kelly's charges put him directly in the danger zone of what inmates call prison justice. Long before the alleged 2025 murder plots, he had already experienced how real and violent those threats could get. On August 26, 2020, while Kelly was locked up at the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Chicago awaiting trial, the danger became all too real. Around 9:45 a.m., fellow inmate Jeremiah Shane Farmer launched a vicious attack. Farmer, a convicted gang member with teardrop tattoos and a violent criminal past, was linked to the 1999 murders of 2 Chicago businessmen. His reputation for brutality followed him everywhere he went. According to reports, Farmer slipped away from a prison staff member during a distraction, made his way into Kelly's cell while he was asleep on the lower bunk, and began unleashing a flurry of punches to his head and body. The assault was relentless until an officer rushed in, ordered Farmer to stop, and ultimately used pepper spray to end the beating. Kelly walked away with cuts, bruises, and head injuries, but didn't require hospitalization. Still, the psychological damage was heavy. He was left shaken, paranoid, and deeply afraid of what might come next. Following the incident, Kelly was placed in solitary confinement for his own safety, while Farmer was transferred to another facility. But the drama didn't stop there. Shortly after, Farmer filed a 4-page handwritten motion with the court, making a shocking claim that the government had forced him to attack Kelly. Whether true or not, that allegation cast the entire assault in a new and disturbing light, fueling suspicions that Kelly's battles behind bars might go far deeper than just inmate-on-inmate violence. Farmer's shocking claims were fueled by frustration, made even worse by the strict COVID-19 lockdowns that cut inmates off from legal help and the prison library. He described a heated exchange with a mental health staffer at MCC who allegedly provoked him, saying, "Go do it," referring to an attack on Kelly. Farmer claimed that after this, prison staff followed his movements and allowed the assault to happen before finally stepping in to stop it. The motivation behind Farmer's violence seemed layered. On one hand, he was angry over repeated lockdowns triggered by protests outside the facility in support of Kelly. On the other, his handwritten complaint revealed his disgust toward Kelly's charges, which he referenced directly, suggesting that played into his rage. This lined up perfectly with what's known as the prison code, the unwritten rules inside that determine who's at the bottom of the hierarchy. Offenders with certain charges are often singled out as scapegoats during tense times, becoming targets for inmates who want to release their frustrations while boosting their own reputation. And this isn't just folklore passed around prison cells. Studies have documented it. A 2017 report showed that up to 40% of attacks on certain inmates were motivated by what attackers saw as justice or protecting society. For many behind bars, the reasoning runs deeper than simple outrage. Some inmates are parents themselves or grew up dealing with abuse, and they view crimes against children as unforgivable attacks on the vulnerable. That's why when an inmate strikes someone with those charges, it doesn't just feel like payback. It elevates their status and earns them respect in a world where survival depends on reputation. Reddit threads and stories from former inmates paint the same picture. People with certain charges are considered fair game, and violence against them can actually boost an attacker's reputation. For offenders like R. Kelly, this unwritten prison code creates an environment filled with risk. Those with similar convictions are often isolated, harassed, extorted, or assaulted. Even when prisons place them in protective custody, the stigma follows them, and in general population, the choice is grim to request protective custody or risk violent beatings, stabbings, or even worse, often carried out or greenlit by gangs. Kelly's situation is especially dangerous. Prosecutors didn't hold back, labeling him a prolific offender, with convictions tied to multiple underage victims and even his notorious illegal marriage to the late Aaliyah at just 15. The nature and scope of his crimes mean he sits right at the bottom of the prison hierarchy. But his celebrity status adds a twist most inmates never face. Fame doesn't shield him. It actually makes things worse. His high-profile cases triggered lockdowns, heightened security, and extra rules that other inmates resent. To them, Kelly's presence disrupts their lives, fueling tension and hostility. The combination of his convictions and his fame creates what some call the perfect storm of danger. The 2020 assault wasn't just a random attack. It fit into a broader, well-documented pattern of violence against inmates with similar charges across federal facilities. Prison gangs like the Aryan Brotherhood, Latin Kings, and Bloods enforce the code in different ways, but the outcome is the same, targeting offenders to boost their own rank inside the hierarchy. And the irony runs deep. One of the very gangs enforcing this brutal code later surfaced in the conspiracy allegations tied directly to Kelly himself. While gangs like the Aryan Brotherhood often present themselves as protectors of children to justify their attacks, the reality is far more complicated and filled with hypocrisy. In truth, multiple members of these groups have faced disturbing charges of their own. One AB member was sentenced to 60 years for repeated crimes against a 14-year-old girl. In another case, a former Aryan Nations leader was hit with 50 years for child-related charges. Yet another member was sentenced for soliciting a minor. This pattern makes it clear that the so-called protection of children code is often less about morality and more about convenience. It becomes a powerful excuse for violence, reputation building, and control rather than a genuine stand against wrongdoing. And the hypocrisy doesn't stop there. Even Mickey Glenn Stein, the very AB member who allegedly refused to carry out a hit on Kelly in 2025, had a long record of violence and criminal behavior stretching back decades. His refusal didn't erase his past, but it did shine a light on how messy, contradictory, and dangerous this prison world really is. Kelly's family has stood by him through it all, maintaining his innocence from the very beginning. After one of his sentencings, his uncle Gregory Preston spoke to reporters, showing unwavering support for his nephew despite the mountain of evidence laid out in court. Even his estranged brother Bruce, who had his own conflicts with Kelly, expressed raw emotion when asked about the situation during his own legal battles. This hurt my soul. I don't believe these charges are true. I don't believe these women are being truthful. I don't. The mental toll of prison life for someone like Kelly cannot be underestimated. Each day carries the possibility of violence, and every encounter behind bars has the potential to turn deadly. Living under protective custody only adds another layer of stress. The social isolation creates a psychological pressure cooker that can break even the strongest inmates. As of now, R. Kelly remains locked up at FCI Butner, with no major updates since the explosive events of June 2025. The silence surrounding his case speaks volumes. Either the allegations have been buried, just like his legal team predicted, or prosecutors were right that the entire story was built on fabrications. One thing's for sure, this saga leaves more questions than answers. What do you think? Was this a buried conspiracy, or just a desperate attempt to twist the system? Let us know in the comments. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more deep dives just like this. YNW Melly is living in a way that's shocking for taxpayers. He's been placed in an entire housing pod by himself, a space that normally holds 50 inmates. In Broward County, the cost per inmate is about $140 a day. But if just one person takes up the whole 50-bed pod, that runs up a tab of $7,000 a day. Do the math, and that's $210,000 a month, or a staggering $2.56 million a year just to keep Melly in isolation. And here's where it gets even more intense. Melly had filed a lawsuit claiming that his conditions were cruel and unusual. He said he was locked away in near total isolation for years. No phone calls, no family visits, no private meetings with lawyers, no TV, no newspapers, and constant lockdown. He argued it was destroying his mental health and that his rights were being violated. But a federal judge just threw out his case, and not for the reason most people expected. Court records show why. The order in Jamal Demons versus Sheriff Gregory Toney revealed that Melly racked up numerous disciplinary reports while locked up. The list includes breaking phone rules, violating visitation policies, being disrespectful to staff, making threats, refusing to follow orders, and causing disruption in his housing unit. It didn't stop there. The sheriff's office also pointed fingers at one of Melly's attorneys, Raven Liberty. They alleged she helped him bend the rules on phone and video visitation, and even brought in personal items that weren't allowed under jail policies. Basically, the court sided with the sheriff's office, saying Melly's own conduct behind bars gave them reason to keep him in strict conditions. On top of breaking jail rules, YNW Melly got slapped with something even heavier in October 2023, a separate witness tampering charge. Authorities say this went down between April and July while he was already in custody. Most people don't even realize this is a whole different case from his double murder trial, and if convicted, it could carry a life sentence on its own. So even if he somehow beats the first case, he's still facing another mountain of legal trouble. Because of repeated violations behind bars, Melly has been hit with major restrictions. No family phone calls, no in-person visits, and no video visits with loved ones since 2023. The only people he's allowed to communicate with are his attorneys. And even then, one of his lawyers, Raven Liberty, can only meet him through a plexiglass barrier. That rule was put in place after jail officials accused her of bending visitation policies in the past. And get this, Melly has been completely isolated in his own housing pod since 2023. That means no other inmates around him at all, just staff and security. Now here's where the numbers get crazy. A single pod can fit 50 inmates, and the daily cost per inmate in Broward County is about $140. If only Melly is in there, that jumps to $7,000 a day. Break it down, and that's $210,000 a month, or $2.56 million a year. That's what taxpayers are reportedly paying to keep him separated from everyone else. So while fans argue about his music and legal battles, there's also a massive financial debate over whether it makes sense to spend millions just to house one person in total isolation. In November 2024, YNW Melly filed a petition asking the court for something extreme: immediate release from custody. In his filing, he argued that Broward County Sheriff's Office had committed what he called abusive and outrageous violations of his constitutional rights. On top of that, he accused the state of dragging out his trial just to keep him locked up longer. But the sheriff's office fired back, demanding the case be thrown out. They argued that Melly hadn't properly gone through all the steps in state court first, which is required before the federal courts even get involved. They also leaned on several legal doctrines, including one from a 1971 Supreme Court case called Younger versus Harris. That case basically set a rule: federal courts aren't supposed to interfere in ongoing state trials if 3 conditions are met. The case is active, it involves state interests, and the defendant has a fair chance to raise constitutional issues in state court. If those boxes are checked, federal judges are expected to step back. Melly, however, claimed that his situation was different. He said his rights to a fair trial, to proper legal counsel, and to be free from cruel and unusual punishment had all been violated. He insisted that every attempt he's made to get relief in state court has been a dead end, and that's why he turned to the federal system. Melly argued that he did try going through the state courts, but since nothing worked, he turned to the federal courts for help. In his petition, he laid out what he wanted: permission for his attorneys and investigators to visit him without barriers so they could properly prepare for trial, the ability to call his lawyers on the phone, a transfer back into the jail's general population, and the chance to reconnect with his family through calls and video visits. And if the sheriff's office refused, he wanted the court to order his release altogether. But here's the problem: his petition never addressed the sheriff's Younger abstention arguments. In legal terms, that's a huge oversight, and it made his case look weak from the start. Many believe his former lawyer, Raven Liberty, just wasn't equipped to handle such a complicated battle. Thankfully for Melly, he eventually brought in a brand new legal team. Even other attorneys have admitted that switching lawyers was the smartest move he could have made. In its supplemental response, the sheriff's office doubled down. They argued that Melly's petition didn't provide any real authority to extend the statute of limitations. They said there were still remedies available in state court that he hadn't even tried yet, and they made it clear that he couldn't challenge the factual basis for his restrictions. Basically, the message was this: even if you're sitting in tough jail conditions before trial, it's almost impossible to get a federal court to step in unless something absolutely extraordinary has happened. So here's what the court is basically saying. If your case is still ongoing and there aren't any truly exceptional circumstances, then the normal legal process has to play out. A habeas petition, which is what Melly filed, usually can't be granted before trial. First, a person has to exhaust every option in state court, including appealing to the highest court in the state before the federal courts even consider stepping in. That's where the younger abstention doctrine comes in. It stops federal courts from interfering in active state criminal cases unless something extreme is happening. Melly argued that he has been trying to get relief in state court, but the record shows he only filed 2 real motions. One to set bond, which was denied, and one to remove restrictions on his communication and visitation, which was also denied. Beyond that, he hasn't taken his claims further through the Florida District Courts of Appeal or the Florida Supreme Court. In fact, Melly even admitted that he hasn't directly challenged the trial court's decision to deny bond or its decision to keep the restrictions in place. So the judge basically pointed out that he hasn't used all the legal tools available to him under Florida law. That's why his new lawyer, Drew Finlay, might try a different route, like pushing these issues to the state's higher courts. Until then, Melly's argument that there's no effective review left doesn't hold much weight because technically, those higher level appeals are still sitting there waiting to be used. After the state court denied Melly's motion to lift his restrictions, the federal judge made something clear. Melly's claim that he had no state remedies left just wasn't true. The judge pointed out that he could have appealed the trial court's order or even filed for habeas relief within the state court system. And since Melly hadn't actually tried those steps, he couldn't prove that the state courts were a dead end. In fact, the court noted that Melly did get some relief. The trial court ordered the sheriff's office to make better arrangements so he could meet with his lawyers. And by all accounts, those adjustments were made. Still, because Melly didn't fully exhaust all of his legal options in Florida before running to federal court, the judge said his petition had to be dismissed. The reasoning came down to the younger abstention rule once again, back in a January 17th hearing. The judge specifically told Melly to address whether that doctrine barred his petition. But when Melly's team filed their supplemental brief, they still didn't properly deal with it. That was a fatal mistake. Reviewing the record, the judge concluded the 3 conditions for younger abstention were met, meaning federal courts had no business stepping in. At the end of the day, the burden was on Melly to show that the Florida courts couldn't handle his claims fairly. But by skipping key appeals and trying to sidestep the state process, the judge saw it as if he never really gave the Florida courts the chance to rule on those issues in the first place. So with all that said, the court officially dismissed Melly's petition. In the judge's eyes, it was simple. Melly hadn't exhausted the remedies he still had available in the Florida courts, and federal judges aren't supposed to interfere with ongoing state trials unless something extraordinary is happening. By not appealing bond denials, by not pushing his visitation issues through the higher state courts, and by avoiding those extra legal steps, Melly's team basically undercut their own argument. The ruling was clear. Melly's claims about cruel conditions, lack of access to family, and limits on meeting with lawyers might be serious. But because he hadn't worked them all the way through the Florida system, the federal court's hands were tied. That's why the judge sided with the sheriff's office and dismissed the case outright. This decision is a huge setback for Melly. Instead of gaining traction in federal court, he's now forced back into the state system, where the rules are tighter and the appeals process is slower. And remember, all of this is happening while he's still facing both the double murder trial and the separate witness tampering charges. 2 different cases, 2 life or death battles, and now his legal team has to figure out how to keep him afloat in both. It's a reminder that the courtroom isn't just about facts and testimony, it's also about procedure. If your lawyers miss a step, even one small appeal, the whole case can fall apart before it even gets started. And that's exactly the position Melly is in right now, boxed in by the very system he was hoping would save him. After the petition was thrown out, the spotlight quickly shifted back to Melly's day-to-day reality. He's still locked in that single housing pod, cut off from nearly everyone, and taxpayers are still footing that $2.5 million bill each year for his isolation. Critics are now asking if this setup is really about safety or if it's a punishment disguised as special housing. The sheriff's office argues that Melly's own behavior behind bars left them with no choice. They point to repeated rule breaking, disciplinary write-ups, and even accusations of outside help bending visitation policies. To them, isolation isn't a luxury, it's a necessity to keep order inside the jail. But Melly's supporters say it's excessive, claiming the system is stacking the deck against him long before he gets his fair day in court. This tension creates a dangerous gray area. Is the state protecting the facility, or are they quietly crushing Melly's ability to defend himself? With no phone calls to family, no direct access to his mom, and only limited meetings with attorneys, some believe his defense is being crippled from the inside. And with trial dates looming, that could change everything. What's undeniable is that this fight is far from over. Melly's new legal team has hinted at taking more aggressive steps, possibly pushing appeals in Florida's higher courts. The question now is whether those moves will give him any real relief, or if the system will continue closing every door he tries to open. And while Melly's lawyers plot their next move, the bigger picture keeps getting messier. On one side, the state insists they've treated him fairly, pointing to disciplinary records and court rulings as proof that the restrictions are justified. On the other, Melly's supporters believe he's trapped in a cycle where every attempt to fight back is dismissed before it even gets heard. What makes this even more explosive is the timing. He's not only preparing for the high-profile double murder trial, but also staring down that separate witness tampering case, a charge that alone could bury him for life. 2 cases, 2 massive risks, and a jail system that seems determined to keep him on lock tighter than anyone else. For fans, it raises a haunting question. Is Melly being punished for the crimes he's accused of, or for the person he is? His fame brings attention, and attention brings scrutiny. Some argue the sheriff's office wants to make an example out of him, while others say it's all about public safety and maintaining order inside the facility. Either way, the pressure is building. Every motion, every appeal, every restriction becomes headline news. And Melly's story is no longer just about one rapper on trial. It's become a spotlight on how the justice system handles celebrity defense, isolation policies, and the fine line between discipline and constitutional rights. And with millions of dollars, 2 trials, and his entire future on the line, one thing is certain: whatever happens next won't just be a legal outcome. It'll be a moment that defines YNW Melly's legacy forever. In the end, the judge made it crystal clear. Melly's petition had no legs to stand on. The court ruled that his claims about constitutional rights couldn't be taken up in federal court because he hadn't fully gone through the state process. On top of that, the younger abstention doctrine shut the door even further, keeping federal judges from stepping into an active state case. So the final order was simple: petition dismissed without prejudice. That means Melly could try again after exhausting every state remedy. But for now, the fight is far from over. If you made it this far, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment. Do you think Melly's being treated fairly, or is he getting singled out because of who he is? Let's talk about it below.
I'm glad that you said that. So now,
and I want to ask you a question. Like, as a public figure, how do you feel your responsibility for your actions, and his actions, and how does your professional view on all that play a part?
Okay,
how do you feel what do you feel like he your part is in this?
I love that question. This is the thing. I have many different partners. I got partners that own water. I got partners when it comes to real estate. I got partners when it comes.
Dame Dash just dropped a bombshell accusing DJ Envy of being a government informant, and he's even flashing what he claims is the paperwork to back it up. Now, Dame is saying Envy was linked to the Cesar Pena RICO case, and the internet is losing it. If you're not familiar with Cesar Pena or this whole situation, here's the breakdown. About a year ago, DJ Envy and Cesar Pena got tangled up in some serious heat after a man named Tony Dilo went live on Instagram and confronted Envy directly.
What's up, y'all? It's DJ Envy. Flipping that J. Join us July 31st right here at the Jacob Javits Center. We're doing a real estate seminar talking everything real estate, from Airbnb to wholesaling to flipping. Not only that, you can partner with us on some deals. Make some money with us, your partner. And we'll see you July 31st.
Tony claimed there were shady moves happening in a real estate program Envy was promoting with Pena. Viewers started flooding Tony with so-called receipts, messages and proof showing that people had sent large amounts of money to Pena's company. But the catch? They say they never got a dime back, and their investments basically vanished into thin air. DJ Envy, who was heavily pushing the program at the time like he was fully involved, suddenly changed his tune once the accusations got loud. He started distancing himself fast, telling the public, "I never told anybody to send money to anyone. I don't know what's going on." That shift raised even more eyebrows, and now Dame Dash pulling out this informant angle has made the scandal 10 times messier. From the very start of this scandal, DJ Envy tried hard to separate himself from Cesar. But the truth is, it wasn't that easy. A lot of people only even knew about Cesar because he showed up on the Breakfast Club to push this real estate program, with Envy sitting right there co-signing it. Envy straight up called himself a business partner and promoted the whole thing like it was solid and trustworthy. On top of that, DJ Envy and Caesar shared an actual office space. So when investors came through with hundreds of thousands of dollars, they literally had to walk past Envy's desk before handing Caesar the money. People naturally thought, if Envy is here, then this must be legit. That gave the whole setup credibility it never would have had otherwise.
And, you know, they did research. And I can't articulate exactly what was said, but it wasn't said. She sent me a message, so I'll play it. But it did break down that you are on that RICO, and that, in fact, if you don't or do certain things, it's going to mean that you are, in fact, a rat.
So whether he wants to admit it or not, Envy clearly played some type of role in this. At the end of the day, folks were only handing Caesar their money because DJ Envy's name and face were stamped on the deal. Things really spiraled for DJ Envy once major news outlets started digging into this mess. At first, it was mostly chatter on IG Lives and inside the culture. But when investigative journalists and the I-team picked it up, the spotlight got way hotter. That's when the details of just how close Envy was tied to Caesar's operation really came out. People who'd known Envy for over a decade started stepping forward, saying things like, I only gave Caesar $1 million or a few $100,000 because of DJ Envy. Some even claimed that Envy wasn't just the face of the program, he was right there helping Caesar pitch the deals to investors. That revelation made it harder for him to push the narrative that he was just a victim caught in the crossfire. Now, Envy has been saying, I didn't know anything, I was scammed too. And to be fair, it doesn't look like he set out to destroy his entire career on purpose. From the outside, it feels more like he put his full trust in someone he believed in and went all in. But here's the catch. By being the one helping pitch, by being the person that gave credibility, he made himself a co-signer in the whole operation. And when Caesar's program crumbled, Envy couldn't dodge all the blame. Things got so bad at one point that rumors spread fast. People were fully convinced DJ Envy was about to be fired by iHeartMedia. Others whispered that he might even get arrested right alongside Cesar Pena. While that hasn't happened yet, the scandal left a massive stain on his reputation, and some still believe his job might be on the line. It's been over a year now, and here's the fact. DJ Envy was never arrested, and there are no real signs that he'll ever be charged in this case. But that's exactly what has people asking. Why not? Reports even came out that iHeartMedia's offices were raided during the investigation, so naturally, fans and critics alike wondered, why wasn't Envy picked up too? From day one, Envy has insisted he's just another victim, that Cesar Pena scammed him like everybody else. His lawyer even told investigators the same story, I'm a victim too. But here's where things get messy. All right, if Envy kept telling the public he was scammed, did he also tell the feds the exact same thing? Some, like Dame Dash, believe that's exactly what happened, and that Envy may have even been cooperating with federal agents against Cesar Pena. Now remember, Cesar Pena was eventually arrested on RICO and fraud charges, with his wife also facing heat for allegedly trying to cover things up. Yet, through it all, Envy walked away untouched, and Dame Dash claims he finally figured out why. He says he found paperwork proving Envy is actually listed as an informant. Dame even blasted Envy on Instagram, captioning it with, DJ Envy, who's lying now? Please explain, I'll wait. You do know if you fold, then I can't speak to you anymore. Does iHeart or Power 105 know about this? The theory is this. Envy is listed as a co-conspirator in official documents, but instead of his real name, he appears as Individual 1. According to Dame, that means his identity was purposely hidden, because he's allegedly cooperating. Now, whether that's true or not, only the courts know for sure. But the fact that Envy was never arrested, while so many around him were, is exactly why these rumors won't stop swirling. The cracks in Envy's story became clear once old clips resurfaced. At first, he claimed he barely knew what Caesar was doing, saying he was just promoting it from the sidelines. But then, fans pulled up footage of Envy himself calling Caesar his business partner and giving full support to the program. That's not just casual. When a national radio host stamps something as legit, people believe it's solid. Investors who trusted Envy's word now feel betrayed because his cosign was the reason they handed over their money. Whether he knew or not, his involvement gave Caesar credibility credibility that ended in disaster. And with Dame Dash dropping what he calls paperwork, the picture being painted is messy. Was Envy really just fooled, or was he in way deeper than he admits? Dame Dash didn't hold back either. He straight up accused Envy of folding under pressure. According to Dame, that's the only reason Envy's free while Caesar faces years behind bars. That's a sharp accusation, and the internet is buzzing with debates. Some argue Dame is just chasing headlines, but others say he's putting real truth out there, especially since he insists he has documents that prove Envy is individual one in the case files. And every time Dame brings it up, more people start questioning why Envy avoided the same fate as Caesar. In the court of public opinion, Dame's words carry weight, and the more he talks, the harder it gets for Envy to shake off the stigma. DJ Envy hasn't stayed silent either. On his own platform, he's been pushing back hard, saying he's innocent and had nothing to do with scamming anyone. But here's the problem. Every time he doubles down, the controversy grows. To critics, his constant defending feels like damage control, not proof of innocence. To supporters, it's just him trying to save his career. And this isn't just about Envy's personal image. He represents The Breakfast Club and iHeartMedia. If his name gets dragged further, the ripple effect could hit everyone tied to the brand. That's why this isn't just gossip. It's a storm that could reshape one of hip-hop's biggest media platforms. Now the culture is divided. Half the fans are saying, if Dame Dash has paperwork, it must be true, while the other half thinks Dame's just poking Envy for clout. But no matter which side you're on, the outcome's the same. Envy's name is permanently tied to this scandal. Even if he never sees a courtroom, people will always wonder why Caesar's locked up while Envy's free. Did he cut a deal? Did he cooperate? Or is he really just another victim who trusted the wrong person? Those questions hang over his career like a shadow. And as Dame keeps promising more to come, the next chapter could explode in ways nobody's ready for. What makes this even wilder is how the industry has been whispering behind the scenes. Word is, some folks in radio already don't trust Envy the same way they used to. Once your name gets tied to the word informant, true or not, that stigma never really leaves. In hip-hop culture especially, that kind of label is dangerous. It can follow you forever, and the timing couldn't be worse. Envy built his entire brand on credibility, on being the family man, the businessman, the radio voice you could trust. But now the narrative has flipped. People aren't just questioning his business moves, they're questioning his loyalty, his honesty, and even his connections with the feds. And here's the kicker. Dame Dash is still pressing the issue. Every time the story cools down, he finds a way to reignite it, reminding the world that DJ Envy's name is tied to Cesar Pena's downfall. Dame's latest claims suggest this is bigger than just a bad investment. It's about survival, reputation, and who's really telling the truth. Whether the paperwork Dame posted holds up in court or not, the public damage is already done. DJ Envy's legacy is now marked by one of the most controversial scandals in hip-hop media history. And unless something drastic clears his name, this will forever be the cloud hanging over his career. What's even crazier is how fans are now digging deeper on their own, pulling up old interviews, old Breakfast Club clips, and even past business ventures Envy promoted. Every detail is being re-examined under a microscope. People are saying this isn't just about Cesar Pena. It's about a pattern of Envy putting his name on deals that ended messy. Whether fair or not, the internet is piecing together its own case file on him. And once the culture starts connecting dots, it's nearly impossible to change that narrative. Now the spotlight is shifting to iHeartMedia itself. People are asking how a massive company could let one of its biggest stars be tied to such a scandal without stepping in sooner. Some insiders even claim the company looked the other way because Envy was too valuable to the brand. If that's true, it raises even bigger questions. Was this just about one man's mistake, or was there a system in place that protected him until the heat got too loud to ignore? At the end of the day, nobody knows for sure if DJ Envy is cooperating or not, and that's the mystery fueling all the talk. Here's the reality. Envy is a civilian, not some street figure. So if he really did talk to the feds or cooperate in any way, technically he has the right to do that, especially if he truly believes he was scammed and left holding the bag. But that doesn't erase his responsibility in the eyes of the public. Because let's be honest, without Envy's stamp of approval, a lot of people would have never trusted Caesar in the first place. And while Caesar now looks bankrupt and broken down, Envy is still sitting on a multi-million-dollar lifestyle. That's why so many believe if the victims are ever going to see their money again, it has to come from Envy's pocket, not Caesar's. Some argue that if Envy is cutting deals or cooperating to save himself, then the bare minimum condition should be him helping to pay back the investors who trusted his word. Otherwise, this entire scandal feels like a lose-lose for the people who lost everything. So now the question goes to you. Do you think DJ Envy is cooperating? Does being listed as a co-conspirator but hidden in the paperwork mean he's secretly working with the feds? Or is this just speculation stirred up by Dame Dash and the internet? Let me know what you think in the comments. And don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video to keep the conversation going.
No, not the fat D-Mac. Well, not the fat D-Mac. His name D-Mac, though. It's not the fat one, though. I know. The skinny one that be getting to the money? Yeah. The chopper one that be... Yeah, that's the other nigga. That's the other little nigga. It's like 4 or 5 in it on that shit besides the other nigga. Besides the nigga that I sent y'all that put the whole play together, that fuck with them niggas. Well, cool, bro. You feel me? You ain't hear this from me, bro. You ain't hear this from me, all right?
Yeah, you ain't gotta worry about that.
T Grizzly is catching serious attention online after rumors spread that he allegedly cooperated with authorities against certain LA figures. A few years back, his home was broken into, a shocking incident that left him missing over $1 million worth of jewelry and stacks of cash. At the time, the news reported that rapper T Grizzly wasn't just grieving his close friend PNB Rock's tragic passing. He was also dealing with a personal nightmare. Burglars had reportedly hit his property hard, taking luxury items and large amounts of money. It was an emotional and chaotic moment in hip-hop, especially since the streets were already on edge after PNB Rock's loss. So when this happened to T Grizzly, he didn't know if it was just a random hit for jewelry or something much deeper. People said he was paranoid, wondering if someone had set him up or if his life was in danger. He wasn't about to sit back quietly either. He was ready to move smart and protect himself at all costs. Law enforcement sources told TMZ that the break-in happened when no one was home at his house near Los Angeles. The suspects reportedly escaped with over $1 million in valuables and the investigation was officially open. But here's where things get intense. People close to the situation say T Grizzly wasn't taking this lightly. Word is, he wanted answers fast. While some claim he turned to the streets to find who was behind it, others say he might have spoken with police to make sure justice was handled properly. Eventually, the streets started whispering a name, a man known as Baby Shooter. Once that name surfaced, the situation escalated quickly. According to reports, things started heating up fast once T Grizzly's circle caught wind of who might have been involved. Since T is originally from Detroit, many believe it had to be some LA-based figures behind the break-in, because his Detroit team wouldn't be chasing people down in Los Angeles. People close to the rapper say some of the folks connected to him began digging deep. They allegedly found out where Baby Shooter stayed, even where his family lived. The message reportedly got sent loud and clear. There's a price on your head. We know where your people stay. That warning made Baby Shooter panic, and to keep his family safe, he quickly reached out to talk things out. Sources say Baby Shooter didn't want any violence, especially not involving his loved ones. But once he started explaining himself, the story started to sound suspicious. He allegedly began naming other individuals, claiming they were the ones responsible for what happened at T Grizzly's house. It wasn't me, he reportedly told them. It was this crew from over there. They did it. But here's the twist. Insiders later claimed that Baby Shooter might not have been telling the full truth. While trying to clear his own name, he may have accidentally revealed more than he intended. His word spread fast through the streets, and that's when everything got even more chaotic. Not long after the situation blew up, rumors started circulating that Baby Shooter was clashing with another LA figure known as Milk 74. Things got even wilder when Milk 74 allegedly leaked footage showing Baby Shooter talking to rival groups, saying things like, "It wasn't me, it was that guy." Now, even though he wasn't talking to law enforcement, the footage showed him naming names, pointing fingers, and revealing details that could have put people in serious danger. In the streets, that kind of move is seen as a major line being crossed, because when you start naming others while tensions are high, it can lead to real consequences. Eventually, Baby Shooter came forward to explain himself. He tried to clear the air, saying why he said what he said and how it all got taken out of context. But in doing so, he confirmed one major rumor, that T Grizzly really did put out large sums of money to find out who was behind the break-in. That revelation made the whole situation explode even more, with everyone watching closely to see what would happen next. Imagine waking up one morning and hearing that there's money on your name, all because someone falsely accused you of breaking into a famous rapper's house. That's what people said happened after Baby Shooter admitted he lied about who was involved in T Grizzly's burglary case. He eventually confessed that some of the names he mentioned weren't accurate, leaving innocent people caught up in chaos. Now, as of today, Baby Shooter is reportedly behind bars, though it's unclear exactly what charges he's facing. What's known is that this story took another shocking turn when paperwork from the original burglary investigation surfaced online. The documents caused major drama, with people suddenly accusing T. Grizzly of snitching during the process. But let's break down what those papers actually said. According to an official police report labeled Investigation Report 3 CDF-0142, law enforcement confirmed that on September 28, 2022, a break-in took place at T. Grizzly's Los Angeles home. Entry was made through a shattered glass door, and over $1 million worth of jewelry, cash, and designer bags were reportedly stolen. The case was assigned to Detective Hamilton, who met with the homeowner, listed as Terry Wallace, better known as T. Grizzly, along with his fiancée at the time. During the follow-up meeting, they reviewed newly discovered evidence and went through a photo lineup to identify potential suspects. The paperwork stated that T. Grizzly pointed to figure number 4, a photo identified as Johnson. He allegedly told the detective that while he didn't personally know Johnson, he had heard that Johnson had been bragging about breaking into the house. Once this part of the report went public, social media went wild. Some users accused T. Grizzly of cooperating too much with investigators, while others defended him, saying he was simply helping solve a serious crime that put his safety and property at risk. Either way, this situation stirred major debate in the hip-hop world, and it still got everyone talking. According to the investigation documents, T. Grizzly, listed under his real name Terry Wallace, later gave police additional evidence related to the burglary. Reports claim that he showed investigators a photo of Johnson along with 2 unidentified men appearing to be on a FaceTime call. Allegedly, T. Grizzly told detectives that during that call, Johnson had admitted some involvement in the break-in. It's unclear whether this was the same call that had already circulated online or a completely different one, but it definitely got people talking. The documents also stated that T. Grizzly handed over home security footage that showed a man in a black and white hoodie leaving through the back of his property during the break-in. On top of that, he allegedly provided screenshots from an Instagram account, shooter_gang_, that showed someone standing on a gray SUV wearing what appeared to be the exact same hoodie. Detectives reportedly asked him to upload all this material to the official evidence portal. After that, the interview ended, and the detective's notes confirmed that T. Grizzly had no further questions. Now, here's where things really start spinning. The man known online as Shooter Gang, believed to be Baby Shooter, is reportedly the same person now locked up, but he's claiming that he was the one betrayed. He says T. Grizzly gave up too much information, and that he has the paperwork to prove it. Whether that claim is accurate or not, it's sparked huge debates online. Many fans are divided. Some say T. Grizzly was simply helping law enforcement solve a serious crime, while others believe it crossed an unspoken street code. Critics are pointing out that if this were another high-profile rapper like Young Thug or 6ix9ine, fans would be reacting much differently. But because it's T. Grizzly, the response seems split down the middle, leaving everyone arguing about where loyalty really begins and ends in the rap game. After that paperwork went public, things started moving fast online. Blogs, fan pages, and hip-hop forums lit up with claims that T. Grizzly had crossed the line. Screenshots of the report were getting shared everywhere, and people were breaking down every single detail, from the FaceTime mention to the hoodie description. Some fans said the whole thing looked way too official to ignore, while others argued that the internet was blowing things out of proportion. Behind the scenes, some LA figures started questioning whether T. Grizzly's actions violated street codes. The tension grew especially after a few old associates of Baby Shooter allegedly confirmed that he'd been in the mix but didn't expect T to go that far with evidence. Meanwhile, T stayed quiet. No posts, no interviews, nothing. His silence only fueled more speculation. Everyone wanted to know if he'd addressed the paperwork or if he'd let it fade away quietly. But in a world where every move gets recorded, it's hard to escape the noise once it starts. As weeks passed, the controversy started spreading beyond LA and Detroit, reaching major media platforms and podcast circles. Commentators debated whether T. Grizzly had done anything wrong at all. Some hosts said he was the victim. What's he supposed to do? Just let people rob him? Others fired back saying once you enter the rap game with street ties, there's an unwritten code you're expected to live by no matter what. Even former collaborators started being cautious with their words. A few insiders hinted that T had distanced himself from certain people since the incident, cutting ties quietly but firmly. And although his music career was still strong, that rat label floating around online made every public appearance feel heavier. Fans began dissecting his lyrics, trying to figure out if he'd already addressed the drama in his songs. But no matter what, the narrative kept shifting every day, with new receipts popping up faster than anyone could verify them. Then came the real twist. Baby Shooter allegedly managed to leak his own side of the story from behind bars. In a voice message that made its way across social media, he claimed he was being framed and insisted T. Grizzly went too far. The clip spread instantly, turning into one of the biggest viral moments of the month. In the recording, Baby Shooter said he only mentioned other names during that earlier dispute to protect his family, not to mislead anyone. He accused T of trying to clear his name at someone else's expense. Fans were torn, some believed him, others called it a desperate attempt to rewrite the story. Meanwhile, several rappers began posting cryptic tweets that seemed to reference the situation, but nobody dropped any names directly. That silence from the rap community made everything even more mysterious, like everyone knew something, but didn't want to say it out loud. By this point, the word paperwork had practically become a trending topic. Reaction channels, TikTok creators, and even former street figures weighed in with their opinions. One YouTuber claimed to have exclusive DMs showing how the evidence was first leaked, saying the whole snitch angle came from a misunderstanding between different law enforcement reports. Still, the damage was done. T's name was now tied to controversy again, and every interview request he got was about this case, not his music. Some fans pointed out how similar this looked to other recent rap scandals, where private legal details leaked and suddenly became public drama. Others started asking if the paperwork might have even been altered before it spread. With multiple copies floating around, nobody could say for sure which version was real, but the bigger picture stayed the same. T Grizzly was fighting to protect both his reputation and his street credibility, while the internet continued treating the situation like a courtroom. Meanwhile, industry insiders started whispering that T Grizzly was quietly meeting with his legal team to handle everything properly. Sources close to him claimed he was frustrated with how fans were twisting facts, saying all he did was cooperate as a victim. Nothing more, nothing less. In private, people close to him said he felt betrayed by how quickly the internet turned against him, especially since he'd already dealt with personal loss and danger during that time. But despite all the noise, T never lost focus. He kept recording music, appearing at select shows, and making subtle references to snakes and fake loyalty in his new verses. Each line had fans guessing. Was he addressing the streets, the bloggers, or the ones who set him up in the first place? The mystery kept growing, and with Baby Shooter still behind bars and new info surfacing almost weekly, this saga was far from over. Months later, the tension hadn't died down. In fact, it got even deeper. More clips and screenshots kept leaking, some allegedly showing private messages between T Grizzly and unnamed individuals connected to the case. None of it was officially verified, but that didn't stop social media from running wild with theories. Some users claim T was trying to clean up his image by working with certain law enforcement contacts, while others said it was just more fake online drama created for clout. Meanwhile, a few well-known figures from Detroit started stepping in to defend T. They reminded everyone that he'd built his career from the ground up, that he wasn't the type to fold under pressure or turn on anyone he cared about. Still, others weren't buying it. They said his silence felt too calculated, that if he was really innocent, he'd have cleared the air publicly. But T stayed on his grind, letting the music speak louder than the rumors. Each post, each bar, each public appearance seemed carefully measured, like he was moving through the storm with precision, not panic. Then, unexpectedly, a new name got dragged into the mess, a supposed middleman who claimed he was the one who connected both sides during the investigation. This man came forward in a live stream saying he'd been helping communicate between T's circle and the original suspects to calm things down. His version of events added a whole new layer of confusion. He said T never told on anyone. He simply verified who had bragged about the break-in, and that information got recorded in the report automatically. The live stream went viral instantly. Viewers filled the comments with mixed reactions. Some saying the man was confirming T's innocence, others calling him out for trying to rewrite the story. The clip spread across every hip-hop blog and gossip page, reigniting the entire controversy again. And just like that, people who had moved on came right back to debating who was telling the truth. Every claim, every detail, every timeline was picked apart like a court transcript. As all this chaos unfolded, T Grizzly finally decided to address everything indirectly, through his art. He dropped a new single that fans immediately recognized as a response to the situation. The track was dark, emotional, and raw, with lines about betrayal, fake loyalty, and standing tall when everybody switched sides. He never mentioned names, but everyone knew what he was talking about. The record shot up overnight, trending across platforms and dominating rap discussions for weeks. Listeners praised how he turned pain into power, while critics claimed it was just damage control through music. Either way, the strategy worked. T Grizzly had flipped the entire narrative. Instead of being boxed into controversy, he transformed it into one of the most talked about comebacks of the year. Still, beneath the success and streaming numbers, one truth remained. This wasn't just about music anymore. It was about legacy, loyalty, and the price of staying real when the whole world starts watching. Even after the song dropped, the whispers didn't stop. They just got louder. Behind the scenes, people close to T. Grizzly said he was cutting off anyone who couldn't be trusted. It was like a quiet purge. Friends, associates, even business contacts who might have leaked information or stirred things online were suddenly gone from his circle. He wasn't arguing or posting about it. He was just moving smart, playing chess while everyone else played checkers. Insiders said T's mindset had completely changed. He was done trying to prove anything to the streets. Instead, he wanted to focus on protecting his family, his future, and his empire. The betrayal, the online hate, and the fake headlines all left a mark, but they also made him sharper. He started investing more time in private business deals, gaming projects, and music collabs that showed growth instead of drama. Still, every time his name popped up in the news, that paperwork story found a way back into the spotlight. A reminder that in this game, one moment of chaos can follow you forever. In the end, the debate around T. Grizzly's situation split the internet right down the middle. Some people demanded real proof, saying they needed to see an actual video before believing any claims. Others argued that the paperwork alone was enough evidence to question everything. The community started clashing over what truly counts as telling in today's rap culture. Many fans pointed out how the rules seem to change depending on who's involved. If it's a rapper they like, they'll say, that can't be true. The police always twist stories. But if it's someone they dislike, suddenly the paperwork is undeniable proof. That double standard has turned this entire case into one of the most controversial topics of the year. So what do you think? Was T. Grizzly just protecting himself, or did he cross a line? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Hit that like, share, and subscribe button for more deep dives like this, and stay tuned for what's coming next.
Well, tonight, former LSU wide receiver Kyron Lacy turned himself in on charges related to a hit and run that killed a man. Lacy declared for the draft after graduating in December. Now, he could be charged with negligent homicide. Good evening and thanks so much for watching. I'm Whitney Miller. Lacy bonded out of jail less than 2 hours after turning himself in. We were the only news outlet there as he arrived at the Lafourche Parish Sheriff's Office. You can see him enter the building and speak with several state troopers, then get led to the back. The crash happened last month in Jack Bay. State police say a Dodge Charger was driving southbound on Highway 20. The driver sped up and crossed into the northbound side to pass multiple cars in front of them, even though it was a no passing lane. A car in the northbound lane stopped to avoid being hit, which caused the car behind them to swerve and hit another vehicle head on. The Charger sped off, and 3 people from 2 of those cars were taken to the hospital. One 78-year-old man, Herman Hall, died not long after. Investigators identified the Charger as belonging to Kyron Lacy. State police issued an arrest warrant for him, and tonight he turned himself in. Authorities tell us he faces charges of negligent homicide, felony hit and run, and reckless operation.
A former LSU wide receiver who was facing criminal charges in Louisiana died during a police pursuit right here in Houston. Now here's what the Harris County Sheriff's Office is telling us tonight. It started after 11 Saturday night. Deputies with the Precinct 4 Constable's Office were called to a weapons disturbance. Apparently, Lacy was having an argument with a family member when he fired a gun into the ground. Now, by the time deputies arrived, Lacy had left. 20 minutes later, a unit spotted Lacy's vehicle and tried to stop him. There was a chase that went on for several miles, but ended when Lacy crashed along Aldine Westfield Road. When deputies were getting him from the vehicle, they found what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. HCSO believes the shot was fired during the chase. We're told an autopsy will be conducted on Lacy's body. Also, the Civil Rights Division of the Harris County District Attorney's Office will review the results of the investigation once it's finished, which is standard procedure when a death occurs during an attempted arrest.
Austin White just set the internet on fire. People are furious, and it all started with what he said about Kyron Lacy. Now, if you don't know who Kyron Lacy is, he was a rising college football star, once seen as a future NFL pick. But right before draft time, everything changed. He got arrested in connection to a tragic car incident that sadly took someone's life. Kyron was a standout in college, expected to go late first or early second round, but after that case, his future became uncertain. Scouts still had hope for him, but his reputation took a major hit. The story was confusing. Kyron's version of events didn't line up with what some witnesses told police, who claimed his vehicle was the one driving erratically before the crash. Fast forward to months later. It's April, just 11 days before the NFL draft, the moment that was supposed to define his future. But things took another heartbreaking turn. Reports say Kyron had a heated argument with a family member, during which a gun was discharged toward the ground. The family called authorities, and after that, tragedy struck. Kyron was later found unresponsive in his car. It was a devastating end to a story that once looked full of promise. Fans everywhere are now revisiting his story, and Austin White's comments have reopened deep wounds that never really healed. Here's what really shook people up. The heartbreaking incident that ended Kyron Lacy's life reportedly happened after a tense moment with a family member where a gun was fired toward the ground, followed by a short police pursuit. But many people online truly believe, and honestly, it's not hard to see why, that none of this would have happened if he hadn't been accused of negligent homicide in the first place. They say that arrest broke his spirit. If that case had never existed, he might have never felt that hopeless. And then everything exploded when new evidence surfaced. Evidence showing that Kyron Lacy wasn't even near the crash that started it all. Reports revealed he was about 75 yards away from the actual accident, meaning he couldn't have caused it. That meant the arrest was built on false assumptions, and people online were furious. Social media lit up with outrage. One user wrote, "Tyler Warner deserves to be held accountable for what happened to Kyron Lacy. False accusations and bad investigative work played a role in his death. That's unacceptable. He shouldn't still be wearing a badge." Another person posted, "We need a Kyron Lacy Act. Officers who lie or pressure witnesses should face real consequences." Now, those comments went viral fast, with people demanding justice for what they see as a massive failure in how the case was handled. One user even shared a photo of the district attorney involved in Kyron Lacy's case, captioning it, "This is the DA who pushed charges even after seeing the evidence. Hashtag Kyron Lacy, hashtag justice." Another person went off in frustration, saying they hope Kyron's family wins big in court, calling the whole situation unbelievable. At this point, most people online agreed Kyron Lacy was treated unfairly, and that mistreatment cost him everything. Public figures started speaking up too. Van Lathan posted, "This makes me so angry," echoing what thousands were feeling. For once, in such a divided time, it seemed like everyone was standing together on this issue, united in outrage and sadness over what happened to Kyron. Well, almost everyone, because then came Charleston White, and he had a completely different take on it. While people were mourning and demanding justice, Charleston jumped in with comments that left many viewers speechless. His perspective didn't just go against the crowd, it lit up the internet all over again. Austin White has openly admitted before that he's made millions by stirring up controversy and saying things that get people angry. But this time, it hit way too close to home because we're talking about a young man's passing, and that's something you just don't play with. Kyron Lacy wasn't involved in the streets, he wasn't in gangs, he was an athlete chasing his dream. So when people saw Austin and Charleston White commenting on this situation, it rubbed almost everyone the wrong way. See, usually when someone says something provocative online, there's always a crowd ready to back them up. Like if you take a political angle, you'll have one side supporting you and throwing money your way. Or if you make comments about rappers or street culture, there's always a group that'll cheer you on. But in Kyron Lacy's case, this was about injustice. There was no audience to profit from, no side to play. Yet, Charleston White still doubled down on his opinion. That's when things crossed the line. He made harsh remarks toward Kyron's family, statements that shocked everyone watching. People called it unnecessary and cruel, especially toward a grieving mother who just lost her son. Charleston later tried to justify his comments, saying he felt Kyron gave up too soon, that if he believed in his innocence, he should have kept fighting. But many online pushed back, reminding him that not everyone has the same mental strength to carry that kind of pain. The backlash was instant and massive. People made it clear this wasn't a moment for mockery, it was a tragedy that demanded compassion. Not everyone has the mental strength to carry that kind of pain, and shaming someone after they've passed isn't the way to start a real conversation. What's needed are resources, support, and open talks about mental health, not disrespect towards someone who's no longer here. That's where many say Charleston White completely crossed the line with his comments about Kyron Lacy. Online reactions came flooding in fast. One person on X, formerly Twitter, wrote, "He's gone too far this time, enough is enough." Another said, "Cancel him already, this isn't funny anymore." The internet was filled with anger, frustration, and disbelief at how far Charleston's words went. But here's the tricky part. Canceling Charleston White has proven nearly impossible. Over the years, he's managed to upset just about every group imaginable, yet still finds ways to stay relevant. Why? Because his money doesn't come from YouTube or Instagram ads. It comes from appearing on other people's platforms. See, Charleston built his career on being controversial. When he sits down with big names, from former athletes like Cam Newton to media hosts like Patrick Bet-David or Say Cheese, people tune in because they expect chaos. That's what keeps his name trending and his checks coming in. But that's also why so many feel frustrated, because the more outrage he sparks, the more attention he gets. It's a cycle that keeps repeating, and people are wondering how far he'll go before it finally stops. Charleston White has become a master of controversy. But this time, it's starting to feel like he went too far. The internet's reaction hasn't cooled down. If anything, it's only getting louder. Fans, reporters, and even other creators are now questioning why platforms keep inviting him back when his comments hurt so many people. Some argue it's all about clicks and shock value, that the drama keeps numbers high, no matter how offensive things get. But others are calling for a real change. They say there's a difference between being outspoken and being cruel. And right now, many feel Charleston crossed that line. The way he spoke about Kyron Lacey, a young man who lost his life under tragic circumstances, felt heartless to many. People want accountability, not more viral sound bites. Still, Charleston doesn't seem bothered at all. In a new live stream, he doubled down, claiming he's just speaking truth and that the internet is too emotional. That only made things worse. Thousands flooded his comments, accusing him of using pain for profit. Even a few podcast hosts who once booked him are now distancing themselves, saying they can't stand behind that kind of talk anymore. Meanwhile, fans of Kyron Lacey are keeping his story alive, demanding his name be cleared publicly and that the investigation around his arrest be fully reviewed. Hashtags like #Justice for Kyron Lacey and #accountability now have taken over timelines. It's turning into something bigger, a debate about morality, money, and what lines shouldn't be crossed for fame. What's wild is that even some of Charleston's old supporters are now switching sides. They're saying it's not about cancel culture, it's about basic decency. Losing a young athlete full of potential isn't a joke or an internet topic to farm views from, it's real life, and families are still grieving. At the same time, more creators are speaking up about the pressure to post outrageous takes just to stay relevant. Some even admit that the algorithm rewards chaos, and that people like Charleston White know exactly how to use that to their advantage. But in this case, the backlash might finally outweigh the attention, because when the internet turns on you for disrespecting someone who can't defend themselves, it's a storm that's hard to escape. Now the story's taken another twist because people close to Kyron Lacey's family are finally speaking up. A cousin of Kyron reportedly shared a heartfelt message online, saying the family has seen all the noise and just wants peace. They thanked fans for defending Kyron's name but asked for the focus to stay on truth, not internet drama. Still, that didn't stop the debate from growing even louder. Clips of Charleston White's comments have been reposted across TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, each one getting millions of views. Some creators are even breaking down every line he said, calling it a new low. Others claim he's just trolling for clout, but either way, it's working. He's trending again, even though it's for all the wrong reasons. Meanwhile, several major podcasts are quietly removing episodes featuring Charleston White from their channels. Viewers noticed that some of his old interviews had been unlisted or deleted overnight. One producer told fans they were taking a stand against disrespect, while another simply said, "We're not giving that man a platform anymore." But Charleston doesn't seem fazed. He's treating it like a badge of honor. In a recent clip, he laughed it off, saying, "If they're deleting me, that means I won." That comment just reignited the outrage, proving he knows exactly how to keep the spotlight on himself, no matter what happens. As this drama keeps spiraling, people are realizing something bigger. This isn't just about Charleston White anymore. It's about how far the internet will go for clicks. Audiences are questioning whether outrage has become a form of entertainment and if we've lost empathy somewhere along the way. Kyron Lacey's name has now turned into a symbol of injustice, mental health awareness, and accountability online. Even celebrities outside the sports world are speaking up, saying it's time to protect real stories from being turned into shock content. The message is clear. Some tragedies deserve silence, not sound bites. At the end of the day, here's the truth. Every time people react, click, or comment, that's exactly how Charleston White gets paid. Even when viewers are angry, the attention fuels the machine. One user went off online, writing a heated rant filled with frustration and anger, but honestly, that type of energy doesn't help anyone. And let's be clear, no one should be wishing harm on anybody. The creator of this story even said it himself. He doesn't want anything bad for Charleston White. There's no hate here, no revenge, just disappointment. Because while Charleston has shared some thought-provoking ideas in the past, his take on Kyron Lacey's tragedy was completely out of line. This was a young man's life, not clickbait, and moments like these remind us what truly matters: compassion over clout. If you want more real discussions like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button, drop a like, share this video, and let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Your support keeps these conversations alive, respectfully, fairly, and truthfully.
Eminem, he gave me his demo like 6 times.
What?
Yeah, I f***ed up big time. Yeah, you. Biggest mistake in hip-hop history.
Fat Joe came out and said he lied in 95% of his rhymes. What did you think of that?
He told the truth for the first time, that he's a liar, that you can't believe nothing that comes.
Fat Joe's been part of hip-hop for decades, a real veteran who's shared moments with some of the biggest names in the game. With over 30 years in the industry, his journey is packed with stories that made major headlines. From reportedly turning down Eminem's offer multiple times to proudly repping Puerto Ricans in hip-hop, Joey Crack's influence can't be denied, and he's always carried himself like a true figure of the culture. But lately, fans say something feels off. Joe's been so confident about his legacy that he started calling out fakes and frauds, claiming he stands above the rest. Still, the more he talks, the more people are starting to question if that same honesty he preaches is really there. Some now joke that he's turned from Fat Joe into Cap Joe, and the internet hasn't stopped talking about it. In hip-hop, storytelling has always been part of the art, but sometimes the line between truth and exaggeration gets blurry. Just like others before him, Snoop Dogg, Soulja Boy, even Rick Ross, Joe's name has started popping up in conversations about artists who might stretch the truth a little too far. Critics say his recent interviews sound more like image cleanups than confessions, especially after that CNN appearance where he called a lot of his old lyrics fiction.
I've been rapping professionally for 30 years. I've lied in almost 95% of my songs. I'm being honest. Lied. Like
how? What do you
just
mean?
go. I write like I feel that day. I'm just being creative. You know, you could probably you couldn't build the jail high enough for the lyrics I've said on songs, which are all untrue. What I am is a family man, the person who gives back to my community all the time, open businesses in my community. So the music would never amount to the.
Now, fans are left wondering, has Fat Joe been reinventing his story or just trying to protect his legacy in a culture where authenticity means everything? This all went down during a CNN segment about whether rap lyrics should be used in court. And while Fat Joe's goal seemed to be defending artists' freedom of expression, what he said ended up raising eyebrows instead. Admitting that some lyrics were just stories might have sounded harmless to him, but in hip-hop, where realness is everything, that kind of statement hits differently. It even sparked backlash from Joe Budden, who called him out publicly and questioned his truthfulness. After that, Joe had to step in and clear things up, insisting his street image wasn't all smoke and mirrors. Still, many fans weren't fully convinced. They felt like he was trying too hard to clean up his past. And it didn't stop there. Fat Joe's habit of stretching stories seems to go way back, all the way to his early days in the Bronx. According to Joe, he was a real problem growing up, not just in the candy aisle, but out in the streets. He's claimed he once took on trained fighters during high school and even told a wild story about robbing an entire gym class and somehow getting help from the same students he robbed to make his getaway. Sounds unbelievable, right? Nobody really believed that wild story right off the bat, but they definitely couldn't stop talking about it. Fat Joe's one of those dudes who tells stories so confidently that you just let him talk, waiting to hear what wild twist comes next. People joke like, man, guess what Fat Joe told me today? Because his tales are that entertaining. The whole I robbed my entire gym class story became legendary. But let's be real, most folks agree he probably wasn't even near a gym when that happened. That story alone turned him into a local legend. Not because it was real, but because it was funny. Over time, Joe's reputation for exaggerating became part of his brand, earning him the title of hip-hop's biggest storyteller. By some, and by others, the rap game's biggest liar. Either way, the man knows how to keep people talking. But Joe's stories don't just stick to street life. Sometimes they reach deep into hip-hop history. One of the biggest ones he ever told involved the late, great Biggie Smalls. Joe claimed that before Biggie's tragic passing, the two had linked up to record a full joint album filled with diss tracks aimed at Tupac. Sounds intense, right? But when that story resurfaced, people close to Biggie weren't buying it. Former music executive Lance Rivera publicly cast doubt on Joe's claim, saying he never heard of such a project. Lil Cease, one of Biggie's closest friends, even stepped in and said Big wouldn't have made a whole album centered around beef. and that he never once heard of any secret Fat Joe collaboration. So now, fans are left wondering, was Joe rewriting history again, or just keeping his legend alive with another wild tale? People who were actually around back then quickly shut down that story, saying there's no way it ever happened, which raises the real question. Why would Fat Joe even make something like that up? According to former Terror Squad member Cuban Link, Joe might have been trying to boost his image in the rap game by connecting himself to legendary moments that never really existed. As wild as his Biggie stories sound, his supposed ties to both sides of the East versus West Coast tension have also sparked plenty of doubt. During that era, Fat Joe was one of New York's biggest names, and he was proudly repping the East while Tupac led the charge for the West. Joe claimed that he was always ready to ride for Biggie, no hesitation. In one interview, he said that when his track got radio play, Tupac, who was locked up in New York at the time, actually heard it behind bars. According to Joe, that moment caused tension because some Puerto Rican inmates allegedly took it as Joe trying to start drama with Pac. But here's the twist. Joe also said he stepped in and made peace, claiming he was the one who laid down the law to keep Pac safe. It's a bold story. But just like the rest, people still aren't sure if it's fact or just another Fat Joe legend. Even though a lot of people didn't believe Fat Joe's story, there was one surprising voice who partly backed it up. Tupac's close friend and Outlaws member, Napoleon. He admitted there might have been some truth to what Joe said, but still, it's hard to know for sure since Pac isn't here to clear the air. On the flip side, Pac's cousin William Sane straight up rejected Joe's version, saying it just didn't line up with what really happened. Now, Fat Joe has always taken pride in his Puerto Rican and Cuban roots. He's never been shy about representing his culture loud and proud. But sometimes that same pride has landed him in hot water. One of the biggest controversies hit when Joe claimed that Latinos were just as essential in the creation of hip-hop as black artists were. That statement caused a major stir online, with people across the culture debating it non-stop. Critics quickly fired back, saying his words were misleading. Many argued that while Latino artists absolutely helped build and spread the movement, the foundation of hip-hop came from black culture, from the sounds, rhythms, and spirit born in those early Bronx block parties. Some even pointed out that Puerto Ricans joined the movement later on, after it was already taking shape. Even other Latino voices disagreed with him, saying they didn't want to be dragged into that argument. And when the clip blew up, figures like Tariq Nasheed and Lord Jamar clapped back hard, reminding Joe that being there afterward isn't the same as creating it. To make things worse, Joe later contradicted himself on his own Joe and Jada show, saying that his own father once told him not to rap because there weren't many Latinos in hip-hop at the time. That left fans even more confused about where Joe really stands. Fat Joe's storytelling really hit new heights during the Joe and Jada show, his podcast with Jada Kiss, and let's just say fans have heard some wild stuff there. Ever since the show dropped, Joe's been firing off story after story, some so unbelievable that even his co-hosts can't help but look confused. And trust me, a few of those pause-worthy moments have left the internet in stitches. From outrageous claims to strange name drops, Joe's imagination seems to know no limits. Listeners have started to notice that some of his tales sound suspiciously familiar, like he's pulling pieces straight from old TV shows or pop culture. For example, when he randomly mentioned Julio Fuentes, fans quickly realized that's actually the name of Fred Sanford's neighbor from Sanford and son. People couldn't help but laugh and say, "Come on, Joe, we know that one's from TV." And then there's his growing list of firsts that fans say don't really add up. Lately, Joe's been getting compared to Soulja Boy for how often he claims to have been the first to do something in hip-hop. During a recent Complex interview, he even said he was supposed to be the first rapper to ever get a Jordan sneaker collab. And if that wasn't enough, he also claimed he was the original customer at the iconic sneaker shop Flight Club. Joe's confidence is unmatched, but some fans are definitely side-eyeing those stories. Sometimes Fat Joe's stories go so far that he ends up placing himself in movements or moments that fans say he had nothing to do with. One example that raised eyebrows was when he claimed he used to be a 5%er, a group with deep roots in the Nation of Islam. But the minute he said it, people actually involved in that movement quickly shut it down, saying there's no record of Joe ever being part of it. And that's not the only time Joe's tried to stamp his name deeper into history. He once said he was the first rapper ever to perform at the legendary Apollo Theater in Harlem. Now, to be fair, Joe did have some real success there. He won Amateur Night 4 times, which is no small feat. But the problem is he didn't actually need to exaggerate. That accomplishment was already impressive on its own. Still, Joe being Joe, he couldn't resist adding a little extra flair to the tale. He's even gotten small details twisted in stories that had some truth to them. like when he said Tupac grew up in the Bronx, which isn't completely false but not fully accurate either. Pac was born in New York, spent time in Harlem and the Bronx, then moved to Baltimore before heading out west, where his legacy took off. And speaking of Pac, Joe once claimed Tupac brought him on stage. And funny enough, that part was actually confirmed by Big Daddy Kane. But Kane also teased him, saying, "Yeah, you were there, but your version sounds way more dramatic than what really happened." By now, Joe's habit of stretching the truth has become such a running joke that even Jadakiss laughs about it on air. And guests are starting to play along too. It's almost like Cappin' Joe has become a whole character of his own. Even Jadakiss seems to be in on the joke these days. When Joe starts telling one of his wild stories, like when he claimed he almost signed Joey Bada, Jada doesn't hold back. He literally waves flags mid-show, cracking up the audience and turning the moment into comedy gold. Fans tune in not just for the interviews, but to see what unbelievable story Joe's gonna drop next. One viewer even joked, "This man got more fairy tales than Walt Disney." And honestly, it's hard to argue with that. Over time, Joe himself has started admitting that he sometimes gets the details mixed up. Most of the time, it's all in good fun, part of his personality, part of his charm. But every now and then, things get a little heavier, especially when his stories involve people who aren't here to defend themselves, like his late friend and rap partner, Big Pun. Back in the 90s, Fat Joe and Big Pun were unstoppable. Together, they built Terror Squad and put it on the map. The bond they shared looked unbreakable. But after Pun tragically passed away at just 28, many believed Joe would make sure his friend's family was taken care of forever. So when a documentary later revealed that Pun's wife had reportedly been living in a shelter, fans were heartbroken and shocked. Joe quickly went on Hot 97 to defend himself, claiming he did everything he could to help, but not everyone bought that explanation. And that's where things started to get complicated. When asked why he cut off Big Pun's family, Fat Joe claimed it was because Pun's widow had spoken negatively about her late husband, a story he stuck with for years. Joe insists he did everything possible to support them, but others in the music business have challenged that version hard. According to music publishing expert Congo Go Roach, things weren't as clear as Joe made them sound. Roach claimed that after years of legal battles, he helped Pun's wife finally receive what she was owed. Even though Joe has publicly denied any wrongdoing, reportedly, this whole dispute even delayed a tribute project meant to honor Big Pun's legacy, since Joe allegedly wanted to clear his own name first. To this day, the topic remains painful for Pun's widow. In fact, during one interview, she walked off set the moment someone suggested she should apologize to Joe, showing just how deep those wounds still run. After everything that's come out, many fans now joke that Fat Joe has fully earned his King of Cap nickname. But behind the humor, some say there's a serious side to it, because Joe genuinely seems to believe that his podcast and public image will one day prove him right. Still, others worry that the more he talks, the more he might end up twisting the story again, rewriting history one episode at a time. Still, not everyone shows Fat Joe the kind of love he once got from Pusha T. In fact, fans online have been picking apart everything about him lately, from joking that he never changed his name from Fat Joe to Slim Joe after losing weight, to calling out his too perfect beard. People are saying deception might just be part of his style. Some have even started breaking down how he crafts his wild stories, like it's become an art form of its own. But here's the truth. No matter how many questionable claims he's made, nobody can deny how much Fat Joe has done for hip-hop. His legacy is cemented in the game, period. Still, when someone's reputation for tall tales grows bigger than their actual achievements, it starts to blur the line between fact and fiction. And that's exactly what's happening now. Joe's name is more relevant than it's been in years, but that fame comes with a risk. If he keeps leaning into these exaggerated stories, the same thing that keeps him trending could end up staining his legacy forever. So what do you think? Is Fat Joe misunderstood or just doing too much? Drop your thoughts below, hit that like button, share this video with your crew, and don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives like this.
6ix9ine was getting arraigned on new probation violations. This is the third probation violation. This time they're saying out in Florida, somebody was taunting him for snitching and he went and assaulted the guy. That is a violation of his supervised release. Now, here's the thing. Today, he was actually supposed to be sentenced for another probation violation when they raided his home and found residual amounts of cocaine and MDMA. The arraignment for that probation violation didn't happen because now he has this new assault.
To me right now. Say it again. Boosie tried to hype some people up. Somebody need to get him. Somebody got him. He said, I got they bond and never made they bond. And mind you, listen to me. For the people to talk about, 6ix9ine, the only reason I'm going to get my get back, even if it give me less. Trust me. The reason for that, Did they pay their bond? They still in jail right now. Maybe one came out, had nothing to do with it. It got probably to do with his pops.
Rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine has officially hit rock bottom, and this could be one of the most shocking downfalls we've ever witnessed in the hip-hop world. The controversial artist is back behind bars, and this time, it looks like he may be there for quite a while. Viewers are asking the big question, why is 6ix9ine back in jail? Well, according to Lawyers for Workers who was present in court, we now have a full breakdown of exactly what went down and why his freedom has been taken away again. In a stunning twist, Tekashi 6ix9ine has become the first rapper many believe actually regrets cooperating with authorities. Typically, when someone avoids a decades-long prison sentence, you never hear them say, "I wish I hadn't." Most people move on, rebuild their lives, and enjoy their freedom. Just look at Gunna, he's living his best life, performing, and moving forward without looking back. But 6ix9ine's situation is different. Instead of embracing a fresh start, he's acting as if cooperation destroyed him. Reports say he's getting into altercations while on probation, allegedly lashing out at anyone who dares call him a rat. He's fighting against the very label that came with his decision, as if he can rewrite history. Insiders are saying this obsession with proving he's still a street figure is his biggest downfall. Rather than letting go of that image, 6ix9ine is clinging to it, appearing in interviews and podcasts, even making bold threats, despite the fact that he already testified in court years ago. Critics argue this is what's truly ruining his life right now. Instead of facing 20 years and being remembered as a gangster, he's stuck in a strange limbo, resenting the very choice that saved him. And with his recent violations, experts warn he could be facing more prison time in the near future. For 6ix9ine, the high of once being seen as untouchable is long gone, and that desperate chase to reclaim it may cost him everything. New reports suggest that Tekashi 6ix9ine's latest behavior may be linked to troubling discoveries made during a raid on his home. Authorities allegedly found substances that could explain his erratic actions, leaving many questioning his state of mind. At just 20-something years old, he appears to be going through what some are calling a midlife crisis far too early. And fans say this is his lowest point yet. Instead of reinventing himself, 6ix9ine seems stuck chasing an image the new generation has already moved on from. Today's youth are vibing with artists like Destroy Lonely and Playboy Cardi, while 6ix9ine is still trying to push the same tough guy persona that no longer resonates. Critics argue his choices are clouded, pointing out the contradiction. He once avoided a 10-year prison sentence by testifying, but now he's allegedly willing to risk life behind bars over personal grudges. Observers say this shows a dangerous lack of logic. He wasn't willing to protect his career by serving time then, but now he's putting everything on the line for retaliation. To many, this looks less like strength and more like self-destruction. The interview that sparked this conversation made things even clearer. In it, 6ix9ine launched into a familiar rant, accusing fans of being hypocrites, insisting he's been treated unfairly, and claiming the industry owes him for cooperating with authorities. But as critics point out, it's been nearly 5 years since his trial, and the public has largely moved on. Instead of adapting, 6ix9ine appears trapped in the past, spiraling deeper into frustration and demanding a level of loyalty that no longer exists. In his latest remarks, Tekashi 6ix9ine attempted to defend himself by pointing out what he sees as double standards in the hip-hop world. He argued that people condemn him for cooperating with authorities, yet overlook other questionable actions by so-called street figures. But critics say his comparisons are completely off base. Commentators argue it doesn't matter whether someone is a street rapper accused of betrayal or one accused of disloyalty in personal relationships. The culture has grown tired of all of it. The backlash isn't about picking sides, it's about rejecting the behavior altogether. And when 6ix9ine tries to argue he's not any worse than the rest, the response has been loud and clear. The public isn't buying it. Many feel his attempts to justify himself only highlight how far his reputation has fallen. And during his latest rant, Tekashi 6ix9ine tried to defend himself by drawing wild comparisons. He asked why others can betray their friends, cheat on tests, or break small rules without facing the same backlash he does for cooperating with authorities. But critics say the argument doesn't hold up. It's a false equivalency that doesn't change the reality of his situation. The truth is, the public has grown tired of hearing excuses. Commentators say it's not even about snitching anymore. In today's industry, plenty of rappers have faced similar accusations and still managed to rebuild their careers. Just look at Gunna. He's thriving, performing, and selling out shows. The bigger issue for 6ix9ine, according to industry insiders, is that his aura has completely faded. Fans no longer see him as exciting, dangerous, or even entertaining. Instead of focusing on the past, many argue the only way forward would be to release impactful new music. But as of now, audiences say the energy that once made him a star is gone, and excuses won't bring it back. This is where the contradictions in Tekashi 6ix9ine's behavior truly stand out. On a recent podcast, the rapper, who famously testified in court, pointed at former associates, and detailed their alleged crimes, was caught calling Young Thug a rat for speaking too much during an interrogation. Industry voices were quick to respond, pointing out the clear double standard. If someone with a clean reputation made that claim, it might hold weight. But coming from 6ix9ine, who is widely known for his own testimony, the criticism felt out of place. Observers say it shows a lack of self-awareness and a failure to read the room. To put it in perspective, many argue that Young Thug's situation doesn't compare to 6ix9ine's. In fact, fans insist that Thug remains one of the most respected street figures in hip-hop, while 6ix9ine's credibility has long since collapsed. The contrast between the two only highlights how deeply 6ix9ine's reputation has been damaged, and why his words carry little weight today. Following his comments about Young Thug, many in the hip-hop community expressed disbelief that 6ix9ine would even attempt to take that position. Analysts say this shows just how disconnected he's become from the culture that once embraced him. Instead of rebuilding through music, he continues to make headlines for contradictions and public feuds. And while controversy once fueled his rise, today it only serves as a reminder of how far he has fallen. Critics also note that 6ix9ine seems obsessed with rewriting history. Rather than accepting responsibility for his choices, he continues to point fingers at others as if exposing hypocrisy will somehow repair his image. But industry insiders stress that credibility in hip-hop is earned, not demanded. And right now, his credibility is at an all-time low. The very culture that once made him a star has now turned its back, leaving him scrambling for relevance. Observers say this downward spiral has bigger consequences than just bad press. With repeated legal issues, probation violations, and public outbursts, experts warn 6ix9ine may face more than just fading popularity. He could be staring at real prison time once again. And this time, there may not be a comeback waiting on the other side. Instead of shocking the world with music, he's shocking it with mistakes, and that path rarely ends well. So what we're seeing here is the collapse of an image built on chaos. Tekashi 6ix9ine, once known for dominating headlines with wild antics and chart-topping hits, now finds himself drowning in contradictions, legal trouble, and a reputation he can't seem to shake. His story has become less about music and more about downfall. Insiders point out that 6ix9ine's fixation on proving his toughness only makes his situation worse. Instead of focusing on his music or rebuilding his career, he seems locked in a battle to defend an image that no longer exists. Commentators say this constant need to prove himself not only fuels new conflicts, but also deepens the divide between him and the industry. At the same time, younger fans have already shifted their attention to a new wave of artists, leaving 6ix9ine's aggressive persona feeling outdated. The louder he shouts about loyalty and respect, the more he reminds audiences of why they moved on in the first place. His attempts to revive old controversies no longer generate excitement. They only highlight how disconnected he has become from today's culture. And with every interview, the contradictions become harder to ignore. He criticizes others for actions far smaller than his own, while demanding sympathy for choices that permanently damaged his reputation. Industry voices say this cycle has trapped him in a loop. Every time he speaks, he digs the hole deeper. What was once shock value has now turned into fatigue, and it's clear the public's patience has run out. Legal experts warn that 6ix9ine's current trajectory could cost him more than just his career. It could cost him his freedom. With multiple violations already stacking up, prosecutors may have little patience left. Commentators stress that while controversy once worked in his favor, the courtroom is not the place for theatrics. This time, the spotlight could come with serious consequences, and no amount of excuses will erase the record. Meanwhile, industry insiders believe 6ix9ine's downfall is a cautionary tale for artists chasing fame through chaos. What once brought viral attention has now turned into a liability. Instead of dominating charts, he dominates headlines for the wrong reasons. Observers say the lesson is clear. The music industry may forgive many things, but it rarely forgives lost credibility. And for 6ix9ine, that credibility has all but vanished. Fans who once supported 6ix9ine now openly question his every move. Social media reactions show a clear shift. Where he was once defended as an underdog, he is now mocked as a cautionary example. Many argue his downfall isn't about snitching anymore, but about the way he continues to handle himself in public. The more he talks, the more he loses the little respect that might have remained. Observers also highlight the financial impact of his collapse. With fading streams, canceled shows, and sponsors unwilling to attach their names to his brand, his earning power has dropped dramatically. Analysts point out that without music success or public goodwill, his options are narrowing fast. What was once a multi-million-dollar empire built on shock value is now crumbling, and rebuilding it may be close to impossible. Critics now describe 6ix9ine as a shadow of the artist he once was. The rainbow hair, the loud persona, the viral moments, they no longer shock the public the way they once did. Instead, they serve as reminders of a past he can't escape. Industry watchers say that unless he reinvents himself completely, his legacy will be defined not by his music, but by the controversies that consumed him. Even within the rap industry, support for 6ix9ine has all but disappeared. Artists who once collaborated with him now avoid his name entirely, while new talent refuses to associate with the controversy. Commentators say this isolation is perhaps the clearest sign of his fall. Hip-hop thrives on alliances, and without them, an artist is left standing alone. For 6ix9ine, that loneliness is now playing out in real time. Meanwhile, public opinion continues to harden against him. What was once curiosity about his antics has turned into fatigue and dismissal. Fans who used to tune in for chaos are no longer entertained, they're simply moving on. Analysts argue that this shift is irreversible. When the audience decides it's done, no amount of controversy can bring them back. For 6ix9ine, the curtain may have already closed. Even respected voices like Charleston White have weighed in. And while some admire his honesty, many question why he would even sit at the table with 6ix9ine, trying to justify the decision to cooperate with authorities. For critics, this only highlights how far 6ix9ine has fallen. His storyline has grown stale. Every appearance centers around the same talking points: how the streets turned against him, how hip-hop abandoned him, and how others get away with snitching while he is singled out. But analysts say this is nothing new. The public has heard these arguments countless times, and they no longer spark debate. Instead, they reveal an artist unable to move forward, repeating the same defenses as his reputation fades. Commentators stress that at this stage, the only thing keeping his name alive is controversy, not creativity. So, what do you think? Has 6ix9ine finally reached the point where it's time to let go of the past and accept the consequences? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video so you never miss the latest updates.
Decomposing human remains found in a bag inside a Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard. Los Angeles police responding after reports of a foul smell coming from the car. Eyewitness News confirming that vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. One of his fans showing up with a sign that reads, "David didn't do it."
We may be looking at one of the wildest murder mysteries in modern music history. Reports have shaken the industry, leaving fans and insiders completely stunned. I've been digging into this story all day, and the details are beyond belief. How could something this shocking unfold right in front of us? Here's what we know. This mystery centers around singer-rapper D4VD. Yes, the artist who first broke out with hits like Romantic Homicide and Here With Me. He was on tour when authorities made a chilling discovery: a body found inside the back of his Tesla at an impound lot. Immediately, people rushed to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he was performing across the country. The first thought? Maybe the car was stolen, maybe someone else used it for something criminal. Even police and major outlets like TMZ weren't pointing fingers at him just yet. But here's where it gets darker. Fans quickly remembered the tragic case of his 15-year-old girlfriend, who went missing a few years ago. Her disappearance had already raised questions in certain circles. And now, with this new Tesla discovery, those whispers are louder than ever. At first, theories swirled. Maybe he lent the car out. Maybe it was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as more information surfaces, that original stolen car explanation isn't holding up anymore. Things took an even stranger turn after the shocking announcement that a body was found in the back of D4VD's Tesla at the impound lot. Just days later, major brands that once worked with him, Crocs, Hollister, and others, cut ties completely. Whether they uncovered information in their own background checks or simply didn't want to be linked to an ongoing criminal investigation, the message was clear: they wanted distance.
Los Angeles police made the gruesome discovery Monday, but says the impounded car had been parked at the tow yard for 2 days after it was abandoned on a street in the neighborhood. Police saying the victim found inside the front trunk had been dead for some time.
At first, the public wasn't ready to blame him. Most believed he was busy on his world tour. The popular theory? Someone stole his Tesla, used it for something sinister, and then abandoned it. That explanation seemed to protect his image until new details emerged. Once TMZ and investigators began digging deeper, the stolen car story collapsed. The evidence made it nearly impossible for anyone to keep believing he had no idea what was going on. And then came the biggest twist. Police released a description of the victim found inside the vehicle. Immediately, a devastated mother stepped forward. She said, "That sounds like my daughter." Investigators later confirmed her worst fear. The body was identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who had been missing for nearly a year. This revelation completely shifted the conversation. What started as a mystery about a stolen Tesla is now tied to a tragic missing persons case.
About the victim found inside the trunk of a car at a tow yard in Hollywood.
Police say the strong stench triggered the investigation, and now Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay is live near the scene where we learned the car is registered to a multi-platinum artist. Sophie.
Yeah, David, Giovanna, that's right. The LAPD tells us they are still in the very early stages of this investigation. But that tow yard, it's behind me here. And we've seen patrol cars coming in and out all day. We spoke to residents in the area who say they are in shock.
And the situation just went from bad to devastating. Here's where the case gets even more disturbing. According to police records, the victim's mother told investigators that before her daughter disappeared, she mentioned having a boyfriend named David. She had never met him, but the name stuck. Now fast forward. That same name matches the stage name of the artist at the center of this case, D4VD, whose real name is David. But it doesn't end there. Investigators discovered that both David and the victim shared the exact same tattoo on their right index finger. The letters SH. That discovery immediately turned what started out as a mystery about a stolen car into something far more serious. A full-blown investigation linking David directly to this young victim. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, photos began surfacing online from people close to Celeste and David. These weren't rumors. These were screenshots and posts that showed them together, removing any doubt that they knew each other personally. One shocking screenshot shows the two on FaceTime with a friend, and that call reportedly took place at 3:51 in the morning. The question on everyone's mind, why was a grown artist spending late night hours online with someone that young? Even without the tragic outcome of this case, the situation itself is career destroying. The connection, the evidence, and the timeline alone are enough for many to say, this could be the end of David's music career forever. The details only get darker from here. What investigators and online sleuths are uncovering is nothing short of disturbing. This wasn't just some random fan interaction. Reports suggest that Celeste, who was just a teenager at the time, was in a relationship with David. She had run away from home, and according to accusations, he may have been harboring her. That fact alone is shocking enough before we even get into the tragic ending of this case. The stolen Tesla excuse? That narrative doesn't add up anymore. Think about it. Are we really supposed to believe that someone stole David's vehicle, tracked down the girl most closely tied to him, and then left her body inside his own car? Investigators and the public alike are calling that theory impossible. Here's what the timeline shows. Celeste was first reported missing on April 5th, 2024, but nearly a month later, on April 29th, friends shared screenshots of private messages they had with her. In those texts, they acknowledged she was on the run, but begged her not to delete her burner Instagram account so they could stay in contact. One chilling message reads, "Anissa, do not text." He came back, he's crying. "Do not text me, nobody knows exactly who he was," but the implication raised eyebrows everywhere. She later followed up with, "I fixed, I'm staying. Don't text, whatever that is." These cryptic words left her friends confused and worried. Combined with the timeline and her connection to David, the story becomes even more troubling. It paints a picture of a young girl caught in a dangerous situation, one that spiraled far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The private messages exchanged between Celeste and her close friend revealed just how troubling her situation had become. In one emotional exchange, she admitted to being conflicted and scared, while also describing her strained relationship with David. She seemed torn, sometimes saying she felt safe, other times admitting she wasn't. That back and forth alone shows the chaos she was living through. Her friend grew increasingly concerned. At one point, they urged her to promise she'd stay safe, warning her not to fall back into communication with David. They feared that talking to him again would only bring her more trouble. Celeste responded, "I'm safe, no I'm not." Those words sent chills through everyone who later read the messages. They paint a picture of someone who clearly didn't feel secure, even while insisting she was okay. The text also suggests that her relationship with David was already falling apart. She was telling friends she wasn't going to get back with him, that she wanted to avoid more problems. But the very fact her friends had to repeatedly ask if she was safe shows just how much they feared for her well-being. To make matters worse, she even hinted at fights and emotional turmoil between them, all signs of a relationship on the edge. Investigators and commentators now point to these exchanges as possible evidence of motive. Something serious may have happened between them, something that pushed this story from troubled relationship into tragic mystery. The final message from her friend was simple but haunting. "Okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week." They had no idea that those could end up being some of their last words exchanged with Celeste. The evidence just keeps piling up, and it raises serious questions that can't be ignored. Friends of Celeste repeatedly warned her not to delete her Instagram because she was on the run from her parents. And who was the only person that seemed to know where she was? David. That fact alone has people asking, why was an established artist in close contact with a 15-year-old runaway? Why did her friends constantly bring up trouble connected to him? And most importantly, why did they feel she was unsafe being around him? Fast forward about a year later, and she's tragically discovered inside the back of David's own vehicle. Are we really supposed to believe this is just a coincidence? This doesn't look like a stolen car situation anymore. It looks like something far more chilling. Screenshots also surfaced showing alleged Discord conversations between David and Celeste as early as 2022, when she would have been just 13. Add to that FaceTime screenshot circulating online, showing David on late-night calls with her and her friends. It leaves many wondering, why was a grown musician spending so much time online with kids instead of people his own age? To this day, David hasn't issued a public statement addressing these allegations. And the silence is only making the questions louder. Because at this point, even if he were to admit to the relationship, the public would still be asking, what really happened to Celeste? How did her story end inside his car? The pressure on David is reaching a boiling point. Sources are saying that if these allegations hold up, he could be facing years behind bars. And now TMZ has added fuel to the fire by releasing a photo that allegedly shows David near the area where Celeste lived before she vanished. Even more alarming, reports claim he may have been paying people to keep her whereabouts hidden. Again, this is TMZ's reporting, not speculation. But here's where the case takes an eerie turn. The parallels between art and reality are chilling. Fans are comparing this situation to the YNW Melly case, where his hit song, Murder on My Mind, eerily mirrored accusations against him. In David's case, the timing is just as unsettling. According to missing persons reports, Celeste's birthday was September 7th. And on that exact date, David dropped his breakout single, Romantic Homicide. The track went on to rack up over 178 million views. But now people are replaying the lyrics with new eyes. One line in particular has the internet frozen. In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. In an era where prosecutors are increasingly using lyrics in court cases, these connections are hard to ignore. Whether coincidence or something darker, the overlap between Celeste's story and David's music is sparking a wave of speculation that could haunt him in ways he never imagined. The timeline surrounding this case is chilling. Authorities revealed that the body was officially discovered on September 9th, inside David's Tesla at the impound lot. But here's the detail that has everyone disturbed. The vehicle had actually been parked outside for 2 days before being brought in. That means the Tesla was likely abandoned on September 7th, the very same day that also happened to be Celeste's birthday. If that timeline holds, it suggests she may have lost her life on that exact date, which makes the coincidence with David's song, Romantic Homicide, even harder to dismiss. Investigators believe the victim was already deceased when the car was dropped off, further fueling suspicions about what really happened that day. This connection has left the public stunned. The release date of his hit song, the birthday of the victim, and the car being parked all fall on September 7th. Is this just a disturbing coincidence, or does it point to something much darker? The internet is buzzing with speculation, and many are calling the overlap too eerie to ignore. Meanwhile, David has gone completely silent. He hasn't addressed the case publicly, canceled multiple shows, and according to reports, his legal team is now heavily involved. Insiders claim he's no longer speaking with the media or fans, and every move he makes is under scrutiny. With investigators tightening their timeline and fans connecting dots online, the unanswered questions keep piling up. Was this a coincidence, or did something far more sinister take place on September 7th? Before investigators make their next move, one thing is clear. David won't be leaving the country anytime soon, but I want to hear from you. Do you believe he's truly involved in this case, or do you think there's another explanation? Drop your thoughts down in the comments. I'm reading everything, and if you're still here watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and share this video with a friend. It helps the channel grow, and it keeps you in the loop for the next major update.
We're gonna get pops. Go, Carter. You should be the first one. Go.
Close. We can't get too close.
Now let his kids go. Where's daughter?
Let's not get close to the gate, guys. They're gonna tell us to move.
Let's see it, nigga.
Where's
Let little Sharon get in there. Let little Sharon get in there. Where's little Sharon at?
New York legend. Max B finally walked free after serving around 16 years behind bars. What a moment that was. Seeing him step out, smiling, and saying, "Them jeans ain't tight enough," had everybody cheering. The most emotional part? Watching him reunite with his kids after all that time, you could tell it hit him deep, especially when he hesitated for a second before hugging his daughter. That kind of love is special. It's the type of embrace that words can't even describe. But that's not all. One of Max B's closest friends, French Montana, was right there for his release. That's loyalty. French even joked about heading straight to Morocco to celebrate, and fans love seeing that moment. Their friendship runs deep, going way back before most of today's fans even knew their names. For those who may not know, Max B's story stretches far beyond this comeback moment. Charlie Wingate, born in 1978, became known as Max B, a Harlem rapper, singer, and the man behind classics like Public Domain and $1 Million Baby. He first made waves in 2006 and was once closely linked with Jim Jones's Bird Gang movement before parting ways in 2008. Now, with all the online chatter surrounding who's really solid or not in the industry, Max B's return sparked plenty of talk too. In today's world, some artists come home to mixed reactions, but for Max, it's different. Fans still show love. His influence never faded, and seeing him free again after so long feels like hip-hop getting one of its missing pieces back. Back in 2009, Max B received a 75-year sentence connected to conspiracy charges tied to an armed robbery case that also involved kidnapping, aggravated assault, and a tragic death. Extremely serious allegations.
I'm gonna give him the phone. Hold up. Yo, them jeans ain't tight enough.
I think it look like 30 years.
Them jeans ain't tight enough.
Let me get one. Yo, bro. I've been a fan for you since I was 15 years old. I'm 32, bro.
Where I be at?
At the time, people kept mentioning his ties to Jim Jones during the Bird Gang era, wondering why anyone would even get close to something like that. But the situation was far more complicated than quick headlines made it look. Court records show that multiple appeals were filed, and one key account came from co-conspirator Gina Conway, who testified for the state. That's where the timeline starts to make sense. According to the case, Max B and his co-defendant, widely known as his stepbrother, were 28 and 21 in September 2006, which lines up with the incident date and the 2009 sentencing. People around them often thought they were biological brothers, but paperwork and testimony pointed to a stepbrother connection. At that time, Gina Conway, described as Max B's on and off girlfriend, worked as an exotic dancer at a Bronx club called Sin City, and her interactions with a patron allegedly set off the chain of events the court examined later. The narrative presented was that she met a high-spending visitor and relayed that he flashed wealth, expensive cars, Louis bags, and lots of cash, which allegedly sparked talk of a lick, meaning a planned theft in street terms. As it was told in court, the plan was described as a robbery and nothing more, but what unfolded went way beyond what anyone should have allowed to happen, ending in a loss of life and a courtroom outcome that shaped Max B's next decade and a half. This is sensitive history, and it's important to treat it with care. Real people were affected, and the legal record reflects the gravity of what happened. For the purposes of this story, story, the focus stays on verified case details, the relationships involved, and how a risky plan turned into a long prison sentence that defined an era for a New York artist with a major legacy. As many know, plans in situations like this don't always go how people expect, and the case files say this one veered way off course fast. According to records, the two men involved, Alan Plowden and David Taylor, were described as partners in a criminal scheme tied to mortgage, real estate, and credit card fraud, driving flashy cars around New York City and reportedly carrying a Louis Vuitton bag with large amounts of cash, sometimes up to $40,000. On September 19, 2006 in the Bronx, Plowden noticed Gina Conway across the street, introduced himself, and the two grabbed a drink, a chance meeting that would later be cited as the spark for everything that followed.
Hey, they ain't know we was out this early. They came big out of this. We outside the next movie. Domain Diego. Domain Diego. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yo, my name is call me La Ola. Yes, sir. Where my babies at? From UK. Let's go.
From there, accounts say, Plowden reconnected with the group, and the night eventually led to a Holiday Inn, where rooms were shared between the men and two women, including Giselle Neves. Before turning in, Plowden allegedly stashed most of his cash, jewelry, wallet, and car keys under a trash can liner, leaving about $1,000 under the mattress, the kind of detail prosecutors later highlighted to show he knew he was holding serious money. That morning is when prosecutors say the crimes occurred in his room, turning a night out into a major case that would define headlines for years. Testimony stated that Gina told Max B about the man's money. When he asked how much, she said it was a lot, and he allegedly replied that he was going to get him. Language prosecutors framed as a plan to take the cash. In street terms, people called it a lick. But the paperwork shows this was not portrayed as some movie moment. It was a serious, real-world situation with major consequences and real people impacted. On the way to the hotel, court records say Max B's stepbrother and co-defendant put on gloves, took out duct tape, and displayed a handgun, which Gina testified she had not seen before. And that's when, by her account, she became nervous because this went way beyond what she believed was planned. From that point, nothing went according to plan, and the outcome turned into a high-profile criminal case that still gets dissected today for how quickly a risky idea can spiral into life-changing trouble. According to the court records, when Gina and Max B's co-defendant arrived at the hotel, things immediately started to fall apart. The co-defendant asked Gina to open the room with her key card, but it didn't work, so she called the man's phone, hearing it ring from inside, but he never answered. When a woman opened the door, she told them the man was asleep and tried to close it, but Gina stopped the door with her foot, and both she and the co-defendant entered the room. That's when everything took a serious turn. Once inside, the co-defendant reportedly held the woman at gunpoint, demanding cash and car keys, while Gina began searching the room. The man inside continued to sleep through part of the chaos, unaware of what was happening. The co-defendant then moved the woman into the bathroom and told Gina to tie her up using duct tape, which, according to testimony, she did, binding her wrists, ankles, and mouth. Gina later mentioned she never clearly saw the man's face, but recalled a small scar on the left side of it. After that, things escalated quickly. The man was woken up, and the co-defendant warned him not to look up or move. What came next was the key turning point in the case. The co-defendant made him call David Taylor, the second man involved. When Taylor arrived, he knocked on the door, and Gina opened it while the co-defendant stood behind the door with the weapon. The moment Taylor stepped inside, the weapon went off during what appeared to be a struggle, a tragic outcome that changed everything. The reports make it clear Max B was not present at the hotel during the incident, but prosecutors described him as the alleged mastermind behind the plan. He had reportedly sent his younger stepbrother, who was around 21 at the time, to carry out the robbery with Gina. Gina had already told Max B about the man and his money, describing him as someone showing off large amounts of cash. The plan was supposed to be a quick theft, nothing violent, but once the co-defendant showed up with duct tape and a weapon, it crossed a dangerous line that no one could take back. It was a situation that spiraled out of control fast, showing how how one bad decision can lead to life-changing consequences for everyone involved. According to the case testimony, Gina still went ahead and opened the door, leading to the tragic series of events that followed. Once inside, she and the co-defendant restrained the woman, and the co-defendant reportedly pointed a weapon at the man inside, telling him to call his associate.
Damn! Easy. We out here, we working. Where's my baby? Your baby's right here. Your baby's right here, nigga. We about to shut it down. Get out of here. They ain't got to worry about that. Ty, where you at? We working. We about to shut it down in Philly.
When the second man entered the room, both known to carry large amounts of cash, the situation took a fatal turn. The co-defendant pointed the gun, and during a struggle, it discharged, resulting in the death of David Taylor. That's how the fatal moment in this case occurred, marking the point where everything spiraled far beyond what anyone originally intended. Even though Max B was not present during the crime, prosecutors connected him to the planning stages, saying he played a role in organizing who would be involved and what would happen. Because of that, he was charged under conspiracy laws and in mid-2009, sentenced to 75 years in prison on charges linked to armed robbery, kidnapping, aggravated assault, and felony murder. The law treated his role in organizing the act as though he had been physically present, something that sparked debate ever since. Gina, who was described as Max B's on and off girlfriend and whose connection to the victim started the chain of events, was sentenced to 15 years but has since completed her time. The co-defendant, identified as Kelvin Ledoux, also known as Pooh Sims, received a life sentence for his involvement. Years later, his name resurfaced online through social media, where he identified himself as Max B's co-defendant and claimed he had been wrongfully convicted. That statement reignited conversation about the case, especially after rumors circulated that he had accused Max B of cooperating with authorities, an allegation that caused tension among fans and within the music community. The rumor was particularly shocking because at one point, Max B himself had accused others, including Jim Jones, of similar things.
I don't see no sandwiches. Ain't no more sandwiches. All this shit.
That back and forth created serious confusion among supporters, turning the case from a tragic crime story into a long-running debate about loyalty, betrayal, and truth in the world of hip-hop legends. The big question that started circulating online was simple. What would happen when Max B finally got released? Would the hip-hop world fully embrace him again? Or would the rumors surrounding him cause division? Things got heated when his co-defendant, Pooh Sims, publicly accused him of cooperating with authorities, a claim that quickly turned into a viral snitch debate across social media. Soon after, multiple platforms started running with the story. Headlines popped up reading, "Max B hit with new allegations right before release," and Whack 100 claims he has paperwork on Max B. The timing was wild, coming just months before Max's long-awaited return home. Fans were split. Some refused to believe it, while others wanted proof. One of the most circulated clips came from an interview featuring Pooh Sims speaking with Doggy Diamonds TV, where he explained his version of what happened. During that call, he stated that investigators had allegedly spoken with Max B, and according to him, Max fully cooperated, but not against his co-defendant. Pooh claimed that Max had only helped locate Gina, his former girlfriend, who was also involved in the case. Not long after, a blogger known as King Earner claimed he received the court paperwork directly from Pooh Sims and started breaking it down publicly. The internet lit up once again as fans debated whether the documents actually proved anything or were being misinterpreted. The situation turned into a mess of rumors, half-truths, and online speculation. Some people demanding receipts, others defending Max B as a man who'd already done his time. The conversation wasn't just about guilt or innocence anymore. It became about reputation, loyalty, and what staying solid really means in the rap world. At this point, online debates were getting wild. Clips, interviews, and reactions were everywhere. Some content creators were analyzing the paperwork line by line, but others started pointing out how confusing the whole snitch narrative had become. One creator summed it up perfectly, saying the entire claim boiled down to Max B supposedly telling investigators where his girlfriend worked. That's it. According to court files, when officers asked who his girlfriend was, Max B reportedly answered honestly, her name was Gina, and she danced at a club in the Bronx called Sin City. That statement alone became the center of an online storm. Supporters questioned how simply confirming someone's job could be considered cooperating. There was no evidence he blamed anyone for the crime or revealed secret details, yet somehow that line became the foundation of a whole rumor campaign meant to stain his name. Commentators began comparing definitions, pointing out that real cooperation usually means giving detailed information that incriminates others. But in this case, the record didn't reflect that. It only showed that Max identified who his girlfriend was and what she did for work, nothing more. Now, the paperwork from Max B's official appeal actually clarifies things further. After the tragic shooting, investigators arrested Gina Conway, and according to those same documents, she gave a full statement that implicated both Max B and his stepbrother, Pooh Sims. In short, Gina, the same person who introduced the men to the victim and helped plan the robbery, was the one who officially testified against them. That's where the true cooperation occurred. Gina Conway ultimately agreed to testify in exchange for a plea deal, which reduced her potential life sentence to 15 years. She reportedly provided detailed accounts of what happened, which the prosecution then used in court. So when it comes to who actually spoke to investigators and cut a deal, the legal record makes it clear. It wasn't Max B who gave the authorities key information, it was Gina. Still, that distinction didn't stop fans and insiders from debating the truth. Even years later, people continue to argue about who said what and why, proving just how deeply this story still grips the hip-hop community. People online kept arguing about the word snitching, but when you actually look at the details, it's clear that Max B's statement, simply saying his girlfriend worked at a club, didn't solve or change the case in any way. That kind of comment didn't reveal anything the authorities didn't already know, and even court documents confirmed it. So if anyone in this case actually cooperated, it wasn't Max. It was Gina, his former girlfriend, who gave a full testimony and signed a plea deal for 15 years, officially testifying against both Max B and his stepbrother. Now here's where things get even deeper. The co-defendant, Kelvin Ladeau, also known as Pooh Sims, is listed on the New Jersey Department of Corrections site with a parole eligibility date of June 26, 2070. Yes, 2070. That means he's serving a life sentence. According to state records, he was convicted on 2 counts of murder, 1 count of aggravated manslaughter, kidnapping, multiple robbery charges, a weapons charge, and conspiracy. The paperwork literally spells it out. He's in for life. So that raises a serious question. Why would Kelvin be the one publicly speaking out against Max B now? From the outside looking in, it appears that frustration plays a big part in it. Max B's sentence was reduced over time, from 75 years to 20, allowing him to finally come home while Kelvin remains behind bars with no real hope of release. For someone sitting in prison that long, watching another person from the same case walk free could easily cause resentment. The timeline makes it even clearer. Gina set everything in motion. Max B was tied to the plan, but wasn't physically present when the fatal moment occurred. Kelvin was the one who brought the weapon and made the situation spiral out of control. That's why the legal system treated their sentences differently. Gina cooperated and got 15 years, Kelvin received life, and Max B, through appeals and sentence adjustments, eventually got his time reduced and walked out after roughly 16 years served. To make things even more interesting, right before Max B's release, he reportedly spoke with the Danza Project, addressing the allegations directly and sharing his side of the story. That phone call gave fans insight into how Max viewed the entire situation. A man coming home after nearly 2 decades, still having to clear his name in front of the world, that's a real point. The same kind of rumor seems to pop up almost every time a major artist comes home. People said similar things about others like BG and even Young Thug, but most of the time, it's not about real paperwork. It's just online narratives that take off before the facts come out. The storyteller here even clarified that he doesn't create those rumors. He digs into them to find the truth. Still, it's become a trend. As soon as someone's released, the internet rushes to throw around the snitch label, true or not. When Max B finally addressed it, his response was calm but sharp. He reportedly said he'd rather wait until his book drops to share the full story, but made one clear point. If I had really cooperated, I'd hope I got less than 20 years. That line hit home for fans because it made sense. If Max had really cut a deal, why would he have served almost 2 decades behind bars? Looking closely at the case, the numbers tell their own story. Max B faced conspiracy charges, not direct charges for violent acts. He wasn't physically at the scene, didn't hold a weapon, and didn't tie anyone up, yet still got 75 years. Meanwhile, the co-defendant, Pooh Sims, received a life sentence, and Gina Conway, the one who planned the setup, restrained the victim, and testified for the prosecution, took a 15-year plea deal. So logically, if Max had really cooperated, his sentence would have been far lighter, not one of the harshest. The timeline just doesn't fit the narrative people tried to push. Instead, what's clear is that Gina was the key witness for the state, not Max. As for the hate and constant talk around his name, that's another story. Some of it likely stems from jealousy or frustration over how Max B still holds influence even after all this time. And let's be real, Max B was always known as one of the most confident, outspoken personalities in New York rap. Back in the day, he talked big, joke hard, and never shy away from controversy. So when he came back, that same energy, mixed with his legacy, made the internet buzz all over again. Max B was always known for his bold attitude. He talked his talk back then, and now that he's free, fans fully expect him to bring that same energy right back. Seeing him and French Montana together again was a powerful moment for hip-hop culture. Their friendship goes way back, all the way to the early days when they were grinding side by side in New York long before fame and fortune. One clip that really touched people showed them smiling, laughing, and talking about heading to Morocco to celebrate. It was pure happiness, a reminder that real friendships in this industry are rare but powerful. The two have been through everything together, from studio sessions to hard times, and seeing them reconnect after 16 long years felt like history coming full circle. Now fast forward to today, French Montana's success has soared, with sources estimating his net worth between $35 and $50 million. He even made headlines for reportedly being engaged to a woman with royal ties in Dubai, someone said to have an empire worth billions. It's wild to think how far they've both come, from the streets to global recognition. As for Max B, this comeback feels different. After finally digging into his case and the old allegations, the truth looks clearer. There's no real evidence he ever cooperated with authorities in any way that fits the definition of snitching. The records show he simply confirmed basic facts, while others gave full testimonies that shaped the trial. Now, after serving 16 long years, Max B's back home and ready to live life on his own terms again. Fans can expect him to speak his mind, drop music, and bring back that signature charisma that made him a legend in the first place. And if you've been following this story and want to see what happens next, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and comment below. Let us know what you think about Max B's return and what his next move should be.
No matter how many cars I drive, no matter how many women I had, no matter how many guys was up under my control, I was a whole clown. You know why I was a clown? Because everything.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
All I was saying was my father had briefed me on what's going on, and I said I will let y'all know I'm proud of y'all. For the sake of Allah, I love y'all for the sake of Allah,
Charleston White just sparked fresh drama with Lil Durk, and this time it's for the most unexpected reason. During his recent Say Cheese TV interview, Charleston went off on Durk not for violence or beef, but for being too positive. According to Charleston, Lil Durk's new outlook ever since his time behind bars doesn't sit right with him. The switch-up came when Lil Durk called into a mosque event in Minnesota, where his father was speaking to local youth. The goal was to stop a brewing conflict between young groups in the area, a major moment of unity.
I'm doing better, man. We all got taking chances, and we can accomplish a lot right now. So I just want to let y'all know that we're with y'all 100%. When I get out of here, inshallah, anytime before October or during trial, I have to go. I'm gonna leave an example. And I told them I want to come down there and see y'all, so speak to y'all. So what I'm saying? Get y'all minds right, get y'all brotherhood together, and get on the team. I love y'all for the sake of Allah.
Love.
We love you back, man.
Hey, Pop, I'm finna be.
Lil Durk joined in with a message of peace, urging everyone to drop the drama and stop the violence. But Charleston White wasn't feeling that vibe at all. Many believe Durk's peace movement only started after jail, but that's not true. He had already been walking that path long before. Over the past year or two, especially since dropping All My Life, Durk's clearly been trying to evolve. After years of loss and chaos, he seems more focused on healing and growth, not revenge. Still, Charleston White claims Lil Durk's new music proves he's gone soft. He pointed to Durk's recent birthday freestyle, saying it felt too clean because Durk muted his own curse words. To Charleston, that was a red flag. He questioned why Durk needed jail time to finally promote positivity. asking, why does it take being locked up to start doing right? Charleston's criticism has fans split. Some say he's just stirring the pot again, while others think he's exposing something deeper about the industry's pressure to change image once fame hits. Some fans think Lil Durk bleeping out words in his music might be a little extreme, almost like he's overthinking it. They argue that a few raw lyrics wouldn't damage his message or reputation, but others believe Durk's doing it out of true conviction, that he's fully embracing his faith and sticking to his spiritual path, saying, "I'm not going back, I've dedicated my life to God." When Charleston White was asked about this during his Say Cheese TV interview, his response took a sharp turn. At first, he didn't criticize Durk directly, but soon after, he started predicting a dark future for the rapper. Charleston claimed that Lil Durk might face serious legal problems, saying his career could be finished and that in 4 or 5 years, nobody would even mention him or OTF anymore.
This Durk has been arrested for
It's been longer than that. Longer than that.
Nah, it's been a year to the day, 365
Oh, it
days.
seemed like 3 years. Who I know? No wonder he talking Allah talking. When he get out, he go lead right with purpose.
Murder for hire.
Oh boy, that's boy. Listen, this is why I say jail is the best thing for. I ain't never heard Durk sound so peaceful and sincere. Boy say Allah. He say Allah, Alhamdulillah after every word.
Those statements shocked a lot of people. The narrator made it clear he didn't agree with Charleston's take. He argued that turning toward faith shouldn't be mocked, and that Durk's evolution seems genuine. Still, Charleston raised a larger issue about what he sees happening in some parts of the community, of people turning to religion only after they're in deep trouble. He said that for many, the transformation doesn't always come from the heart, but from fear or circumstance. Then Charleston compared it to how other communities operate. He claimed that in some places, young people can grow up in tough environments, but still choose education or sports without being forced into street life. He said, in certain cultures, if someone wants to study or chase dreams, they're encouraged, not pressured to follow the wrong path. Charleston's words stirred a major debate. Is he calling out hypocrisy or just taking cheap shots at someone finally trying to change for the better? Charleston White took his comparison even further, saying that in some Latino communities, if someone chooses the street life, it's often because they truly want that path, not because they're forced into it. He claimed that for them, it's a conscious choice, and those individuals often live by a clear code. But when it comes to his own community, he argued, many young men in tough neighborhoods don't really want that lifestyle. They just feel trapped with no real options. He explained that in certain environments, being a regular person trying to do right can actually make life harder. If someone just wants to go to school or work an honest job, some people around them might not respect that. Instead of support, they might face pressure, jealousy, or even mistreatment just for wanting a different future. Charleston described it as a cycle, where some people in the street start seeing others who stay out of trouble as outsiders. Instead of building them up, they bring them down. He painted a harsh picture of young people being discouraged from chasing ambition and being pulled back into the same routines every day. He went on to say that many of these neighborhoods don't even belong to the people claiming them. The properties are owned by others, and most residents rely on assistance to get by. In his view, that makes the situation even more tragic because people are fighting to control spaces they don't even own. While some listeners felt Charleston was being brutally honest, others felt he was painting too broad a picture. Still, his words opened a difficult conversation about opportunity, mindset, and what it really takes to break free from cycles that hold communities back.
If they can just gather up every last one of them coming out that NBA concert when they buy them tickets after the end of the show and march their ass up on them goddamn FEMA buses and take them to a FEMA camp and let them disappear for about I say 4 years. And they'll be alhamdulillah on every goddamn thing. So now, homie, he's sincere though. But what ended up happening, everything was sincere from jail. Mean what they say from jail.
Charleston White continued his argument by saying that many people in struggling neighborhoods live in places funded by government programs. Rent, food, and daily needs often supported through assistance. Yet he claimed some still act as if they own those blocks, controlling who belongs and who doesn't. In his eyes, that false sense of ownership creates pressure for young people growing up there. He explained that many kids don't join street life because they truly want to. They just feel trapped. For some, it's about safety, belonging, or trying to survive in an environment that doesn't give them many options. When they end up behind bars, Charleston argued some turn to faith not just for spiritual growth, but also for protection and peace while locked up. He said that for many, becoming religious in jail is a way to find structure, brotherhood, and calm after chaos. According to him, the decision is often less about a lifelong belief and more about adapting to survive a tough environment. He claimed that in other communities, people are often free to choose their paths. They can live in the same areas without being pressured to join gangs or prove themselves through violence. Charleston used that to make a broader point. He believes that in some neighborhoods, the lack of options and community support keeps people stuck in a cycle. Instead of being encouraged to rise above, they're held back by those who gave up on their own dreams. However, the narrator made it clear that while Charleston had strong opinions, not everyone agrees. He personally felt Charleston went too far when saying Lil Durk's career would fade away. He believes Durk has proven himself and can easily stay relevant for years to come, especially with the direction he's now taking. Focused, mature, and moving with purpose. The narrator pointed out that Lil Durk has been locked up for about a year now, and during that time, the situation around his old crew has gotten messy. Many members from his old neighborhood have faced new legal issues. From drug-related arrests to robbery charges, it's been a rough stretch for everyone connected to that circle. Still, the narrator made it clear that people often mix things up. Lil Durk might have connections to O Block, but OTF and O Block aren't the same thing. In fact, court files show tension between Durk's camp and certain individuals from that area. Reports even suggest past disputes between OTF and other neighborhood figures, proving those ties aren't as tight as people assume. Charleston White had claimed OTF was finished, but the narrator disagrees strongly. He believes Durk's story isn't close to being over. In his view, if Lil Durk beats his current case and comes home clear, he could come back stronger than ever, possibly even become one of the biggest rappers in the world. He added, however, that staying real and avoiding controversy will be key. He brought up what happened with other artists who faced public backlash over leaked paperwork and rumors, saying that the same kind of drama could hurt Durk's comeback if it ever happened to him. But when it comes to Charleston's prediction that Lil Durk would spend life behind bars, the narrator called that far-fetched.
When he call home and say, I'm gonna kick your he mean that in his heart. In his heart when he said, you got my he mean it in his heart. But by the time they let him out, he don't. But you know what? Because he said that mean, hateful thing in his heart at that moment, and he meant it, God honors that.
He explained that based on the documents available, there isn't much solid evidence against Durk. Investigators reportedly searched through his devices and found nothing clearly incriminating. Even the digital files like his iCloud reportedly contain no major evidence tying him to any serious crime. The narrator ended by saying that while authorities may still be reviewing the data from others involved as it stands, there's little reason to believe Durk's facing life in prison. And if he walks free, the world better be ready for a massive comeback. The case around Lil Durk has kept fans on edge, but it's also sparked deeper talk about how the justice system treats major artists. Many point out how prosecutors often push narratives before evidence even lines up, especially when a rapper has fame, money, and influence. Durk's situation feels like another example of that, where the court of public opinion moves faster than the real courtroom. Insiders say Durk's lawyers are staying sharp, digging into every piece of digital evidence the feds collected. They've even highlighted how a lot of information being spread online comes from rumors or partial documents, not verified court material. That's why Durk's camp is keeping quiet. They know the less said in public, the better for his defense. Meanwhile, Charleston White keeps doubling down, saying Durk's change in character is image work, but those close to Durk say it's genuine growth. They point to his community work, his mentorship efforts, and his focus on peace. Whatever the truth, the tension between street perception and real-life change has never been louder. Behind the scenes, Durk's team has been working non-stop to protect his name and keep his brand alive. Even with him locked away, his music streams are steady, his YouTube channel is active, and fans continue to quote his lyrics daily. It's proof that his voice still carries weight in the culture.
So he gotta suffer for that. Same when you do good. You say, oh Lord, I'm gonna go to Jumu'ah service, I'm gonna stop sneaking and eating pies with the pork sauce in it. You know, there's some food the Muslim can't eat because they got pork something in it. Got whatever kind they can't supposed to eat it. All kind of cakes and snacks, but this you'll pop open a Snicker. And I think that Snicker got some pork derivative products in it.
There are whispers that a major label is already planning a massive comeback rollout if he wins his case. Sources say they've been saving songs recorded before his arrest, material that could easily dominate charts once released. Some insiders even believe Durk's next project might go platinum in weeks because of the anticipation. While Charleston White's criticisms grab headlines, they don't seem to hurt Durk's legacy. If anything, they fuel curiosity. Every time Charleston throws shade, fans run back to Durk's old songs. The numbers don't lie, his name still moves conversation, even when he's silent. At the same time, Charleston White's comments have started creating waves among other rappers. Some agree with him, saying the industry has become too focused on rebranding after jail instead of accountability. Others argue that change is the whole point. Growth should be celebrated, not mocked. Durk's supporters insist his transformation came from reflection, not pressure. They mention how losing close friends and facing serious charges shifted his entire outlook on life. That kind of pain changes people. It either breaks them or makes them better. And according to those closest to him, Durk chose to be better. Still, Charleston doesn't see it that way. In his latest interviews, he's been calling out artists he believes are pretending to be spiritual just for image. He claims it's a trend, not true faith.
When he was in jail and they say, "Oh Allah, look like I'm out of here. If you can just save me, I'm finna start now. I'm gonna pray 5 times a day. I'm gonna make sure I put my forehead all the way on the carpet this time. Cause not a lot of ladies don't want to put their forehead all the way down. I watched them. That ain't proper prayer. So that's why they block their blessings. So God know when you come to him in jail. This is why I recommend it.
But fans watching this back and forth say it's less about religion and more about power. Who controls the narrative when a rapper tries to reinvent himself? What's wild is how this entire discussion about Durk and Charleston has grown into something bigger. It's no longer just about one rapper's case. It's about culture, redemption, and how fame shifts the meaning of authenticity. The idea that you can't change without being labeled fake is now a huge debate online. Durk's supporters argue that he's walking proof of growth, showing that even from a rough background, you can evolve. Meanwhile, Charleston's followers say he's only being real, calling out contradictions others are too scared to mention. That clash of beliefs is what keeps this story burning hot across social media. Music analysts have even said that Durk's next release could redefine his entire image, turning him from a drill icon into a motivational figure. If that happens, it might silence critics like Charleston for good. Still, nothing's certain until the verdict drops. Right now, everything rests on what happens in court. Durk's lawyers are confident, saying the evidence just doesn't hold weight. They've got witnesses, verified documents, and digital experts ready to prove his innocence. But even with that, the spotlight remains heavy. Every update becomes a trending headline within hours.
You're the most sincere. You're the most. You have the most humility. And you mean in your heart that you'll never do this again. Because these conditions have caused that. And God know you mean it. But God also know 2 years from now when I let you out of here, you back to the same dirt. So we can't save you this time, boy. We got to send you on up that road. And white folk want it. They talking death penalty.
Charleston White hasn't slowed down either. He's made new claims, hinting that Durk's peaceful image won't last if the case gets tougher. Yet fans see through that. They believe Charleston thrives off controversy, and Durk's silence only makes him look stronger. As things stand, Durk's camp remains focused. They're preparing for the long run, knowing that one victory could rewrite his legacy forever. Whether he walks out soon or later, one thing's clear. The world's watching, waiting to see what version of Lil Durk steps back into the light next. While Durk remains behind bars, his family and team have been keeping his legacy alive with a clear mission: protect his image, maintain his influence, and make sure the public sees the man he's become, not just who he was. Every public statement from his camp highlights his growth, his discipline, and his renewed mindset. They've made it clear. This isn't the same Lil Durk from years ago.
But that's just to scare you. But you're getting 20, 30 years. What's that boy's name? What's his real name? What's Durk's real name? The Voice? Say The Voice.
Yeah, The Voice.
The Voice. Yeah. You in 2037. And that's just right around the corner. 2037. Think about Durk. Just think about, they barely mentioning Charlie Kirk now. And they were talking about putting him on a nickel, taking the nickel.
Even inside, reports say Durk spends most of his time reading, writing, and planning his next moves. Insiders claim he's been mentoring younger inmates, trying to shift their mindset away from destructive habits. Some close to him even say his calmness has surprised guards. He's been focused on discipline, prayer, and positivity. But Charleston White isn't letting up. He's still out there reminding fans of Durk's past every chance he gets. To him, this new Durk doesn't erase the old one. Still, public sentiment is shifting. People love a comeback story, especially when it feels real. And if Durk truly stays on this path, that transformation might speak louder than any interview ever could. As time passes, it's becoming clearer that Durk's influence goes beyond music. His absence has reshaped the Chicago rap scene, leaving a noticeable gap in leadership. Younger artists who once looked to him for guidance now struggle to find unity. Without his direction, small disputes have grown larger, and some fans say the city's energy just isn't the same. Music insiders say if Durk returns home, it could stabilize things again. Not through beef, but through business. Before his arrest, he was expanding OTF into a real brand, supporting artists and branching into media and fashion. That kind of vision is rare in the rap world, and it's what made him different. Charleston White might think Durk's done, but the streets tell another story.
Voting president, they talking about taking Abe off the nickel and making Charlie Kirk face the same way as the other president. So imagine, so they already quit talking about him. So imagine what they're gonna do to Durk and King Von. I'm sorry, they don't even talk about him no more. FBG Duck. Matter of fact, the old Blockians, y'all had a run. Now look at you. Y'all had your I'm just stuffed out of every goddamn body when old Block was on top.
People still play his records like an anthem, and his message of peace keeps spreading even while he's silent. The longer he stays quiet, the more powerful his return becomes. Because silence in this game can speak louder than any diss ever could. Even as the months go by, Durk's name keeps making waves across the industry. Artists who once kept their distance are now speaking up, calling him one of the few who managed to balance fame and faith without losing his identity. That alone says a lot about how much respect he still commands. Producers close to him say he's sitting on a vault of unreleased music, songs that reflect pain, maturity, and clarity. It's not just street talk anymore. It's storytelling from someone who's seen both sides of the game. Insiders describe the unreleased tracks as deeply personal, almost therapeutic. They say once those songs drop, it'll be impossible to deny that Durk's grown past his old image. Meanwhile, Charleston White keeps playing the provocateur role, throwing out theories, stirring conversation, and keeping his name tied to Durk's.
When Durk and them and King Von them and everybody was rest in peace, King Von, you better not say about nothing, King Von. And Durk was, boy, they was, boy, they laughed like a mother. Quando Rondo jumped up out that limo crying by their cousin. Oh, man. Boy, they laughed like a boy, when Quando Rondo dropped his flag and went to talking, man, I'm going crazy, man. I can't sleep at night. I'm dreaming about people down. They laugh like a...
But while Charleston's views divide audiences, Durk's silence unites his. Every post, every clip, every leak sparks instant reactions, proving that even behind bars, his influence still runs deep. What's truly remarkable is how the industry's perception of Durk has shifted. A few years ago, his name was tied to chaos, headlines about conflict, tension, and loss. Now it's about transformation and resilience. Even major brands that once kept their distance are quietly showing interest again, sensing a comeback moment too big to ignore. Durk's team has been crafting that narrative carefully. Every photo that surfaces, every word that's shared paints him as focused and grounded. They're playing the long game, building suspense, letting fans imagine what his next move will be. And with the world watching, that mystery only adds more power to his story. Charleston might call it rebranding, but many see it as rebirth. After everything he's faced, fame, loss, pressure, and judgment, Durk stands as a symbol of someone who refuses to stay stuck in the past. The next chapter isn't about proving haters wrong, it's about proving himself right. The narrator wrapped up by breaking down the legal side of it all. And it doesn't look nearly as bad for Lil Durk as some make it seem. According to reports, the so-called murder for hire claim doesn't hold much strength, and the most serious angle the authorities could try to pursue would be a RICO case. But even that, he explained, would be hard to prove. To make a RICO charge stick, prosecutors have to show both organized coordination and clear evidence of ongoing criminal activity.
Ooh, they laughed. And they were telling me, we gonna get you, come to O Block. I don't even hear them tell me to come to, I don't even get invited to O Block no more. I used to get invited to O Block 20 times a day. I used to get calls from O Block, men and BD, GD. I'm talking about, I thought we was in a relationship the way they used to bother me. It ain't even been 2 years. Them fizzled and faded away. and look at their fan base. They call this fair weather friends.
And so far, none of that has been confirmed in Dirk's situation. The narrator emphasized that this isn't like a decade ago when facing federal charges automatically meant defeat. The game has changed and more artists have managed to walk away clean when the facts didn't line up. He pointed out examples of other high-profile figures who have fought back and won. With the legal team Dirk reportedly has behind him, the chances of a fair outcome seem higher than most people think. In the end, he said plainly, Lil Durk's story isn't over, and he's far from being forgotten. His name, his influence, and his voice are still too powerful to fade away now. So if you've been following this story all the way through, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below, because this one's far from finished.
So they got this new thing out there. People sell them all the time. They got this stuff they get blood from somebody with AIDS, and then they shoot you with it.
Oh,
so
well, that seems bad.
That's a slow death.
Yeah.
An easy thing, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's that was about. But then clearly a physical altercation happens, and I can't remember words were said that instigate. I think Suge talked about somebody who was in the vicinity, like kind of, I know he's going to hear me say this, and that's what started the altercation.
And Bone kind of admitted to having a little bit of a grievance with Suge.
From the wild rumors about Eazy-E's passing to that shocking moment caught on camera, Suge Knight's name has been tied to some seriously dark stories. Today, we're breaking down one of the most infamous incidents ever linked to him, the 2015 hit and run at Tam's Burgers, the January 29th, 2015, Compton, California. The same streets that raised NWA and some of hip-hop's most legendary names. Suge Knight pulled up to Tam's Burgers in his big red pickup, already upset about behind-the-scenes drama connected to the Straight Outta Compton movie. Word was, the argument started because Suge wasn't feeling how the film planned to show his image on the big screen. Out in that parking lot stood two men, Cleve Bone Sloan, a known figure working on the movie, and Terry Carter, a respected 55-year-old businessman who was actually trying to calm things down. These weren't random people. Suge knew them both. Now here's the part that shook everyone. The entire thing was captured on the restaurant's surveillance cameras. The footage showed the chaotic moment when Suge's truck suddenly moved in reverse, then forward again, leaving one man tragically gone and the other badly hurt. The clip spread fast and had everyone talking for months. That single event cemented Suge Knight's reputation as one of hip-hop's most controversial figures ever. Let's make this crystal clear. The details of this case are what separate rumors from the truth. This wasn't some random accident or panic move. It looked way more intentional than that. The surveillance video appeared to show Suge backing up his truck on purpose, hitting Cleve Bone Sloan first, then in a move that shocked even the toughest people in the industry, shifting forward again and striking both men. Terry Carter, a respected businessman and family man who was only trying to calm the situation down, tragically lost his life that day. Sloan was seriously injured, but managed to survive and later share his side of the story. After the chaos, Suga left the scene but turned himself in later that same day, likely because the video footage had already made its way into investigators' hands. The case moved fast through the system. Suge Knight was first charged with murder and attempted murder, but later took a plea deal, admitting to voluntary manslaughter in September 2018. By October, he was officially sentenced to 28 years behind bars. Suge claimed he acted in self-defense, saying he was trying to escape an ambush, but prosecutors pointed straight to that footage, arguing it proved intent. And here's the wild part. The video itself was publicly released by a Los Angeles court in April 2015, becoming one of the most talked about pieces of evidence in hip-hop legal history. No gossip, no he said, she said. This was hard proof shown in broad daylight. The footage became the centerpiece of the case, sealing Suge Knight's fate for years to come. This is where things really start heating up, because real ones know Suge Knight's 2015 case wasn't the only time his name got caught in serious controversy. That moment was just the first time it all played out in the digital era. But long before that, one of hip-hop's most haunting rumors started making the rounds, and it all came from a wild moment on live TV. Back in 2003, right after Suge had just gotten out of prison, he appeared on Jimmy Kimmel Live. During the show, Kimmel cracked a light joke about wearing a bulletproof vest while interviewing Suge, trying to keep it playful. But Suge's comeback, It left the entire audience in shock. What he said has been replayed, debated, and dissected in barbershops, studios, and street corners ever since. Suge started talking cool and casual, saying something that sounded like a confession, claiming a certain needle could take someone out quietly. The crowd gasped, and Kimmel looked visibly uncomfortable as Suge kept speaking like it was no big deal. Fans immediately connected the dots to one of the most painful losses in hip-hop history, the passing of Eazy-E. Now, for those who don't know the background, Eazy-E, born Eric Wright, was one of the realest pioneers of NWA and the founder of Ruthless Records. He was also known to have tension with Suge Knight back in the day. Eazy tragically passed in March 1995 at just 30 years old from complications linked to pneumonia. The timing and the street rumors that followed made many people question what really went down. That single Kimmel interview became the fuel behind one of hip-hop's most talked about conspiracies ever. Eazy-E announced his diagnosis and passed away shortly after, a timeline that many found unusual, especially back in the 90s when information about the disease was limited. But let's keep it real. There's no video, no proof, and no verified medical evidence suggesting anything other than a natural progression of illness. What was real, though, was the tension between Suge Knight and Eazy-E, one of the fiercest rivalries in hip-hop history, fueled by label beef, business disputes, and street intimidation. Now, here's where the caught-on-camera part gets twisted. People often assume there's footage of something dark happening, but that's not the case. The phrase actually comes from Suge's infamous appearance on Jimmy Kimmel Live, where he made that shocking comment on national television. He didn't show or admit to doing anything directly. He just said something that made fans raise eyebrows, and that alone was enough to send rumors flying for decades. The conspiracy picked up steam again in 2015 when Straight Outta Compton blew up, and it resurfaced once more in 2025 after Suge reportedly mentioned similar things while locked up. But when we separate fact from fiction, major names close to Eazy, including Ice Cube and Eazy's own daughter, have publicly said the rumor doesn't hold up. Medical reports back them up too, showing a natural health decline, not foul play. Still, the streets have a long memory. Suge Knight already had a reputation for being one of the most intimidating figures in the game back in the mid-90s. And when someone with that kind of street legend says something bold on live TV, people remember. That's why the theory keeps bouncing back online, getting recycled through YouTube videos and headlines like Suge Knight confesses on camera, turning one mysterious TV moment into one of hip-hop's longest-running conspiracies. And that's exactly what went down. That 2003 Jimmy Kimmel interview has been watched millions of times and picked apart in countless videos and street debates. Whether you believe Suge Knight truly did what people say or not, what can't be denied is that he went on national television and implied something bold enough to shock the world. And in hip-hop, where power, respect, and fear carry real weight, sometimes a suggestion can make just as much noise as an actual confession. Now we're stepping into one of the most controversial chapters in rap history, the Tupac setup theory. September 7th, 1996, Las Vegas, Nevada. Tupac Shakur, one of the greatest MCs to ever touch a mic, was shot while sitting in the passenger seat of a BMW driven by Suge Knight. 6 days later, on September 13th, Pac tragically passed away, marking one of the darkest moments in music history. The official story says the attack followed an altercation earlier that night at the MGM Grand. Years later, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, a known figure in the Compton scene and a member of the Southside Crips, was arrested in 2023 for Tupac's killing, and he's currently fighting the charges in court. But here's where the controversy refuses to die. Some people in the streets still believe Suge Knight had a hidden hand in what went down that night, that maybe, just maybe, Pac's death wasn't as simple as it seemed. These theories claim Suge might have known more than he ever said, especially since he was right there in the car when everything happened. It's one of those mysteries that keeps the hip-hop world divided. And it's been fueling documentaries, interviews, and debates for nearly 3 decades. Here's how the theory plays out. Some people claim Suge Knight might have had a hidden motive for what happened to Tupac. The story goes that Pac was planning to leave Death Row Records to launch his own label, and Suge allegedly wanted to stop that from happening. Others believe Pac's passing would have made him an icon, boosting Death Row's fame and profits for years to come. Now let's break down the so-called evidence that keeps this rumor alive. First up, The business angle, something every hustler understands. The word in the industry was that Tupac had already recorded enough tracks to finish his deal with Death Row and was preparing to move on. That didn't sit well with Suge, according to the gossip. This idea gained more traction when Tupac's mother, Afeni Shakur, filed a lawsuit against Death Row over unpaid royalties, fueling even more speculation that Pac was ready to take control of his music and future. Tupac was the label's biggest star, the one who kept Death Row on top. If he left, it would have been a massive loss for the brand and for Suge's empire. And let's be honest, Suge didn't have a reputation for letting people walk away easily. Then there's the wildest part of all. Suge was right there in the car when the shots went off. Some critics believe that being in the front seat gave him the perfect alibi, claiming no one would ever suspect the man sitting inches from the victim. But here's where things flip. In a 2017 documentary, reportedly backed by Knight himself, it was suggested he was the real target that night. His ex-wife, Sharitha Golden, and former head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., were even mentioned in that version of events, making this theory one of the most twisted mysteries hip-hop has ever seen. So here's where the plot thickens. According to Suge Knight himself, he wasn't the mastermind at all. He claimed he was supposed to be another target that night. This version of the story suggests that his ex-wife, Sharitha Golden, and former Death Row head of security, Reggie Wright Jr., allegedly plotted to take control of the label by setting up the hit that ended Tupac's life. They allegedly hired a group tied to the Long Beach Crips, including rapper Lil Half Dead, though Sharitha has completely denied that claim, saying, "If I wanted to harm Suge, he wouldn't still be here." The gang connections make this theory even more layered, especially for those who understand street politics. Suge was heavily tied to the mob Piru Bloods, and his habit of blending real street figures into Death Row's operations made people think he might have been pulling strings behind the scenes. Some insiders from the Death Row circle even described Suge's behavior that night as off, claiming he didn't do enough to prevent Tupac from confronting Orlando Anderson at the MGM Grand. That confrontation, caught on casino surveillance cameras, is what many believe triggered the chain of events that led to the shooting just hours later. While the actual drive-by wasn't captured on film, that casino footage showing the altercation became one of the most replayed moments in hip-hop crime history. It's the on-camera piece that ties everything together for conspiracy watchers. And now, let's be fair and look at the other side. Suge himself was injured that night. A bullet fragment reportedly grazed his head, and in a 2025 interview, he got emotional talking about Tupac being like family to him. Would he really risk his own life in a setup like that? Retired LAPD Detective Chris Carroll doesn't think so. He's gone on record saying it would have made no sense for Suge to endanger himself, but he did hint that Suge might know exactly who ordered the hit and just refuses to say the name. And recently, with Keith D's public statements in 2018 and his arrest in 2023, attention shifted back to the Southside Crips, specifically Orlando Anderson, as the main suspects behind Tupac's murder, believed to be retaliation for that MGM Grand fight caught on camera. This theory holds the most official weight, but many in the streets still aren't buying it. They point to names like retired LAPD Detective Russell Poole and filmmaker Nick Broomfield, who both suggested Suge Knight might have had a hand in setting it up, citing his control over Death Row Records and possible financial motives. Even Snoop Dogg, one of Death Row's biggest artists, once hinted that Suge could have been involved, adding more fuel to the fire. Whether you think Suge actually planned it or not, one thing's clear. His decisions that night changed hip-hop forever. Allowing that fight at the MGM Grand, then driving Tupac right through a dangerous part of Vegas, played a part in one of the biggest tragedies the culture has ever seen. And then, just 6 months later, the streets got hit with another heartbreak, another hip-hop legend gone. Christopher Wallace, better known as the Notorious B.I.G., was killed in a drive-by in Los Angeles on March 9th, 1997. Biggie had just left a party at the Peterson Automotive Museum, with Diddy riding in a car right behind him when shots were fired. No one's ever been officially charged for Biggie's death, but that hasn't stopped decades of speculation. Some believe it was straight up East versus West retaliation, while others claim it was all part of a deeper web tied to power, labels, and revenge. Whatever the truth may be, both Pac and Biggie's deaths remain the most haunting and debated mysteries in music history. Multiple law enforcement figures have pointed fingers straight at Suge Knight over the years, keeping his name tied to Biggie's unsolved case. One major theory pushed by retired LAPD detective Russell Poole and former FBI agent Phil Carson claims Suge may have orchestrated Biggie's death as retaliation for Tupac's murder, possibly with help from a few off-duty LAPD officers who were secretly working with Death Row. Now here's what makes this case sound even more calculated. Unlike Tupac's chaotic shooting, Biggie's murder seemed way more controlled and professional. Witnesses described 4 clean shots from a 9mm pistol fired with precision, a move that looked more like a hit than a random street attack. According to this version of events, Suge allegedly believed that Bad Boy Records, led by Diddy, had something to do with Tupac's killing. So, as the story goes, he wanted payback and supposedly called for revenge. Retired LAPD detective Greg Kading even claimed that Suge put up serious money for the job, based on statements from Knight's former girlfriend, Teresa Swan, who reportedly told investigators about a $13,000 payment for the hit. While none of these claims have ever been proven in court, they've kept the mystery alive for decades, turning Biggie's passing into one of the most heavily dissected and debated cases in hip-hop history. The man rumored to have pulled the trigger was Wardell Poochie Faust, a known Mob Piru member with deep connections to Death Row Records. Poochie was killed in 2003, which many believe conveniently ended his chance to ever speak on what really happened. Before his passing, several insiders had already named him as the alleged shooter, making him one of the most controversial figures tied to this case. What really made this story explode was the level of alleged corruption surrounding it. Both Russell Poole and Phil Carson claimed that a few LAPD officers, including David Mack, were secretly working side gigs with Death Row and may have helped cover up what went down that night. This wasn't seen as just another street beef gone wrong. According to these theories, it was an organized setup involving people on both sides of the law. The corruption rumors gained even more traction in 2023 when new documents reportedly surfaced showing certain officers may have interfered with the investigation to protect key Death Row figures. These weren't just random cops ignoring clues, they were allegedly on the payroll, which made the whole thing sound even more like a Hollywood-level plot. Biggie's own family didn't buy the official story either. In 2007, the Wallace family filed a $400 million wrongful death lawsuit against the LAPD, accusing them of covering up the truth. The case was dismissed in 2010, but it forced the world to take a closer look, and it kept the theories alive. While no video shows the actual shooting, security cameras around the Peterson Automotive Museum did capture moments leading up to the tragedy, and those clips became key evidence in several documentaries and TV specials. Former FBI agent Phil Carson even said his own investigation pointed towards Suge Knight's involvement, claiming the motive was tied to his feud with Diddy and Bad Boy Records. So when federal agents, filmmakers, and retired cops are all connecting the same dots, you can see why this theory has carried so much weight in hip-hop history. But like every big conspiracy theory, there's always another side to the story. Back in 2005, the Los Angeles Times challenged parts of Russell Poole's investigation, saying some of his sources, like a man nicknamed Psycho Mike, weren't reliable due to health issues and shaky memory. Another Times report from 2002 even suggested that Biggie's death might have been connected to a money dispute with the Southside Crips, not some elaborate death row plot. Still, the corruption angle remains hard to ignore, and here's why. The links between Death Row and certain off-duty LAPD officers are real and documented, which makes people believe Suge Knight could have had the influence and resources to make something like that happen, and possibly even cover it up. Whether you think Suge really had a hand in Biggie's murder or not, the fact remains. Multiple detectives, FBI agents, and insiders have openly said they believe he did. And in a case that's been unsolved for more than 25 years, that might be as close to truth as we'll ever get. Now let's rewind to where it all began. The Vegas chaos that started it all. Our final case takes us back to that fateful night at the MGM Grand, but this time, the focus isn't on Tupac. It's on Orlando Anderson, the man many believe was the shooter that ended Pac's life. Anderson wasn't killed that night. He actually died 2 years later, in 1998, in a separate gang-related incident. But what did happen at the MGM Grand caught crystal clear on security cameras, lit the fuse for one of hip-hop's deadliest chapters. That footage shows Tupac, Suge Knight, and their entourage, many of whom were associated with the Mob Piru Bloods, getting into a heated confrontation with Anderson right after the Mike Tyson fight. That moment set off a chain of retaliation, tension, and tragedy that would shake the entire rap world. It's one of those moments that proves how one fight, one decision, and one night in Vegas can change the course of hip-hop history forever. That night, inside the MGM Grand, things took a violent turn when Tupac, Suge Knight, and their crew confronted Orlando Baby Lane Anderson, a member of the rival Southside Compton Crips. The casino's security cameras captured the entire altercation, showing what many later described as less of a random scuffle and more of a calculated move that carried major street implications. Tupac, Knight, and their team, many affiliated with the Mob Piru Bloods, rushed Anderson in the casino lobby and attacked him in front of hundreds of witnesses and multiple security cameras. The footage spread fast through the streets, and for anyone who understands gang politics, it looked like a direct act of disrespect that couldn't go unanswered. Here's where the theory gets chilling. Anderson was a known Crip, and Suge Knight, with his deep understanding of street life, would have known exactly what kind of retaliation that kind of move could trigger. Former Death Row associate Mob James even criticized Knight later, saying he should have stopped Tupac from getting involved, suggesting Suga might have seen what was coming next. From a street perspective, some believe Knight may have allowed that moment to unfold for a reason. Because if you wanted to create a situation where Tupac would be targeted, publicly humiliating a Crip in front of the world would almost guarantee a response. And that's exactly what happened. Just hours after the MGM Grand altercation, Dwayne Keefe D. Davis, Anderson's uncle and a member of the Southside Crips, reportedly organized the retaliation that would take Tupac's life later that same night. The most sinister part of this theory? It claims Knight might have understood exactly what he was setting in motion. His strong ties with the Mob Piru Bloods and his habit of hiring real gang members as death row security made many believe he was manipulating both sides, using real street tension to maintain power and control. Whether that's true or not, one thing's certain. The MGM Grand footage became the spark that ignited one of the darkest and most heartbreaking nights in hip-hop history. Suge Knight knew the streets better than almost anyone in the music game. He'd built Death Row using real gang ties, both to protect the label and to keep control. So when people say he might have used those same connections to keep Tupac from leaving Death Row, it doesn't sound impossible. In the MGM Grand footage, Knight doesn't look like he's stopping the fight. Some say he even looks like he's guiding it. That's why so many believe he set off the chain of events that led to Tupac's tragic death later that night. Orlando Anderson, the man attacked in that footage, was later killed in a separate shooting in 1998. Which only added to the mystery. There's no direct proof linking Suge to Pac's murder, but the motive, the timing, and the connections all keep the theory alive. Even with Keefe D's confession pointing to a Crip retaliation, people still ask, did Suge intentionally set that up? That's the question that still haunts hip-hop to this day. What makes this moment so haunting is that the MGM Grand security footage captured the spark that started it all. While there's no video of Suge Knight committing any direct act, that tape shows him surrounded by his crew, allowing an attack that would trigger one of the darkest chain reactions in hip-hop history. That single incident, caught crystal clear on camera, has been replayed and analyzed for decades by police, filmmakers, and fans trying to uncover the truth. Whether you believe Suge planned it or not, his actions that night set off events that ended with the loss of Tupac Shakur, one of the greatest artists the culture has ever seen. If you made it this far, make sure to like, share, and drop a comment with your thoughts. And don't forget to subscribe to stay tuned for more deep dives just like this.
I'm being catty by saying this. It's like there were 10 years when I couldn't stand my husband.
You do say that. You say 10
years. And guess when it happened? When those kids were little, right?
Yeah.
Right, because you know, you can be all great individually when you're just married. You got your life, he's got his, you come together. It's all, ooh, good to see you, bye, take it easy. And then you have kids.
Not take it easy.
Take it easy, you're traveling, that's great, good. I get to hang out and watch the TV I wanna watch.
Right.
But the minute we had kids, it was like, where are you going? And how far? And you start measuring, it's like, how many diapers did you change? And oh, you're golf.
Imagine your husband on the world stage, slipping up and calling you by a man's name again and again. That's the exact drama people have caught Barack Obama in over the years, and it's sparked endless talk. Every time he let Michael or Mike slip instead of Michelle, the whispers got louder, and now Jaguar Wright has dragged this messy topic right back into the spotlight. She's throwing shade, asking if Joan Rivers was really hinting at something bigger when she made those shocking comments comments about Michelle Obama years ago. For decades, Michelle's name has circled through endless gossip, side eyes, and speculation about her identity. And no matter how much time passes, the rumors refuse to die down. Now, Jaguar claims there are even more receipts piling up, and the way she's framing it makes the story sound wilder than ever. She even pulled up an alleged claim tied to Dr. Rafael Espanza, who supposedly had medical access to Michelle back in 2008 during the presidential run. According to this alleged account, he said, "I know what I saw. Michelle Obama is not a woman who used to be a man. Michelle Obama is just a man with breast implants and a huge shaving bill."
Want to make sure he knows we're coming, or she.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if she's got some cubs, that's when you really got to worry.
Yeah. You know what my kids asked me? They said, "You got to ask the president, does anything scare him?"
You know, well, when Michelle's mad, I get worried.
He even went as far as to claim he once walked in on her standing in the bathroom in Trenton before being paid off to keep quiet. That kind of statement is shocking, no matter how you look at it, and it doesn't stop there. Jaguar pointed to old voter registration files too, saying Michelle was allegedly listed as male on official records all the way up until 2008. Whether people believe it or not, this is exactly the type of controversy that keeps the internet buzzing. People pointed out something wild. Michelle Obama allegedly changed her gender status to female in 2008, the exact year Barack was pushing for the presidency. Now that timing alone has people raising eyebrows. And then there's Barack's half-brother Malik, who has never been shy about stirring the pot when it comes to Michelle's identity. He's dropped shady questions like, "Is Michelle Michael?" straight out in public, making it sound like even family members have their doubts. Malik hasn't just said it once, he's kept the conversation alive. He even tweeted that he could neither confirm nor deny the legend of Big Mike, also known as Michael LaVaughn Robinson. As recently as 2024, Malik doubled down again, saying he believed Michelle was actually a he, accusing the Obamas of hiding the truth. That's not just gossip blogs, it's coming from Barack's own bloodline. And then comes another detail that people love to debate, the missing pregnancy photos. Everyone's seen the Obama wedding pictures, but when it comes to pregnancy shots, nothing. And photos of the girls only surfaced when they were already toddlers. Michelle claimed Malia and Sasha were conceived through IVF, but the rumor mill insists otherwise. Allegedly, their real mother is Dr. Anita Blanchard, the very doctor said to have delivered them. Even more, there are photos of the Blanchard Nesbitt family vacationing in Hawaii with the Obamas, which fueled speculation that the real parents were always right there in the background. And when Joan Rivers boldly said what she said about Michelle Obama, maybe she wasn't just cracking a joke, maybe she was dropping the kind of tea only insiders dared whisper about. Here's where things get even darker. After Joan Rivers' sudden and shocking death, the whispers only got louder, with some people flat out suggesting the Obamas might have had a hand in it. Was it really just bad timing? Or was it something deeper that nobody dares admit? Because let's be real, this wouldn't be the first time their names got tied to someone who knew too much.
Distinguished guests, and men and women of the finest military in the world. And most of all, Admiral Mullen, Deborah, Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son.
Take the case of Chef Tafari Campbell. He wasn't just any chef. He worked inside the White House and later became the Obamas' personal chef after they left office. He even made history by helping brew the White House honey ale beer using honey from Michelle's famous South Lawn garden. In fact, back in 2012, the White House proudly released a video of Tafari and assistant chef Sam Cass showing off their beer making process. But fast forward, and Tafari's life ended under chilling circumstances. Reports say he was paddleboarding near the Obamas' Martha's Vineyard estate when he suddenly lost balance and fell into the pond. The story goes that he wasn't wearing a life jacket, wasn't strapped to the board, and struggled desperately before going under. After a 2-day search, his body was recovered at Edgartown Great Pond, right near the Obama property. The official police report mentions a witness who saw Tafari dip beneath the water, resurface fighting to stay afloat, and then vanish completely. That same witness said he swam over, but couldn't reach him, forcing him to rush back to shore and call 911. But here's where the whispers kick back in, because according to some, when Tafari was found, he allegedly had head injuries, and that detail made people question whether it was truly an accident, or something way more sinister. And here's where the story twists even harder. Reports claim Tafari was pulled from less than than 4 feet of water, and that the 911 call wasn't even made until hours after he fell. On top of that, whispers spread that the autopsy wasn't handled by just any coroner, but by someone directly tied to the Obamas themselves. Then came another bombshell rumor, that Tafari was working on a tell-all book and his life ended before it ever saw the light of day. But Joan Rivers wasn't the only one throwing shade toward the Obamas. Public figures have added fuel to the conversation for years. Deanna Lorraine once tweeted about Michelle's Netflix documentary Becoming, slyly asking, "I wonder what she's becoming." Then there's Stu Peters, who wrote, "Barack doesn't have children, and he definitely didn't have them with Michelle. Martin Nesbitt and Anita Blanchard are Sasha and Malia's real parents." The wildest part, Nesbitt also sits as chairman of the Obama Foundation, which only made the speculation run crazier. Even Chelsea Clinton got dragged into this narrative. She once posted a tweet hinting that Barack married a man before quickly deleting it. And attorney Lynn Wood, a man whose entire career is built on defamation law, also spotlighted claims that the Obama daughters were adopted, stating outright that the public was lied to about something as basic as that. For a lawyer like him to put it in writing, people said, meant he was willing to stand behind it. Jaguar Wright has echoed all of this too, insisting that these aren't just whispers, they might actually be fire hiding behind all that smoke. She even went as far as to claim this is the reason Barack allegedly steps out and cheats. And the cheating rumors? They've been floating for years. Remember Vera Baker? Barack reportedly met her back in 2004, when she helped fuel his Senate run by raising millions in donations. But according to claims, things got more than political. There was even a taxi driver who swore he dropped Obama and Vera off at a hotel where they spent the night together. Even the Globe ran a full expose on this. The piece claimed Vera Baker was reportedly exiled to Martinique by Michelle herself before Barack's presidential campaign, only to later return to D.C. According to that article, when Vera worked on his Senate run, Barack fell hard for her, even though she knew he was married. The story painted him as the one chasing her recklessly. The article even quoted a top D.C. insider saying the two allegedly spent the night at the Hotel George. But once the rumors exploded, Vera was devastated. She came forward swinging with a lawsuit against the Globe, insisting the whole story was a political setup. She argued the claims were pushed by Obama's opponents who didn't care if innocent people got hurt, they just wanted dirt to destroy him. In her lawsuit, Vera flat out denied everything, saying the Globe deliberately made it seem like she and Obama had an intimate night at the hotel. She also blasted them for running wild headlines like cheating scandal erupts and secret video could destroy presidency, when there was no affair, no scandal, and no video. Still, the lawsuit didn't erase the questions. It only made them louder. People kept asking, did something really happen behind closed doors? Was there ever a video? And the biggest one, was Vera pressured or even paid off by the Obamas to backtrack and disappear from the spotlight? The mystery only grew when Vera slid out of the public eye, fueling even more suspicion. And on top of all that, whispers of marital trouble between Barack and Michelle have never fully gone away. Over the past few years, Michelle herself has openly admitted marriage isn't always smooth sailing. She's talked about how hard it is to keep a relationship strong even when you're deeply in love, and even confessed she almost walked away from Barack at one point. That kind of honesty had people asking, were the rumors closer to the truth than anyone wanted to admit? Michelle herself has admitted that her marriage with Barack hasn't always been perfect, and those confessions gave the rumors even more fuel. In interviews, she's been brutally honest about how there were stretches where she couldn't even stand him, revealing that for 10 full years she wasn't happy in her marriage. She said it was tough carrying the load while Barack chased his political dreams, and she even admitted there were moments when walking away crossed her mind. For someone in her position to say that out loud, that shook people. And here's where it gets messier, because while Michelle was opening up about the rocky parts of their relationship, the tabloids kept dragging up Barack's alleged flings. It wasn't just Vera Baker's name floating around anymore. There were whispers about other women too. Some claim Barack had a wandering eye long before the White House, and Michelle's own frustrations about the pressures of marriage only made those claims hit harder. On top of that, Michelle's memoir, Becoming, didn't silence speculation, it added to it. Instead of painting a fairy tale love story, she talked about therapy sessions, fights, and the reality that love alone doesn't fix everything. Readers latched onto her words, connecting them back to years of rumors and asking, was she hinting at more than we know? Then add Barack's alleged closeness with certain aides and female staffers. It gave gossips new names to toss into the conversation. Every photo, every handshake, every smile was picked apart like evidence. The idea that America's golden couple might be hanging on by a thread became the headline nobody could resist. And Jaguar Wright has only stirred that pot more, pointing out that Michelle's rare moments of raw honesty line up almost too well with the timelines of Barack's rumored affairs. The way she framed it, Michelle wasn't just venting, she was confessing how deep the cracks really went. Michelle has openly admitted those first 10 years of marriage nearly broke her. She said flat out that while she was juggling school, work, and raising Sasha and Malia, Barack was laser focused on politics. For a whole decade, she was the one carrying the weight, and it made her want to walk away more than once. She even confessed she started keeping score, counting how many diapers each of them changed, how many hours Barack spent at the gym, or how he somehow always found time to play golf while she held everything else together. Basically, Michelle painted the picture of a marriage with serious imbalance, where she sacrificed her own peace so Barack could chase the spotlight. And those words, they hit hard because they lined up perfectly with all the rumors that have swirled for years. So now the question becomes, what's really going on? Is Jaguar right, just chasing clout with all these claims? Or does she actually know something the rest of us don't? Could the Obamas really have had ties to Joan Rivers' shocking end? And what about those whispers of divorce? Are they nothing more than gossip? Or are people finally catching on to the truth? One thing's for sure, this story refuses to die down. The rumors, the receipts, and Michelle's own words keep breathing new life into the controversy, making the Obamas' picture-perfect image look shakier than ever. And now it's over to you. What do you think? Drop your thoughts in the comments below. Smash that like button if you found this breakdown wild. And don't forget to subscribe and share this video so more people can weigh in.
Rapper Lil Durk has been arrested and charged with a murder-for-hire plot. The Chicago native, whose real name is Dirk Banks, was arrested in Florida by the U.S. Marshals Service. The 32-year-old's arrest comes as 5 other people in Chicago were arrested in connection with the investigation. According to the complaint, Banks and his co-conspirators allegedly worked together to, quote, track, stalk, and attempt to murder a target at a Los Angeles gas station, firing at least 18 rounds into the person's vehicle.
Lil Durk might actually be coming home soon, and the case that's been hanging over his head could be falling apart fast. His powerhouse attorney, Drew Findling, just hit the feds with not one but 2 major motions to dismiss the charges. These aren't simple filings either. One motion goes straight at the foundation of the indictment itself, while the other questions the credibility and qualifications of the officers involved in building the case. This lawyer isn't playing. He's breaking down the prosecution from every possible angle. And here's the wild part. Before diving into those motions, we need to understand what Durk was even accused of in the first place. Prosecutors claimed he sent OTF members to California and covered their travel expenses for a supposed attack on Quando Rondo. But things reportedly went wrong, and someone else was tragically caught in the middle instead. They even alleged there was payment involved. But now, Drew Findling's team is fighting to prove the entire case doesn't hold up in court. I went through this indictment line by line. And honestly, the case against Lil Durk looks shaky at best. Outside of a few people who might be cooperating, there isn't much hard evidence directly linking him to anything serious. And as of now, it's not even confirmed whether anyone is officially cooperating with the feds. The main reason they're trying to paint Durk as the so-called mastermind comes down to a single text message and his connection to OTF members. According to the documents, Durk texted the person who was handling travel plans for some of his people, saying something along the lines of, "Don't book any flights under my name or using my card." That message became the centerpiece of the case. Investigators took that text and built a story around it, claiming it showed Durk had deeper involvement. On top of that, they even pulled lyrics from his songs and tried to use them as evidence in front of a grand jury. But here's where things start falling apart. Producers have already testified that some of those tracks were made long before the incident prosecutors are talking about. They've said on record that those songs had nothing to do with what happened to Quando Rondo's cousin. The defense team already pushed for dismissal once based on that. And even though the prosecutors tried to downplay their mistakes, saying they had other evidence, it still raised huge questions about the case's credibility. From the looks of it, the prosecutors might have rushed to bring charges after arresting several of Durk's close associates. Reports say they scrambled to file a complaint quickly because Durk was planning to leave the country, and they didn't want him slipping away. This whole thing sounds like it was built in a hurry, and now it's starting to show cracks. So let's break down the first motion to dismiss, because Drew Findling is coming in sharp with this one. Before we even touch the second motion, he's making it clear that the entire case against Lil Durk is built on weak, vague language. His main argument: the prosecutors rushed this whole thing. They were so focused on stopping Durk from leaving the country that they threw the case together before locking down any solid evidence or clear storyline. Findling points out that the language used in the indictment is all over the place. He says the prosecutors can't even decide what specific role Durk supposedly played. One minute it's about planning, the next it's about influence, but nowhere does it clearly define how he was actually involved. That's a major red flag in any serious case. Now check this. The official indictment claims that after the passing of Davon Bennett, also known as King Von, Lil Durk made it clear in coded language that he would offer some kind of monetary reward to anyone involved in an act of retaliation. But even that statement is filled with uncertainty. The wording switches between bounty, reward, and payment without ever explaining what it means or who it was supposedly directed to. That kind of language leaves way too much room for interpretation. And it doesn't stop there. The indictment also uses phrases like "at the direction of Lil Durk," saying that certain individuals traveled from Chicago to Los Angeles to allegedly target someone linked to the earlier situation. But again, where's the proof that Durk directed anything? Those claims sound open-ended, like the investigators themselves aren't even sure what really happened. That's exactly what Drew Findling is attacking in his motion. He's arguing that the feds used loose, speculative language just to make the story sound stronger than it really is. When a case this serious is built on unclear wording and shifting theories, it's a major problem. And Findling knows it. He's calling them out for trying to connect dots that simply don't line up. The indictment goes even further, claiming that at the direction of Lil Durk, one of his associates supposedly arranged cars, masks, and weapons for others involved. But here's the problem. What does "at the direction of" even mean? Did Durk call someone? Did he text? Was there a middleman involved? None of that is actually explained anywhere. The wording leaves everything wide open, and that's exactly what Drew Findling is calling out. Findling believes the prosecutors kept things vague on purpose, so they can change their storyline later. He suspects they're leaving the details flexible just in case a cooperating witness shows up and gives them a new angle. That way, they can rewrite parts of the story without contradicting what's already on record. Sneaky move, right? Here's how Findling breaks it down. If the feds claimed Durk paid a specific amount, say $100,000, and later a witness says it was $20,000 or even just a small favor, their whole argument would crumble. Same thing if they said Durk paid people through music contracts or deals with OTF, but later a witness testified it was actually just jewelry or symbolic gifts. That would expose major inconsistencies in their case. So instead of locking in a version of events, prosecutors are keeping everything cloudy. No solid numbers, no real evidence trail, just a lot of maybe and possibly. That's what makes this motion to dismiss so strong, because Findling is saying straight up, they don't have anything concrete on Durk. Every part of this story is built on open-ended phrases that could be twisted at any time, and that's not how a solid case is supposed to work. Drew Findling isn't holding back. He's calling the prosecutors out directly in his first motion to dismiss. In the filing, Findling argues that the entire indictment against Lil Durk is impermissibly vague. In plain terms, that means it's so unclear that the defense is left guessing what the government's actual theory even is. He points out that because the story keeps shifting, the prosecution could keep changing their version of events every time a new witness or a cooperator adjusts their story to fit what the government wants. Findling writes that this kind of vague accusation violates Durk's constitutional rights, specifically the 5th and 6th Amendments, because it doesn't give him a fair chance to understand the charges or properly prepare a defense for trial. That's a huge deal in court. So he's not just asking for dismissal, he's also asking for what's called a bill of particulars. That's basically a demand for the prosecutors to list out every specific detail: who did what, how, when, and through what kind of communication. He's saying, if you claim Durk gave orders, then show exactly how. Was it through a phone call, a text, or someone else? He's demanding real facts, not guesswork. Now here's where it gets even more intense. Prosecutors will likely fight hard not to hand over that bill of particulars, because if they can't provide details, their case risks falling apart. Findling's argument is simple. The government doesn't know exactly what happened, and that's why they're keeping their language gray and flexible. The indictment accuses Durk of conspiracy and participation in what they call a murder-for-hire setup. claiming it involves some kind of payment, reward, or benefit of value. But again, even there, the language is fuzzy. It could mean anything from money to business perks, nothing solid or specific. That's why Findling says the whole thing makes no sense whatsoever. It's too broad, too uncertain, and too easy to twist later. At this point, the motion is crystal clear. Findling wants either the case thrown out completely or, at the very least, for the prosecution to finally show their cards and prove what, if anything, they actually have on Lil Durk. That's wild. Seriously, it's unbelievable how stretched some of this sounds. Think about it. If the language in the indictment is that vague, prosecutors could twist anything into evidence. Drew Findling even pointed out how ridiculous that could get. Imagine if Lil Durk ever treated his team to dinner. Suddenly, that meal could be labeled as a form of payment. That's how loosely they're framing this. Findling's argument hits hard. He's saying that if they don't list specific details, they can spin normal acts of generosity into something criminal. These are OTF members, guys Durk's been around for years, people who've gotten support, gifts, even help with travel or expenses. Durk's been known to look out for his people. So if prosecutors can call any show of appreciation something of value, they could twist every good deed into part of the case. That's exactly why Findling is demanding specifics: who got what, when, and why. He's saying you can't just take moments of kindness and rewrite them as evidence of wrongdoing. If Durk gave someone a chain, covered a meal, or let them use his card for label work, that doesn't automatically mean it's tied to a crime. Without concrete proof of intent, those things can't be labeled as payments. And Findling doesn't stop there. He also goes after the "at the direction of" claim in the indictment. That phrase shows up all over the document, saying Durk supposedly told others to travel, to follow someone, or to plan something. But again, there's no clarity on when, where, or how any of that supposedly happened. In his motion, Findling argues that the feds failed to say who received these alleged directions, what form they took, or what proof they even have. He's saying that kind of ambiguity violates Durk's right to a fair trial, because the defense can't respond properly if the accusations aren't specific. At the end of the day, Findling's message is clear. If the indictment stays this vague, then a bill of particulars, that list of specific details, is absolutely required. Otherwise, they're trying to build a serious case off of guesswork, not facts. So now that we've broken down the first motion, here's where things get even more intense. Lil Durk's legal team is officially demanding a bill of particulars. That means Drew Findling wants prosecutors to show exactly what their story is and how they plan to prove it. He's asking for a clear list that spells out every single detail. The exact words Durk supposedly used, what he allegedly offered, when and where it happened, and who was even there to witness it. Everything needs to be on paper, no more guessing or vague statements. Findling's motion lays it all out. He wants to know the date, time, setting, and audience of this supposed bounty offer. He wants to see the same kind of proof for every "at the direction of" claim too. Because without specifics, Durk's defense can't respond fairly. And that's exactly what the law protects under the 5th and 6th Amendments. But here's where it gets wild. That was only the first motion. Drew Findling had a second one locked and loaded, and this one goes straight for the jugular. In the second motion to dismiss, he digs deep into the people behind the case and exposes something huge. According to his findings, the U.S. attorney who brought the charges, a man named Bilal, may not have even had the proper authority to file them in the first place. Findling's argument is bold. If the person who filed the indictment didn't have the legal power to do so, then the entire case could collapse instantly. He's basically saying the foundation of this prosecution might be unconstitutional from the very start. So not only is Findling attacking the vagueness of the case, now he's challenging the legitimacy of the person who filed it. If he's right, this could be a complete game changer for Durk, because an invalid indictment means everything that followed could get thrown out. In the second motion to dismiss, Drew Findling takes things to a whole new level. He's saying flat out that this entire case needs to be thrown out because the U.S. attorney who filed it might not have even had the legal authority to do so. That's right. He's going straight after the foundation of the prosecution itself. Findling argues that the appointment of Bilal Asali as U.S. Attorney for the Central District of California violated the Appointments Clause of the U.S. Constitution. In simple terms, he's saying Asali wasn't properly or lawfully appointed to that position, which means he didn't have the power to lead this case in the first place. And that's not all. Findling says Asali's appointment also breaks the Appropriations Clause and the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, which sets limits on how long someone can temporarily serve in such a powerful position. According to Findling's research, Asali's 100 120-day term as interim U.S. attorney started on April 2, 2025, after the previous U.S. attorney, Martin Estrada, resigned earlier that January. By law, that term should have ended on July 30, 2025, unless a new appointment was made or extended through the proper channels. But public records show that the district judges never officially extended or renewed his term. No announcement, no order, nothing. Here's where things start getting murky. Instead of stepping down when his time was up, Asali allegedly made a series of behind-the-scenes moves to keep his position. On July 29, 2025, just one day before his term expired, he reportedly pulled off a legal maneuver, resigning, then quickly being redesignated as a special attorney and first assistant. Soon after, he stepped right back in as the acting U.S. attorney under the Federal Vacancies Reform Act, without any Senate confirmation. Now, Findling's argument is that this move wasn't just improper, it could be unconstitutional. He says Asali was never a confirmed special attorney or first assistant in the first place, meaning he didn't meet the qualifications to hold that title legally. So when he resigned and then reappointed himself, it looked like an attempt to sidestep the confirmation process altogether and keep control of the position. That's a massive deal, because if the U.S. attorney wasn't properly authorized, then every action taken under his name, including Lil Durk's indictment, could be invalid. Findling's basically saying if the foundation of the case isn't legal, then the case itself can't stand. This second motion could be explosive, because if the court agrees with Findling, this wouldn't just clear Lil Durk's name in this case, it could expose a serious procedural violation inside the Justice Department itself. And here's where everything comes full circle. This move allowed Bilal Asali to stay in power permanently as the U.S. attorney, completely sidestepping the Senate confirmation process. That's a massive deal because under the Appointments Clause of the U.S. Constitution, the president must nominate, and the Senate must confirm, anyone serving as a U.S. officer, including a U.S. attorney. But Asali wasn't confirmed by the Senate at all. Instead, he was appointed directly by the Attorney General, something only allowed under very specific conditions set by the Federal Vacancies Reform Act. And according to Drew Findling, Asali didn't meet any of those conditions. He wasn't already serving as a first assistant, wasn't a Senate-confirmed official in another position, and wasn't a senior officer within the same district. That makes his entire appointment as acting U.S. attorney invalid under federal law. Here's what's even crazier. Findling explains that right before his temporary 120-day term expired, Asali stepped down for a single day, leaving the position empty. Then either he or the Attorney General turned around and reappointed him as both first attorney, allowing him to slide right back into power under the same law he was supposed to step down for. That maneuver, according to Findling, completely bypassed Senate oversight, something the Constitution was designed to prevent. Findling calls it what it is, unconstitutional. He says you can't just skip the confirmation process and hand such a powerful position to someone simply because they're politically connected. This isn't how a democracy is supposed to work. It's not some backroom deal where friends give each other federal power. So now Findling is standing firm, saying Asali had no legal right to act as U.S. attorney, meaning every move he made, including the charges against Lil Durk, could be void. If that's proven true, this entire case could collapse in one motion. It's wild to think about. A technicality this deep might end up changing everything for Durk. From rushed charges to questions of constitutional law, Drew Findling has cracked open something that even the feds didn't see coming. So what do you think? Is this the break that finally clears Lil Durk once and for all? Drop your thoughts below. And don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe so you don't miss what happens next in this crazy legal showdown.
I seen that. I didn't know me, Big L, and Jay was in the car together.
Cam started crying, man. And he told us right then and there that he would put himself in PC. Dad, I'm putting myself in PC. Me and Big L like, what?
Mason Cameron just lit Dame Dash up again, and this time, it's even more embarrassing than before. Every time Dame tries to bring up his so-called glory days, these two keep pulling the curtain back on the truth.
Big L is not your man. This whole shit don't even make no sense. First of all, I'll say this real quick because we got to move on. Me, you, and Big L going to get drugs or riding around Harlem don't even sound right. Big L didn't f with you. I tried to plug you into Big L when you wanted to sign him when he started his own label, Flamboyant. And y'all was trying to sign him. But Big L brother, Big Lee and Reg, they didn't like you. If you had 3 bricks in the car,
or you was on the way to get 3 bricks in the car, on the way to get bricks. Whatever lie you told, story you told.
On their show, It Is What It Is, Cameron and Maze wasted no time clowning Dame for making claims about moves he never really made. They straight up laughed at him, saying he keeps recycling the same old stories like he was the one running the whole industry, when in reality, he wasn't. Cam hit the hardest when he called Dame out for bragging about being the mastermind behind Rockefeller's success. Cam made it clear that the music spoke for itself, not Dame's fake flexing. And Mace jumped in, saying Dame's name only pops up now when he's talking about other people's legacies. Brutal. It's wild because Dame keeps acting like he's still on top, but Cameron and Mace are proving he's living off old headlines. The disrespect wasn't subtle. They mocked his fake claims right in front of the cameras, and the internet is eating it up. At this point, Dame can't escape the roasting. Every time he opens his mouth with another claim, Cam and Maze are ready to tear it down. And honestly, fans are saying this humiliation is worse than ever. Maze went even further, saying Dame always positions himself as the architect of hip-hop culture.
Larry, what did you have to say about this? If y'all don't know, y'all keep bringing Larry's name up. He'd be like, yeah, I gave you Larry.
I put you with Larry.
Pause.
Because your show, you're sitting next to Larry. I introduced you to Larry.
Man, I got a lot, but a little. First of all, Dame, you met Larry through Noriega. Right. So is Noriega supposed to be mad that Larry was starting to do business with Dame?
But when you dig into the details, the receipts don't add up. He laughed and said Dame is out here rewriting history to make himself look bigger than he ever was. Cam doubled down, pointing out how Dame keeps dropping names of legends like Jay-Z and Kanye whenever he talks, but never has fresh stories of his own. Cam joked that Dame acts like he signed the whole world, when in reality, he was just riding the wave. What really hit hard is when Mace reminded everyone that while Dame brags about being a boss, his money situation has been shaky for years. Fans online instantly started reposting old interviews of Dame begging for credit while everyone else moved forward. And the crazy part, Cam and Maze didn't even have to try too hard to humiliate him. Just a few quick jokes, some eye-rolling, and pointing out the obvious had Dame looking like a fraud all over again. The fans in the comments were ruthless too. People were saying Dame is the king of fake claims, and that Cameron and Mace are the only ones bold enough to call him out to his face. Some even joked that Dame should just stop talking before he gets clowned every time. Mace didn't hold back when he said Dame's biggest talent now is telling the same story over and over, like it's brand new. He laughed and said the culture moved on, but Dame is stuck in 2001 acting like nothing changed. Cam piled on, smirking that Dame's boss talk doesn't hit the same when everybody remembers how Rockefeller actually broke apart. According to Cam, Dame's fake claims can't erase the fact that he lost control a long time ago. The energy in the room was savage. Every time Dame's name came up, it was nothing but jokes, side eyes, and laughter. It was like they were daring him to respond, knowing that no matter what he says, they'll just humiliate him again. What makes this even worse for Dame is that the new generation barely even cares about his stories. Mace pointed out that young fans only know Dame for beefing on podcasts, not for building anything legendary. That hit hard because it shows how far his reputation has fallen. Cameron laughed at the fact that Dame always paints himself as the victim, like everyone else did him dirty. Cam said, if everybody's against you, maybe you wasn't the boss you thought you was. The crowd went crazy over that one. Meanwhile, Maze reminded viewers that legends like Jay-Z stayed quiet for years while Dame kept running his mouth. He said the silence says it all, because when the truth is strong, you don't even need to argue. That was a brutal way of saying Dame's words don't carry weight anymore. The humiliation keeps stacking up because every time Dame makes a headline, it's never about new moves, it's about old drama. And Cameron and Mace are exposing it in the most savage way possible. Things just escalated, accusing him of defamation, business disparagement, harassing him, and messing. He dropped a freestyle that straight up roasted Dame Dash's dental issues, accused him of mixing truth with lies, and dragged a lot more personal stuff into it. This ain't just talk, this war. There's also drops about money and shares. Cameron says NBA YoungBoy offered $2 million to buy Dame's 33.3% stake in Rockefeller. Mace and Cam were allegedly ready to make a $1 million move themselves just to help Dame out of debt. But Dame turned that down, preferring to wait for bigger offers. That looks bad when you want to claim you're big on principles or loyalty. Cameron says this beef has hit a point of no return. He's tired of Dame dragging him through the mud on the internet, saying he never meant for it to be this public. He claims Dame kept pushing it until Cam had no choice but to respond. The internet is eating this drama alive. Fans on Twitter and Instagram are clowning Dame, saying his lawsuit threats make him look desperate. Memes are flying around calling him broke a fella, and people are joking that the only thing Dame is building now are legal bills. Mace pointed out that the freestyle Cam dropped wasn't just jokes, it was a warning shot. Fans said the way Cam went after Dame's dental issues was savage, and the bars about him twisting the truth cut deep. Clips from that freestyle are now going viral, with thousands of shares in just hours. Meanwhile, some fans are actually calling Dame out for refusing the buyout offers. They're saying he'd rather starve than admit he needs help, and that stubbornness is why he keeps losing. Cameron and Mace didn't even have to exaggerate. Dame's own choices keep proving their point. What's wild is that younger fans are now more entertained by Cam and Mace roasting Dame than anything Dame himself has done in years. That's the ultimate humiliation. Your haters are more relevant than you. Now the pressure's really on, because insiders are saying this beef might even spill into court. Dame Dash is dead serious about that $300 million lawsuit, but fans are questioning where he's even going to get the money to fight such a case. Some are calling it nothing more than a scare tactic to silence Cam and Mace. Cameron fired back saying he's not scared of any lawsuit because the truth is on his side. He told fans that Dame can sue all he wants, but he can't erase history or hide his lies. That line went viral instantly, with people praising Cam for standing firm. Mace also hinted that more receipts are coming. He teased that if Dame keeps talking, they'll drop even more behind-the-scenes stories that will embarrass him worse than ever. Fans are already begging them to release the footage and proof they claim to have. The humiliation has reached a point where Dame can't post anything without fans swarming his comments with clown emojis, freestyles, and memes. His credibility is slipping away fast, and Cam and Mace are the ones pushing him over the edge. What really seals Dame's downfall is the shift in public opinion. For years, he leaned on his Rockefeller legacy to protect his name, but Cameron and Mace have stripped all that away. Now, instead of seeing him as a hip-hop pioneer, fans are calling him a washed-up storyteller who can't back up his words. Cam twisted the knife even deeper when he said Dame Dash always talks about ownership, but has nothing left to actually show for it. That one hit the culture hard because Dame built his brand around that very word. Fans instantly reposted the clip, saying it exposed the biggest contradiction in his whole persona. And Mace didn't let him off the hook either. He clowned Dame for clinging to old beefs just to stay relevant. He laughed that Dame should be inspiring the next generation, but instead he's crying about the past. The humiliation was brutal, and the crowd knew it. At this point, it's not even a fair fight anymore. Cameron and Mace are running laps around Dame Dash's fake claims, and the world is watching every second of it. Now, the big question is, how will Dame Dash respond to this non-stop humiliation? Some say he'll double down with even more wild claims because that's the only way he knows how to fight back. Others believe he might actually try to drop receipts of his own, hoping to prove Cam and Mace wrong. But fans aren't convinced. They're saying Dame can't keep up with Cameron and Mace because every time he opens his mouth, they flip it into a joke that goes viral. His credibility is too damaged, and the culture seems ready to move on without him. Insiders even whisper that Dame might try to launch his own show to clap back at It Is What It Is. But would people even tune in? Fans are already calling it a lost cause, saying Cam and Mace control the narrative now, and Dame is just chasing their shadow. At this point, Dame Dash is cornered. He's either got to come with undeniable proof or accept the fact that his name will keep getting dragged through the mud. And judging by the way Cam and Mace are moving, they're not letting up anytime soon. The Rockefeller story is getting rewritten right in front of us. For years, Dame Dash controlled the narrative, but now Cameron and Mace are flipping the script, exposing what fans say is the real truth. They're reminding everyone that music, talent, and vision built the empire, not Dame's loud claims. Every time they speak on it, more cracks show in Dame's version of history. Even industry voices are chiming in. Rumors are swirling that other insiders who worked with Rockefeller back in the day are ready to back Cam and Mace if Dame pushes too far. Imagine the humiliation if more former allies step forward to confirm Dame's exaggerations. It could completely destroy whatever credibility he has left. Meanwhile, Cam and Mace aren't slowing down at all. On their show, they tease that this is just the beginning of what they've got to say about Dame Dash. That statement alone shook fans because if what they've revealed so far had Dame trending for the wrong reasons, well, what's coming next could finish him off completely. Dame's name is once again in the spotlight, but for all the wrong reasons. Fans are also pointing out how ironic this all is. Dame Dash used to clown other people for falling off, and now he's the one getting dragged for being irrelevant. The tables have completely turned, and Cameron and Mace are making sure everybody sees it play out in real time. Some fans even said Dame's behavior is like a desperate PR stunt, claiming wild things just to get his name trending. But the backfire is brutal because instead of respect, all he's getting is clown emojis, memes, and nonstop roasting. Every move Dame makes now feels like another setup for Cam and Maze to humiliate him again. And here's the coldest part. Cam and Maze don't even look pressed about this beef. They laugh through it, crack jokes, and move on with the show like Dame's not even a real threat. That casual energy makes the humiliation sting even more because it shows they're in control while Dame's scrambling just to keep up. At this point, it's clear. Cameron and Maze have completely flipped the game on Dame Dash. Every fake claim he tries to push just gets exposed and turned into a joke, leaving him looking more desperate each time. The humiliation is nonstop and fans are watching it all unfold like a live soap opera, and that's where we'll leave it for now. But trust me, this drama is far from over. What do you think about Cam and Maze roasting Dame Dash like this? Did they go too far, or did Dame bring it on himself with all those wild claims? Make sure you hit that subscribe button, smash the like, share this video with your people, and drop your thoughts in the comments. We want to hear what you think about this crazy situation.
I media trained you. That's controversial.
It's controversial of raping kids.
Really good.
Okay,
It's been a good one. Bye.
Bye, guys.
Mwah, 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 mwah. Oh my. Delete everything. Delete everything.
Tonight, more than a week after a body was found inside an impounded Tesla registered to the singer who goes by the stage name David, Los Angeles investigators identifying the remains as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas, the same girl who was reported missing last year, according to the Riverside County Sheriff's Office.
In just the past year, David went from being a TikTok sensation to stepping into the mainstream spotlight. Off the strength of his debut album, he was climbing the charts and nearly cracked the top 10 in April. The Houston native even landed a performance on Jimmy Kimmel Live and started brushing shoulders with stars like Billie Eilish, Pharrell, Benny Blanco, and Lil Yachty. Everything pointed to David becoming the next big name, with millions streaming his music and crowds showing up for his tours. But now his name is buzzing for something way darker. And it's not about the music this time. With more than 36 million monthly listeners on Spotify and a roster of A-list connections, fans were stunned when shocking revelations about his personal life surfaced, flipping his entire career upside down. Suddenly, the rising star who once looked unstoppable is being painted in a disturbing light, and the fallout is threatening to end more than just his momentum. It could end his future altogether. Before all of this, David Anthony Burke wasn't chasing music fame at all. He dreamed of being a gamer and streamer, and at one point was even ranked among the top Fortnite players in the world. He only started making tracks to add background vibes to his gaming content. But once he began fine-tuning his sound, something clicked. He dropped songs like Romantic Homicide, a chilling, emotional track that shocked listeners with its raw mood. The pivot was so drastic that even his own mom admitted she was uneasy about the themes he was exploring. And looking back now, it almost feels like his mom might have predicted the storm that was coming, because the track he released, dropped on the exact birthday of the young girl tied to this story, suddenly feels way too eerie. The timing alone only makes this whole scandal even harder to wrap your head around. Listening to his music now feels less like vibing to an artist on the rise and more like watching a true crime documentary unfold right in front of us. The chaos all began with an abandoned Tesla sitting in an impound lot. Workers reported a disturbing odor, and when detectives checked it out, they uncovered what looked like a potential crime scene. The LAPD quickly confirmed that it was being treated as a death investigation. Inside the car, they found enough evidence to believe someone had been left there for quite some time. Police even noted the victim's clothing, a tube top and black leggings, and as they worked to piece together what happened. It didn't take long for the family to identify the young woman, and her mother revealed something that instantly turned heads. She had been dating David.
I love talking about Romantic Homicide in particular because it's the only song that I've ever made where everything was done in one take. Look, like the entire lead vocal, there's no cuts. The background vocals, no cuts. And the entire thing is only one lead and then just some oohs and ahs in the background. Literally every single word is improvised. As soon as I heard the first 15 seconds, I knew what I had to say. And the first word I said was, "I'm scared." And everything else followed after. It was the most flow state-like thing of all time.
So then you stay in the closet to add those backing vocals?
Right.
Then
the bombshell didn't stop there. Soon the media confirmed that the Tesla itself was registered to the rising star, the same David who had just landed on the Netflix Arcane soundtrack. At first, there was a glimmer of hope this could be explained away. When the car's registration hit the news, reports claimed David, who was out on tour at the time, was fully cooperating with police. The headlines were shocking, sure, but they weren't yet career-ending, there was still the possibility that some rational explanation might come to light. But things were about to spiral far beyond that. But everything shifted once the victim's identity became public. When the name Celeste S. Hernandez hit the headlines, the entire story took a darker turn. Celeste was just 14 years old when she disappeared from her home in Lake Elsinore back in May 2024, and for more than a year, her family had no idea where she was. Missing posters were plastered across the community, desperate for leads, while police admitted they had little information on her whereabouts. Now, people online are pointing fingers at David, speculating that he may have known far more than he ever let on. What shocked fans even more was the timing. Just 18 days after Celeste was declared missing, David was still moving forward with interviews and pushing his music career, giving off the image of someone completely unbothered. At that moment, the public was praising him, hyping him up as a young star making his dream come true, praise that today looks very different. His rise was built on that average kid chasing fame narrative, which made him relatable to millions. But now, old videos and lyrics are resurfacing, and fans are seeing them in a brand new light. Viewers point to one music video scene where a body is placed into a car trunk, and others claim leaked tracks included disturbing hints about knowing more than he ever admitted. Some are even calling it self-snitching, as if he was hiding clues about what really happened right in his own art. Incredibly, there was even a track from 2023 where David mentioned Celeste by name. The lyrics went, "Celeste, the girl with my name tattooed on her chest, smell her clothes on my clothes like cigarettes. I hear her voice each time I take a breath. I'm obsessed." And in the next verse, "Celeste, afraid you'll only love me when undressed, but you look so damn gorgeous in that dress. Missing you so much makes me depressed." But I digress. When those lyrics first dropped, fans brushed them off as just another emotional dark ballad. But now, with everything that's come out, people are rereading those lines and calling them.
Whenever my mom hates something, I know it's cool. Like when I used to get up and get dressed for school in the morning, I put on this cool fit. She would like, take that off, put on a suit or something like that, you know? I knew it was cool if she hated it. I played it for her in the car, and she was like, "David, this song is too violent. You're talking about killing people in your music? No, not my son." And I was like, wait, I might be onto something, bro. So I dropped it right after that. And it went crazy. TikTok, viral, 1 million views overnight. I was like, oh yeah, we cooking, boy. We cooking, boy. So right at that moment, I was like, my mom has done it again.
Flat out disturbing. The idea that he was publicly recording songs like this long before the current revelations only adds to the unease surrounding his image. And while all of this was brewing, David was still on his Withered World tour performing as if nothing was wrong. He handed out love letters to fans, staged eerie moments with a coffin on stage, and even encouraged fans to write messages to the dead. Theatrics that once seemed artsy, but today feel unsettling in light of what we know. Eventually, the pressure grew too heavy to ignore. David tried to keep performing, but his hand was forced. He had to pause the tour once the shocking details about his connection to Celeste went public. One of the most bizarre twists? Matching tattoos. Her mother pointed out ink that linked them, a gesture that could have seemed harmless on its own, but now takes on a much darker meaning given the circumstances. As investigators dug deeper, the LAPD seized his computer and bags of potential evidence from a house connected to him. Why was this so important? Because many believe David had been leaving digital breadcrumbs online, hinting at things long before any of this ever surfaced. And with those files now in police hands, the story was only getting more twisted. Leaked messages from David's own private Discord server made the situation even more jaw-dropping. Screenshots suggest that Celeste herself was a member of the group, posting things like "Hi David Bart" in the chat. Even more unsettling, other users openly talked about her, with one message flat out saying, "He has a girlfriend, her name is Celeste." Looking back, it feels like the red flags were out in the open, and yet nobody stepped in. Some users even referenced her disappearance, with one chilling post in August 2024 saying, "Drop the one with the missing girl, Celeste Riva Hernandez." That comment now feels haunting, especially knowing what would later come to light. At times, David seemed to know exactly what he was risking. In certain videos shared around, he looked like he was carefully trying to cover his tracks, almost as if he knew people were watching closely. And in one live stream, Celeste herself reportedly called him out in front of viewers, a moment that today feels like an omen of everything that was about to explode. Because Celeste is no longer here to tell her story, we may never know the full truth about what really happened. But the evidence that has surfaced paints a picture of a relationship that many are now calling deeply troubling. one that may have even pushed her to run away from home. Screenshots alleged to be from her sister seem to confirm this, with texts saying things like, "Are you still going to talk to David or go back with him? I don't want you to get into any more trouble." Messages like that only fuel speculation about what was really going on behind the scenes. The leaks didn't stop there. Inside David's Discord server, one post even sparked rumors that Celeste might have been expecting, with a message reading, "Me and deleted user got a kid on the way." While unconfirmed, fans are now combing through every word he's ever posted online, and what they're finding is shaking his entire image. Some of his old comments were dark, with one chilling line reading, "Gore better than corn. I used to be addicted to watching violent clips." Now, every part of his brand, from his bloody shirt merch to his lyrics, is being re-examined in a new, disturbing light. And the more people dig, the less the circumstances surrounding Celeste's tragic passing seem to add up. For those who once saw them together or brushed off the early warning signs, the news has left a heavy sense of guilt. Many can't stop asking themselves the same haunting question: could this whole tragedy have been prevented? As more leaks surface, fans are saying David went to extreme lengths to hide his connection to Celeste, even allegedly using money to keep people quiet. One online post flat out claimed, "My sister's in 9th grade and she told me David was talking to a girl in 8th grade. She even went on trips with him to LA. Celeste's friends knew, but he would pay them to stay silent." And this wasn't the only time people accused him of covering things up with cash. Over on Instagram, another user said, "He told me he gave someone money in Elsinore because he was with a younger girl, and he even showed me a picture. I didn't believe it at first, but now I'm tweaking. This was the pic bro showed me." I'm not capping. Comments like that are sending shockwaves across social media, especially as screenshots and chat logs keep stacking up. Meanwhile, fans noticed David himself trying to quietly erase ties to Celeste. He even removed his name from a shared playlist they once collaborated on, as if wiping away the connection could make people forget. But the internet never forgets, and users are digging even deeper. One insider from his early gaming days came forward with claims about how long David may have known Celeste. According to him, "We were all in a Fortnite team called Chronic. That's where I met him. I'm pretty sure he met her back in 2021 through Fortnite, then got her on Discord." Now, with people piecing together the timeline, the narrative only looks darker. Fans are convinced David was building this secret world behind the scenes long before anyone realized. People from David's old gaming crew are now claiming that everyone on the team knew about Celeste, but he would just laugh it off whenever it was mentioned. One insider even said she would literally say he was involved with her, but then follow it up saying it was a joke. So I don't know if he was being serious or not. He was just always acting strange. And the so-called self-snitching didn't stop there. Old cryptic tweets of David's have resurfaced, with fans claiming they hinted at him stopping someone from reuniting with their family. One post read, "When I was writing this, I got a note from you as you were talking about wanting to be with your mom and sister again. Take me where I belong, but our circumstances won't allow us to be in our ideal situations. We gotta push through it." Bro, fans say this looks like a direct clue, and they aren't holding back with their reactions. Comments online include, "Yeah, it's over, bro. Pack it all up. You are sick." The fallout came fast. Before any charges were even announced, David suddenly canceled his European and UK tour dates for his album Withered. Around the same time the deluxe version of the project was shelved, Hollister pulled all images of him from their site, and rapper Khalid publicly cut ties saying, "Not my friend. I did a song with him, but it's being taken down after today's disturbing news." Now, people who crossed paths with him in the past are stepping forward, retroactively blowing the whistle. Even a teacher from Celeste's school claimed he'd once heard whispers about what was going on. Looking back, all these little signs seem glaring. But at the time, nobody connected the dots. But no amount of industry fallout will ever comfort Celeste's grieving family. Her brother Matthew has even started posting what he calls receipts, claiming she and David had planned to get married. Screenshots from her old IG story seem to back that up, with Celeste even showing off what looked like an engagement ring. For many, that was the final piece of proof they needed to turn on David completely. And the whispers didn't stop there. Talk of a possible second victim, someone named Gus, began circulating online, adding even more fuel to the outrage. With each new leak, the story only gets darker, and fans are calling David a monster long before a court ever does. Meanwhile, the music industry is eating this story alive. Commentators like DJ Academics are openly suggesting that other stars might also be hiding skeletons in their closets. Even 6ix9ine, who has faced his own serious scandals, claimed that the business has a long history of people looking the other way, while disturbing rumors spread behind the scenes. And that's what many are asking now. If these secrets were such open talk in certain circles, why wasn't anyone stepping in sooner? Why was someone like David able to rise so high without being stopped? Because whether fans defend him or not, one heartbreaking truth remains. Celeste was far too young to be wrapped up in a world like this, and the industry failed to protect her. But here's the strangest twist of all. After the news broke, one of David's tracks suddenly skyrocketed and became the biggest gainer in the world on Spotify. The irony is chilling. While his name is being dragged through the mud, his music streams are exploding like never before. Legally, police haven't made any arrests or named official suspects just yet. But online, the court of public opinion has already slammed the gavel. Fans and critics alike are asking tough questions about why nothing has happened yet, especially with so many disturbing leaks floating around. At this moment, David's entire world is crumbling around him. If even part of what's being alleged is true, it's hard to imagine him ever bouncing back from this scandal. His dreams of fortune and fame are gone, and the only future people are predicting for him now looks nothing like the luxurious life he once bragged about. One thing's for sure, this story is far from over, and the fallout is only just beginning. If you made it this far, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below. Let us know what you think about this unbelievable case.
This is I kind of want to open this up because there's a whole thing going on right now with Child Act post by Jay Lewis, aka Little JJ. He posted on Facebook, Just Jordan got canceled. I ain't giving up no ass. LOL.
Remember Lil JJ, the 11-year-old kid from Little Rock, Arkansas, who shocked the world when he stepped onto a BET stage and outshined grown comedians with ease? The reason he suddenly disappeared will leave you stunned. Within just 2 years, Nickelodeon gave him his very own sitcom. But by 2008, he was gone from Hollywood, just like that. When the Quiet on Set documentary dropped in 2024, Lil JJ finally broke his silence with 4 words that flipped everything upside down. So what really happened to the boy? Wonder who looked destined for superstardom. October 31st, 1990. Halloween night in Little Rock. James Charles Lewis II was born with a rare gift that would shape his entire childhood. As the oldest of 4, young James figured out early that he had something special. He could make people laugh, not with corny kid jokes, but with punchlines so sharp that adults were left speechless. By just 8 years old, James was already hitting local talent shows, church gatherings, and family events, winning crowds like a natural. His parents knew their son had something rare, but they had no clue how heavy that gift would become. While his friends were busy gaming, James was writing routines that could make full rooms of adults forget their problems. The Lewis household quickly turned into a live comedy lab. Dinner conversations became mini stand-up sets as James tested out new material on his younger siblings. Even teachers at his elementary school noticed something different. During show and tell, while other kids nervously read their lines, James had the whole class rolling with laughter. James had his classmates cracking up with jokes that felt way beyond his age. Sharp, clever observations about school life that hit every time. By 4th grade, he had already earned the title of class clown, but not the kind that got in trouble. His humor wasn't disruptive or mean, it was smart, relatable, and uplifting. He could find comedy in any situation without tearing anyone down. At just 9 years old, James stepped onto the stage at a local talent show. So small, he had to stand on a box just to reach the mic. The crowd expected some cute kid jokes, but instead, James unleashed a 5-minute set about how kids and adults see the world differently. The punchlines were fresh, the delivery was flawless, and the audience reaction was electric. Soon, word started spreading across Little Rock's small entertainment scene. This wasn't just a funny kid. This was a prodigy who could hold his own like a grown professional. Comedy clubs began reaching out, inviting James to perform, though his parents were cautious at first. But James wouldn't let it go. He knew the stage was calling him. Finally, his parents gave in and let him hit a family-friendly showcase. That night became a turning point. In front of more than 200 people, most expecting to see local adult comedians, James owned the spotlight like he'd been doing it for years. The crowd wasn't just entertained, they were stunned that a 10-year-old could command the room like that. James wasn't just funny, he was delivering age-appropriate jokes that were genuinely hilarious. The crowd gave him a standing ovation that went on for 5 straight minutes. Right after the show, comedy club owners were rushing to his parents with offers for regular bookings. In no time, James Charles Lewis II had turned into into a hometown star. Then came 2003, when James was only 11 years old. His family heard about BET's coming to the stage, a nationwide talent search looking for the next wave of comedians. James filmed his audition right there in their humble Arkansas home. No studio, no coaches, just pure raw talent caught on a basic camera. A week later, the life-changing call came. Bet wanted James in Los Angeles for the live competition. The family scrambled to get him there, maxing out credit cards just to put their boy on that plane to California. Backstage at BET Studios, James stood surrounded by grown comedians with years of experience. He should have been nervous, but he wasn't. When his name was called, James hit that stage like he owned it. And what happened next? He shut it down completely. His jokes were sharp, his timing perfect, his confidence unshakable. The audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. A kid from Little Rock controlling the room like a pro. Even seasoned comedians who had been grinding for decades were stunned into silence watching this little powerhouse own the spotlight. When the judges announced James Charles Lewis II as the winner of Coming to the Stage, it wasn't just a trophy, it was a cultural moment. Hollywood had just been introduced to a young force of nature, one that the industry wasn't prepared to protect. The phone at the Lewis household in Arkansas wouldn't stop ringing. Everyone wanted a piece of the miracle kid who could leave audiences laughing until tears rolled down their faces. At first, the offers were small. Local comedy clubs booking James for weekend shows, promoting him as the youngest professional comedian in America. Then came the interviews with regional TV stations, and even comedy festivals started bending their rules just to showcase the boy wonder from Little Rock. But the real game changer, Hollywood came knocking. Talent scouts began flying into Arkansas just to see James live. They didn't come quietly either. They showed up in shiny rental cars, dressed in sharp suits, carrying stacks of contracts that promised to change everything for the Lewis family. Big money, bigger promises, and the kind of attention that could skyrocket James to superstardom overnight. Hollywood executives came in painting big dreams, telling the Lewis family that James could be starring in blockbuster movies, hosting TV shows, even landing merchandise deals that could set them up for generational wealth. The numbers they threw around sounded unreal to a working-class family from Arkansas, and James, he was convinced this was his destiny. Every day spent back home felt like wasted time, and he begged his parents to let him chase those opportunities before they slipped away. Finally, in late 2004, the family made a decision that would flip their lives upside down. They packed up everything and moved to Los Angeles. The shift was massive. Arkansas meant comfort and familiarity. Los Angeles meant nonstop competition, sky-high living costs, and an entertainment world with unspoken rules that nobody explained to newcomers. By now, James was 14, performing under the name Lil JJ, and hitting auditions across the city. His stand-up background gave him a huge advantage over typical child actors. While other kids were just reading their lines, Lil JJ was improvising, adding his own style, and making characters come alive. That's when Nickelodeon took notice. The network was struggling to bring back the magic that once made them #1 in kids television. Their sketch comedy powerhouse All That had been sliding in ratings, and execs were hunting for new blood to shake things up. Lil JJ auditioned in early 2005, going head-to-head with dozens of child performers. But the moment he stepped on stage for that final audition, something clicked. His timing was flawless, his comedy instincts were sharper than ever, and the years of live performance training showed. The Nickelodeon execs were blown away. Not just by his humor, but by the professionalism and work ethic of a kid who already carried himself like a seasoned entertainer. Nickelodeon offered Lil JJ a breakout role on the 10th season of All That, giving him the spotlight on the famous Vital Information segment. Overnight, his national exposure skyrocketed, turning him from a local comedy prodigy into a face recognized by millions. His timing, charisma, and clean humor resonated with kids, while parents loved that his comedy stayed family-friendly. But behind the bright lights, the experience introduced him to the harsh reality of children's television. Everything on set was controlled by adults who often treated young performers like products, not people. The schedules were brutal, packed with rehearsals, filming, and promotion, leaving little time for normal teenage life. And the pressure? Endless. JJ had to be funny, charming, and marketable 24/7, or risk losing everything he'd worked for. Still, Lil JJ thrived under the pressure. His Vital Information skits became a highlight of the show, consistently pulling strong ratings. Network research even revealed that audiences were tuning in specifically to watch him, and his energy was helping revive All That's popularity. Nickelodeon execs quickly realized they had a star on their hands, and they wanted more. In a move almost unheard of for someone so young, they offered him his very own sitcom. On January 7, 2007, Just Jordan premiered on Nickelodeon, pulling in ratings that beat expectations. The show followed Jordan Lewis, a 16-year-old who moves from Arkansas to Los Angeles to live with his grandfather and help run the family diner. The storyline wasn't random. It was loosely inspired by Lil JJ's real life, adding another layer of authenticity to his rise. For a 17-year-old performer starring in his very own TV series was the ultimate validation. Lil JJ was no longer just the funny kid in a sketch show. He was now the star, the face on the poster, the reason audiences tuned in every week. The first season of Just Jordan delivered 13 episodes that introduced viewers to Jordan's world. His younger sister Monica, his no-nonsense mother, his tough but loving grandfather, and his best friends Joaquin and Tony. The writing mixed sharp comedy with heartfelt moments, creating a show that spoke to both kids and parents. Critics praised the show's authenticity and gave credit to Lil JJ's natural performance. While many young actors seemed like they were just reciting lines, JJ brought real emotion, timing, and charisma, making his character feel believable. That raw talent set him apart in an industry filled with scripted smiles. Behind the scenes, the show had a unique advantage. Just Jordan was produced by Ralph Farquhar, a respected African-American producer with credits on Moshe, The Parkers, and The Proud Family. His presence offered some protection from the darker sides of the industry, but it couldn't erase the pressure that came with being the lead star. Because make no mistake, Lil JJ was carrying a massive responsibility. As the face of the series, his performance determined whether dozens of writers, actors, and crew members kept their jobs. On top of acting, he had to constantly be funny, professional, and help promote the show. For a teenager, the weight of those expectations was overwhelming, even if he made it look effortless on camera. For a teenager, leading a hit sitcom was already a massive challenge, but Lil JJ kept pushing forward. When Just Jordan returned for its second season in September 2007, the show added a new twist. It was filmed in front of a live studio audience. The energy was electric, but so was the pressure. The second season brought bigger storylines that gave JJ the chance to show off his range, not just as a comedian, but as a real actor. Once again, critics applauded his performance and ratings stayed solid. Nickelodeon executives were encouraged and even started talking about what a third season might look like. But just as things were looking brighter than ever, everything came crashing down. On November 5th, 2007, the Writers Guild of America went on strike, shutting down production across nearly every scripted TV show in the country. Just Jordan was no exception. The episodes that were already finished kept airing, but no new ones could be filmed. Suddenly, the momentum that had been building for years hit a wall. For long-running shows with loyal fans, the writers' strike was just a bump in the road. But for newer shows still fighting to secure an audience, the pause could be deadly. And sadly, Just Jordan fell into that second category. The strike dragged on for 100 long days, finally ending in February 2008. But by the time new episodes aired, something had changed. The audience wasn't all there anymore. Viewers who had drifted to other shows during the hiatus didn't automatically return. And while critics still praised Lil JJ's performance, Nickelodeon executives were staring down budget cuts and uncertain ratings. In the end, they made the cold business call: cancel the show. After 2 seasons, 29 episodes, and endless potential, Just Jordan came to an abrupt end. Its final episode aired on August 23, 2008. Lil JJ was only 18, legally an adult, but still processing the loss of the show that had defined his teenage years. But what came after was even more shocking. Normally, a canceled show isn't the end, it's just a transition. Talented actors move on, land new projects, and keep climbing. For Lil JJ, though, that's not how it played out. Instead of fresh opportunities, there was silence. The calls from casting directors slowed, auditions became rare, and projects that once seemed promising either stalled or mysteriously moved forward with other names. Practically overnight, Lil JJ, who had just been one of Nickelodeon's brightest young stars, found himself shut out of the very industry he'd worked his whole life to break into. He had conquered as a kid, but Hollywood suddenly wasn't calling anymore. The reasons behind Lil JJ's sudden career freeze were never officially explained, but the whispers in Hollywood told a different story. Some insiders claimed he had become difficult to work with, though no one could ever point to a real example. Others argued he was caught in the middle, too old for children's programming, yet still too young for more mature roles. But the truth was far more complicated. Lil JJ wasn't just another child actor. He was a prodigy. His raw talent, sharp instincts, and independent thinking made him stand out. But they also made adults in the industry uncomfortable. From the very beginning, JJ wasn't content with just reading lines the way they were handed to him. His comedy background had trained him to trust his instincts, to punch up a scene, to suggest changes that could make it funnier or more real. But in Hollywood, especially in children's television, that kind of independence wasn't celebrated. It was seen as a problem. Executives wanted young performers to follow directions, stay grateful, and never question authority. But Lil JJ didn't fit that mold. Even as a teenager, he had ideas about his characters, suggestions to improve scripts, and input on how scenes could hit harder. What should have been valued as creative genius was instead labeled as being hard to manage. The response from the industry was cold and decisive. If Lil JJ wasn't going to play by their rules, then he simply wouldn't play at all. With Hollywood doors quietly closing, JJ made a choice that likely protected his peace of mind, even if it dimmed his star power. He enrolled at Arkansas Baptist College, choosing to focus on his education while stepping away from the toxic side of show business. During college, Lil JJ joined Omega Psi Phi, building brotherhood and connections far beyond the entertainment world. He also started opening up about his past, sharing the pressure of carrying a TV show as a teen, the struggle of growing up in the spotlight, and the uphill battle of transitioning from child star to adult actor. These reflections were healthy for him personally, but risky for his career. In an industry that made him stand out as someone unafraidly treated, Hollywood's answer: more silence. For over a decade, Lil JJ drifted through the industry wilderness. He picked up small roles when they came, appeared on shows like Wild 'N Out, and stayed connected to his first love, stand-up comedy, performing in clubs nationwide. He was surviving, but no longer thriving, his true potential left untapped. Then, in March 2024, the conversation around child stars exploded. The documentary Quiet on Set: The Dark Side of Kids TV premiered, pulling back the curtain on decades of dysfunction inside Nickelodeon. The revelation stunned even industry veterans. Former stars came forward with painful accounts of toxic sets and mismanagement. The spotlight fell especially on powerful figures like Dan Schneider, the man behind hits such as All That and Drake and Josh, whose work environments were described as deeply unhealthy for young talent. The stories were shocking, and one of the most heartbreaking came from Drake Bell, who revealed he had been taken advantage of by dialogue coach Brian Peck when he was just 15. The documentary sent shockwaves across Hollywood, reigniting long-ignored questions about how the industry treated its youngest stars. And in the middle of that storm, Lil JJ finally stepped back into the spotlight. As the documentary gained national attention, the spotlight turned toward other former Nickelodeon stars. People wanted answers. What really happened to Amanda Bynes? Where was Jeanette McCurdy? And what about Lil JJ, the young prodigy who once looked destined for greatness before suddenly disappearing after Just Jordan was canceled? On social media, his name started trending. Fans began tagging him in posts about the documentary, urging him to speak up. The assumption was heavy. If he had worked at Nickelodeon during that era, surely he must have witnessed something or even experienced it himself. The pressure for Lil JJ to break his silence grew louder by the day, but that spotlight came with its own trap. The public often lumped all former Nickelodeon stars together, creating an unfair expectation. For those who hadn't personally gone through what others described, it meant facing an impossible choice: either claim victimhood they hadn't lived, or risk looking cold and unsympathetic to those who had. On March 20th, 2024, Lil JJ finally broke his silence. He took to Facebook with a post that was quickly screenshotted, shared, and spread across every platform imaginable. It wasn't a long statement, it wasn't an interview, it was just 4 words, and those 4 words stunned everyone. The blunt wording shocked people who still remembered him as the clean-cut kid comedian, but the meaning was impossible to miss. Lil JJ was making it clear. During his time at Nickelodeon, he had not been harmed in that way. His post was pushing back against the growing assumption that every former child star was automatically a victim. The response came fast, and it was split right down the middle. Some praised him for standing firm, speaking his truth, and refusing to let others pressure him into a story that wasn't his own. Others, however, criticized the way he phrased it, saying it came off as too harsh or insensitive toward those who had shared their painful experiences. But Lil JJ's words revealed something much deeper than just a denial. His post was a declaration of independence. It was his way of saying that not every child performer was broken by Hollywood, and that some managed to come out with their spirit intact. More importantly, his statement gave the public a shocking explanation for why his career had truly vanished. He hadn't disappeared because of hidden trauma. He disappeared because he refused to be controlled. His independence, his unwillingness to play the role of the compliant child star, made him a problem in an industry that valued obedience over originality. The truth was brutal. Hollywood didn't destroy Lil JJ with scandal. They erased him through silence. Through exclusion, neglect, and quiet rejection, they sidelined one of the most naturally gifted young performers of his generation. Not because he lacked talent, not because he couldn't compete, but because he wouldn't bow down. Lil JJ's blunt but truthful response pulled back the curtain on something most people had never considered. Hollywood's control over child stars wasn't always about direct mistreatment. Sometimes the system worked in more subtle ways. They didn't have to silence every young performer, they just had to crush the careers of a few who dared to stand their ground. That alone was enough to keep the rest in line. And Lil JJ, he became one of those examples, a warning of what happens when a young star refuses to give up their independence. His career may have been sidelined, but his honesty turned into a quiet victory the industry never expected. They managed to silence his opportunities, but not his voice. And in many ways, that truth hit harder than any scripted performance ever could. Because at the end of the day, Lil JJ's story isn't just about one performer, it's about the system itself and how it treats the very talent it profits from. If you found this story eye-opening, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive.
All us win red again.
They gonna wear, nah, this time they gonna wear black. We gonna turn to red.
The day is a new outside coming out of snitch. So what that make y'all? The rest of you is snitches too. You hear me? Facts. I'm out the way. Making music, getting money, just signed my new deal. But look though, this was before the deal. I swear to God.
It seems like ever since Lil Durk got caught up in that federal case, things have been getting rough for some of his closest people. Many of his longtime friends have been caught in dangerous situations back in the streets, with one story now ending in tragedy. Reports are coming out of the west side of Chicago saying that Durk's close associate, THF Bezu, was reportedly targeted in a daytime attack in the Little Village area. At first, early reports suggested that Bezu was still alive after suffering serious injuries. But this morning, many of his friends and associates began posting tributes online, and it now appears that he has sadly passed away. This comes just a year after another well-known THF member lost his life in a similar situation, also on the west side of the city.
About the situation with the watches, right? I'm about to bring that up with your shit, right? Yeah. All right, so look, they be saying that some THF took your shit, and then, they took one of your homies' watches, and that's why you kind of fell out with OTF.
I never fell out with OTF. You get what I'm saying? This was the situation. The situation was we had an OTF chat, like where we all talk. Group chat. Yeah, where we pull up the video, each other video shoots and all this extra. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I hit the chat. I'm like, pull up to the video shoot. I'm in the rack. You feel me? Pull up to the video shoot.
People online are already speculating about what could have led to this, and there's clear tension between certain groups in Chicago that have been very vocal online. One rapper, Lil Zama, who's been linked to these conflicts, has even made statements on social media that many believe connect to this situation. In a recent interview and on Instagram, he hinted that serious street retaliation followed a past robbery incident involving watches, and that things haven't been the same since. This ongoing conflict continues to draw a lot of attention online, and fans are now wondering how this tragic situation will affect the people close to Lil Durk moving forward. Several groups across Chicago's South Side have had long-running tensions that go back years. But this most recent wave of violence seems to have taken on a life of its own, with people putting themselves in danger over online threats and heated posts. Sadly, this latest tragedy adds to the growing list of losses the city has seen in recent months. To really understand how things reached this point, you have to look at the deep network of alliances and rivalries between different neighborhoods. THF Bezu was part of THF, also known as Trigger Happy Family, a hybrid group based in the Woodlawn area on the south side, mainly around 46th and Woodlawn and 44th and Wells. The set includes members with ties to both the Black Disciples and Mickey Cobras. The 46th group in particular is closely connected with other well-known sets like O Block, 600, and Lamron, which explains Bezu's strong relationship with Lil Durk. Many even viewed him as one of Durk's most trusted associates. Those tight connections, however, may have also played a role in how things spiraled. Ongoing conflicts between different groups have reportedly involved another Southside artist, Osama Loza.
But like I'm telling you, it was in this group chat outside of OTF, like these other different blocks. So from down there, pulled up to the video shoot. I never had no problem with them, no bad vibes with them. So, they come to the video shoot, We kicking it. Video shoot over. I leave. I go to my hotel room. Mind you, I get off the liquor. I'm drunk as now.
Loza, who's associated with the 6300 area, was once signed to Lil Durk's OTF label while Durk was still free. Years ago, an incident involving stolen jewelry reportedly created serious tension and rumors that spread quickly online. Not long after, Loza faced legal issues involving a weapon, and many fans believe that this moment deepened the rift between his circle and members from THF and 600. This chain of events shows just how deeply connected and dangerous these street feuds can become. There was once a time when all these sides actually got along, but things reportedly changed after a video shoot that didn't go as planned. During a No Jumper interview, Osama Loza shared details about that night, explaining that he hosted a video shoot and invited several people connected to OTF through a group chat. Somehow, this led to members from THF also showing up unexpectedly. According to Osama, while he was resting later that night, some of his valuable watches went missing, and that single moment sparked serious tension between the groups. What followed was a long string of back and forth situations across the city, leaving fans shocked by how quickly things escalated. Right after that No Jumper interview, Osama Loza began going live several times, speaking openly about the aftermath of the situation. During one of those live streams, he appeared alongside his close friend Lil Deuce, saying they were ready to defend themselves against anyone tied to what happened. Unfortunately, soon after, a series of tragic events would unfold, and many online now believe these moments might have been connected to that same chain of drama. In early 2024, a heartbreaking video went viral showing the loss of another THF member known as THFTP. The tragedy took place on the west side of Chicago on Wednesday, February 7th, around 6:40 p.m. According to official reports, Chicago police responded quickly to alerts of gunfire near Madison and Long Avenue. When officers arrived, they found 30-year-old rapper Terrence, also known as THFTP, seriously wounded. He was rushed to Loyola Hospital, but sadly, medical teams were unable to save him. What made the moment even more devastating was the footage showing he had just come from spending time with his daughter and was holding her school project at the time.
You feel me? I'm in the hotel room, I go in the room, I fall asleep. You know what I'm saying? Every night I take my watches off before I take my chains off. You feel what I'm saying? Because I always take my watches off and put it on the table because I be sleeping like this, or, you know, I use my hands to sleep. You feel me? So I took my watches off, both of them, and put them on the front room table. You feel me? I wake up the next morning, bro, like 7 in the morning, bro. My shit gone, you hear me? Now, I'm thinking back on last night, they came in the room and waked me up.
The heartbreaking video spread fast, drawing sympathy and sadness across the Chicago community. Later on, when Osama Loza spoke again on social media, he mentioned that several people had been harmed following the theft of his watches. Many fans connected those comments back to this very incident, suspecting that it might have been part of that same feud. Although there's no confirmed proof linking the two, people in the city continue to believe the situation fueled ongoing street tensions that have yet to truly settle. Not long after all that online talk, a shocking new incident took place, one that many fans saw as a possible act of retaliation. This happened just a couple of weeks ago and involved Osama Loza's close friend, which led to a storm of speculation online. Some began claiming that Loza might have unintentionally put people around him in danger, even though he himself has been staying out in Los Angeles, far from Chicago. Sadly, it's often the ones still in the city who end up caught in the crossfire of ongoing street issues. The tragedy involved DMG Lil Deuce, the same friend who appeared with Osama Loza on a live stream months ago, the one where they talked about standing strong after the stolen watch situation. Unfortunately, reports say that Lil Deuce lost his life in a separate shooting just weeks ago, marking another painful loss connected to this circle of friends. This latest event has many people now wondering if that same chain of retaliation and tension could have played a role in what recently happened to THF Bezu, and whether this cycle of violence in Chicago's music scene is only getting deeper. Reports started spreading yesterday about what may have led to THF Bezu's tragic passing. According to multiple local sources, Bezu had gone to the west side of Chicago to handle some car repairs when something unexpected happened. Around 3 p.m. on Saturday, near the 3100 block of South St. Louis Avenue, 3 men were reportedly standing in a parking lot, one of them being Bezu, when a vehicle pulled up and shots were fired. Police later confirmed that one of the men, identified as 35-year-old rapper THF Bezu, was critically injured and rushed to Mount Sinai Hospital after suffering several wounds to his upper body. Sadly, officials later confirmed that he did not survive. The other two men who were at the scene were taken to the hospital and are reportedly in stable condition. Authorities also mentioned finding shell casings at the scene, which suggested the use of a high-powered weapon, something investigators are still looking into. Following the news, fans and associates across social media began posting heartfelt tributes, expressing sadness and disbelief over his loss. What makes this situation even more heartbreaking is how similar it feels to what happened to THF-TP earlier this year. Both tragedies took place outside their usual neighborhoods, areas many thought would be safer. It's a painful reminder that in cities like Chicago, where certain tensions remain high, anyone tied to these street circles must stay cautious at all times. The community continues to call for peace, hoping this will finally mark an end to the ongoing cycle of violence. After the news of THF Bezu's passing began to circulate, emotions ran high throughout the Chicago music scene. Fans, friends, and even some rival artists took to social media to express shock, disbelief, and in some cases, subtle reactions that stirred even more tension. Within hours, tribute posts filled Instagram, with many sharing old photos and videos of Bezu alongside Lil Durk and other OTF affiliates. His loyalty and presence in Durk's circle had always stood out. He wasn't just a crew member, he was family to many. Still, under those emotional posts, there were also comments hinting that this might have been revenge for past situations. People began piecing together timelines, interviews, and even lyrics from both sides to suggest what might have triggered the latest attack. Others, however, urged the city to stop pointing fingers and instead remember Bezu for his contributions to the culture, his energy, his street respect, and his role in helping put Chicago drill music on the map. In the following days, police presence around the West Side increased heavily. Reports mentioned that unmarked vehicles were spotted patrolling near several known areas connected to both THF and 600 members. Detectives reportedly started interviewing witnesses from the auto shop, trying to trace any surveillance footage that could identify the shooters or their vehicle. But so far, no arrests have been made, which only added to the frustration of those close to Bezu. At the same time, OTF's inner circle appeared to go silent online. Lil Durk, who's currently fighting his own legal battles, hasn't issued any public statement, but fans noticed he stopped posting altogether, which many took as a sign of deep grief. Some insiders claim the situation has shaken him personally, since Bezu was one of the few who had been with him since the early days, way before fame. Meanwhile, other rappers from the city have begun addressing the situation indirectly in their lyrics and live streams. Several underground artists dropped freestyles referencing the zoo situation, making veiled comments that fans instantly tried to decode. Chicago social media pages that follow local drill news lit up overnight, posting clips, maps, and speculation about who might be next or how far this conflict could go. Despite the hype, many voices within the community are calling for change. A few older figures from the Chicago scene, people who once lived that lifestyle, spoke out, saying it's time for younger artists to move differently. They highlighted how online feuds and live videos often end up feeding the same cycle of retaliation. Every post becomes evidence, one local rapper said, warning that too much is being shared online and it's costing people their lives. In the middle of all the chaos, new footage started circulating, showing what appeared to be moments before the shooting. Security cameras from a nearby store reportedly captured Bezu parking his car and talking briefly with someone in the lot before the vehicle that carried the suspects arrived. Investigators are still reviewing the footage, but it quickly went viral online, sparking endless debates about whether the attack was planned or just a coincidence. Some people believe Bezu was being watched, given how fast the car pulled up and fled the scene. Others argue it might have been random, though few truly believe that in a city as divided by old street politics as Chicago. Regardless, that footage gave people a chilling look at how sudden and unpredictable things can turn, even for someone as respected and connected as Bezu. As days passed, memorials began appearing around the neighborhood where Bezu grew up. Candles, posters, and murals started popping up. Fans painted his name in bright letters alongside messages like "Long Live Zoo" and "OTF Forever." Community members and local youth came together to show love, but even at these vigils, police kept a close watch, worried about possible retaliations. Those close to him described Bezu as someone who had recently been trying to stay out of the street life, focusing more on family and music. He had reportedly been planning to release new songs before his passing, hoping to rebuild his image and take a more positive direction. Sadly, that dream was cut short before it could truly begin. Still, many are now calling for his story to serve as a wake-up call for young artists caught between music and the streets. Behind the scenes, tension remains heavy across Chicago. Sources close to OTF claim that while Durk and his team are grieving privately, they're also being cautious, avoiding unnecessary appearances and keeping their movements low-key. Law enforcement, on the other hand, continues to monitor online chatter closely, believing that more trouble could arise if cooler heads don't prevail. Industry insiders say this tragic loss could have a ripple effect on Chicago's entire rap scene. For years, artists from the South and West Sides have struggled to balance loyalty with survival, and Bezu's death highlights that painful reality once again. It's become a grim reminder that success in the music world doesn't always erase what's happening back home. For many fans, his legacy will remain tied to the message that fame doesn't protect you from the streets, and that even loyalty comes with a heavy cost in Chicago's unforgiving environment. As the investigation deepened, rumors online began to spin out of control. Some pages started claiming that the car used in the shooting was found abandoned on the city's south side, though authorities haven't confirmed that yet. Others suggested that the attack might have been connected to older street grudges rather than anything recent. The truth is still unclear, but what's certain is that everyone in the city is talking about it. Even fans outside Chicago have started debating the situation, especially after several influencers and bloggers began covering the story on live streams. Some of them questioned how someone as known as Bezu could still move around without extra protection, while others focused on how dangerous the city's music politics have become. Every new rumor adds another layer to a story that's already emotional and confusing for everyone involved. At the same time, there's been a noticeable shift in how artists from Chicago are reacting to the loss. Instead of glorifying the violence, more of them are publicly saying they're tired of losing friends and family members. A few well-known rappers from rival sides have even liked tribute posts, something that rarely happens in this scene. That's how deep this one hit. It's almost like for the first time in a while, the city collectively paused and felt the pain together. Still, not everyone agrees on what's next. Some are calling for unity and a ceasefire between old rival sets, while others think that's unrealistic given how deep the history runs. But one thing everyone can admit, this situation showed just how fragile things are and how quickly another name can get added to the list. Meanwhile, the music industry has taken notice too. Several major labels and A&Rs reportedly reached out privately to artists connected to OTF and THF, advising them to stay out of public situations for now. The concern is not just about image, but about safety. Nobody wants to see another tragedy unfold on camera. Some insiders revealed that Bezu had unreleased collaborations with other Chicago artists that might surface later this year. There's already talk about turning those songs into a posthumous project dedicated to his memory. Fans are pushing for it online, saying they want his final music to be heard, to remember him for his sound and not just the headlines. Whether or not that project happens, one thing's for sure: his name is going to echo in Chicago for a long time. Still, even with all the tributes and attention, the fear in the streets hasn't gone away. Those close to the situation say everyone's on edge right now, moving carefully and avoiding being seen too much. Chicago police have also stepped up patrols near certain neighborhoods, hoping to prevent more retaliation. But as history shows, when emotions run high, peace doesn't always last long. Some locals have compared this moment to the early days of the Chicago drill scene, when one tragic event seemed to lead straight into another. And yet, despite all the pain, there's a growing hope that maybe this time people will think twice before continuing the cycle. Bezu's loss feels heavier than most, not just because of who he was, but because of how much he represented. Loyalty, legacy, and a reminder of how fragile life can be in the city he called home. As the days turned into weeks, the story of THF Bezu's passing kept spreading far beyond Chicago. News outlets, hip-hop blogs, and even national media began picking up the coverage, tracing back the timeline of events and how it connects to Chicago's long, complicated street history. Comment sections everywhere were filled with fans debating, mourning, and arguing about who might have been involved. Even though no official suspects have been named yet, Behind the scenes, a few community leaders have been quietly reaching out to both OTF Connected and THF Connected members, trying to calm things down before more damage is done. They're pushing for private talks instead of public back and forths online, emphasizing that one more loss could push the whole scene into chaos. Whether or not that works remains to be seen, but for now, everyone seems to understand just how serious things have gotten. And through it all, one thing remains clear. The entire city feels this one deeply. From the neighborhoods where he grew up to the studios where he recorded his last tracks, THF Bezu's presence still lingers like an echo. It's a painful reminder of how fast everything can change, and how even the most respected names in Chicago's rap scene aren't untouchable when the streets come calling. In moments like that, just doing something normal like fixing your car, things can change in an instant. It's heartbreaking to think that a simple day could end in tragedy. THF Bezu leaves behind a family, including his child and wife, making this loss hit even harder for those who knew him personally. This situation shows just how unpredictable life can be for anyone still connected to that Chicago street environment. Many of the original members from the early drill scene have either left the city, moved on to music full-time, or distanced themselves completely. And for good reason. The ones who stayed often face the harsh reality that the streets don't forget. Even Lil Durk, despite being miles away, is dealing with his own challenges while those around him face constant setbacks and danger. Bezu's passing is a painful reminder of how important it is to step away from the chaos and protect what truly matters: family, peace, and legacy. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment your thoughts on this video.
So when your teeth or dentures is like infected, it could cause something like with the brain?
Yeah.
Yes, oral infections like the bacteria, that can travel throughout your mouth, and like chronic inflammation, I mean like that is the root cause of all disease.
You know what? That explains a lot. That explains a lot. Niggas could lose their mind, basically.
It's progressive and they're, hey!
It's getting wild again between Harlem's legends because Mace and Cam'ron are back roasting Dame Dash like never before. On the latest episode of their viral show It Is What It Is, things turned straight into comedy when they decided to joke about Dame. Not over business or money this time, but over his missing teeth. Yeah, you heard that right. Mace and Cam even brought in professional dentists live on air to playfully help Dame with what they called the falling teeth problem. And fans couldn't stop laughing. So here's how it all started. Dame Dash recently did another interview where he couldn't resist bringing up Mace and Cam again. He's been doing that a lot lately, throwing little jabs at their success, saying their show isn't real Harlem, and claiming they're turning hip-hop into comedy instead of staying serious about business. But the twist is, people aren't talking about Dame's business moves anymore. They're talking about his attitude.
Questions about our man Sin City wanted to lead off.
Oh, so I'm starting to see people lose teeth. Is it because of the
Mace and Cam weren't about to let that slide. On their next show, Mace fired the first shot saying, "Here we go again. Mr. Motivation got something to say about us, but can't motivate his own molars." The crowd went crazy. Then Cam jumped in laughing, "I'm about to call my dentist live on air, cause we gotta get Harlem's teeth situation back in order." The whole room lost it, and the internet exploded right after. Within minutes, clips of the roast went viral. Fans were joking that they turned Dame's interview into a full-on dental checkup. But behind all that laughter, there's real tension in the air. This isn't just playful roasting, it's years of Harlem pride, broken trust, and old wounds finally bubbling back up. Mace, Cam'ron, and Dame Dash were once the faces of Harlem culture. Back in the day, you couldn't even mention Harlem without bringing up these three. Mace with the smooth bars and star power, Cam with the hustle and sharp humor, and Dame with the business drive that helped push Rockefeller to the top. But that unity faded a long time ago. When Cam and Maze reunited to create It Is What It Is, Dame reportedly felt left out. He saw them blowing up, pulling millions of views, locking in sponsors, and winning fans with their natural chemistry. Meanwhile, Dame's interviews just weren't hitting like before, and instead of giving them props, he went back into that same old "I built Harlem's hustle" talk. Thing is, Harlem's not buying that speech anymore. Now Mace and Cam are giving him the attention he's been chasing, but it's not the kind he wanted. They're laughing, the internet's watching, and the checks are still coming in. It's wild because that's the most Harlem way possible to flip old drama. Turn it into entertainment and make it viral gold. Now let's be real. This whole dentist situation didn't just pop up out of nowhere. Maze and Cam know exactly what they're doing. They've mastered that perfect blend of humor and subtle shade, and fans love it. When they joked about calling in professional dentists, it wasn't about a real medical fix. It was a reality check, Harlem style. On It Is What It Is, they joke that some people always running their mouth till their teeth start running too, and the whole studio broke down laughing. Everyone knew who that punchline was aimed at. See, Dame Dash has been on a full media run lately, showing up on smaller podcasts and YouTube interviews, constantly mentioning Mace and Cam, almost like he's trying to keep his name connected to theirs. He still talks about ownership, culture, and legacy, but fans say sometimes it sounds more like frustration than motivation. It's like he's trapped in the old Rockefeller days while everyone else has moved forward, and that's what makes this whole moment so wild. While Dame keeps looking back, Mace and Cam are moving ahead, building something real and refreshing. Their show isn't just gossip, it's pure Harlem energy mixed with real game. They talk sports, music, and street culture with raw honesty, and people can't get enough of it. It's organic, it's authentic, and it's flat out entertaining. And what really gets under Dame's skin is the truth. They're winning without needing him and doing it their own way. Dame really needs to relax, man. He keeps talking about Maze and Cam like they owe him something, and fans are starting to notice. Cam joked, "Bro, we gave you decades of loyalty. All you gave us was dental inspiration." The studio couldn't stop laughing. Then Maze doubled down, saying, "We love him, but he gotta stop talking down on Harlem legends when we the ones keeping Harlem alive." That line hit hard because behind the comedy, there's real truth. The internet reaction was wild. Memes started flying everywhere. People photoshopped Dame with shiny gold grills. Others edited clips of Mace and Cam holding fake dental tools, turning the roast into pure entertainment. Some fans even said Maze and Cam turned a diss into a dental visit. Legendary behavior. But underneath the jokes, it showed something deeper about Harlem's culture. Harlem doesn't do quiet beefs. They do stylish beefs. The kind where even the insults come with rhythm and flair. Maze and Cam have mastered that art for years. When they roast, it's not petty, it's poetry. Every word got timing and every punchline carries truth. And Dame, he walked right into it. The more he talks, the more content they create. The more serious he gets, the funnier they become. It's like Harlem karma. When the loudest voices echo back through Mace and Cam, it turns into entertainment gold. But let's be real, this whole back and forth isn't just about jokes or teeth, it's about Harlem pride and ego at the highest level. Dame Dash still sees himself as that boss from the Rockefeller days, the fearless talker who could go toe-to-toe with anyone in a boardroom. But that same energy doesn't hit the same when you're arguing with two guys who already moved on, turned their bond into a hit show, and learned how to keep it classy while still clowning. Cam said it best. "We not beefing with nobody, we just reporting the truth. And if the truth hurts, maybe get some Novocaine." The whole room lost it, and even Maze was laughing so hard he had to wipe tears from his eyes. That's the thing. They're not trying to fight Dame, they're just reminding him that the old Harlem hierarchy is done. For years, Dame carried himself like he was the only Harlem voice that mattered. He built that last real boss image and pushed that culture vulture talk heavy. But times have changed. Harlem's evolved, and now the new wave is Mace and Cam. Two men mixing business with laughter, realness with entertainment, and showing that success can speak for itself without all the shouting. After the crowd settled down, Mace dropped a real moment of truth. He said, "We don't hate Dame, we just don't like how he keeps trying to tear Harlem down while saying he built it up." That line hit fans deep because it showed there's real emotion underneath all the comedy. These were brothers once, but now they barely even talk, and that's what makes it bittersweet. Still, the people have spoken. The internet crowned Mace and Cam as Harlem's new kings, not for rap this time, but for how they're running the culture straight from their seats. Their show pulls in millions of views every episode, while Dame's interviews can't seem to touch those numbers anymore. And when Dame tried to fire back on Instagram saying, "They using my name for views, they should thank me for teaching them how to talk like bosses," fans weren't buying it. The comments got hilarious fast. One said, "Nah, they thanking you for the dental inspiration, big bro." Another joked, "You taught them business, but they taught you hygiene." It's wild because every time Dame tries to expose them, they flip it into pure comedy. And the wild part? The jokes keep paying their bills. That's Harlem hustle at its absolute finest. And now it's official. This whole situation has turned into a full-blown Harlem soap opera. Every time Dame Dash says something, Mace and Cameron flip it into another viral moment, and every time they joke back, the internet goes wild all over again. But beneath all the humor, this saga represents something way deeper, a real shift in Harlem power. The The old school boss mentality that Dame built his name on doesn't hit the same anymore. These days, it's about being relatable, funny, and tapped into the culture. And that's exactly what Mace and Cam have mastered. On their latest episode, they doubled down again, joking that they already scheduled Dame's next dentist visit for the culture. Mace laughed, saying, "We gotta protect Harlem Smiles. Can't have our legends chewing on the past forever." Then Cam followed up with, "It's all love, but we fixing the foundation one tooth at a time." The whole studio erupted in laughter, and social media had a field day with it. But here's the real truth. Mace and Cam aren't just cracking jokes, they're rewriting the story. For years, Dame used his loud, confident personality to shape Harlem's legacy, calling himself the teacher, the leader, the boss. But now, the students became the teachers, and they're teaching the world how to win with humor instead of hostility. Fans are calling it poetic justice. Dame spent years preaching ownership, and now Mace and Cam are living it for real. They own their show, their brand, and their voices. They're doing everything he once preached, just without the attitude or bitterness, and that's why fans can't get enough. They've become Harlem's evolution, proof that real growth doesn't need anger, it just needs authenticity and a good laugh. But Dame being Dame, he wasn't just gonna sit back and take all that. A few days later, he went live again, pacing around his studio, clearly fired up. He started saying how he's tired of people trying to clown success, claiming that Mace and Cam are just comedians now, who turned hip-hop into a circus. He said, "I built Harlem with real money moves, not jokes." And that line instantly went viral for all the wrong reasons. Within hours, clips of his rant hit every platform and fans were split down the middle. Some said Dame had a point, that Harlem used to be about business and boss talk, but most couldn't help laughing because the internet had already turned his whole rant into meme material again. They even edited it like a mock press conference, with Mace's laugh playing in the background. Every time Dame tried to sound serious, fans commented, "Harlem Smiles," and "Book that next appointment, bro." It's like no matter what he says, Mace and Cam got the last laugh, literally. The funny part is, while Dame's rants kept fueling the drama, Mace and Cam's numbers kept climbing. Their next episode broke another record, pulling in millions of views overnight. The intro alone had fans crying from laughter. Mace walked in wearing dentist gloves while Cam held up a toothbrush like a mic, saying, "We're cleaning up Harlem one legend at a time." The whole set was cracking up, but then they switched gears and got real. Mace looked into the camera and said, "We joke because we care. Harlem been through too much hate. We just trying to bring love and laughter back." That moment hit hard because it showed the balance they have. Comedy and compassion wrapped together. They weren't just mocking Dame anymore. They were showing the world that Harlem's legacy didn't have to be rooted in arguments and pride. It could evolve into something more modern, more joyful, and still real. Fans started calling them Harlem's healers, saying they're the first to make peace profitable. Meanwhile, insiders say Dame's camp started feeling the pressure. Sponsors reportedly backed off from some of his podcast deals, not wanting to get caught in the middle of all the online roasting. And instead of cooling down, Dame doubled down again and saying on another live stream that the culture turned soft and real Harlem don't laugh with the ops. But that take didn't land right. Fans reminded him that Mace and Cam aren't outsiders. They are Harlem. The same blocks, the same grind, the same respect, just with a new attitude. One fan commented, "Dame still fighting ghosts from the 2000s while Mace and Cam building empires in 2025. That line summed it all up. Dame's still trying to prove he's the boss, while the others are proving they don't need one. Every time he throws shade, it only adds fuel to their success, and that irony stings harder than any joke. By now, the tension has become entertainment gold for the whole hip-hop community. Blogs, podcasts, and even mainstream outlets started covering the feud like it's the next big Harlem saga. But what makes it so fascinating is how differently each side plays the game. Dame's still trying to hold on to that classic Harlem hustle energy, loud, passionate, full of pride, while Mace and Cam are rewriting the rules through humor, consistency, and connection. They know how to turn every jab into a viral clip, every rumor into a revenue stream. Their chemistry's unmatched, and the streets know it. People aren't just watching for laughs anymore. They're watching history unfold, Harlem evolving in real time. It's two generations of the same city colliding, one built on old school power, the other powered by new school wit. And right now, the scoreboard's clear. Maze and Cam are running Harlem's spotlight, while Dame's trying to catch up to a game he once created but can't quite control anymore. The next week, things got even crazier when an old clip of Dame resurfaced from the early 2000s, back when Rockefeller was on top. In the video, he's shouting about owning everything and never begging for validation. That clip started trending again after fans edited it side by side with Mace and Cam laughing on "It Is What It Is." The contrast was brutal. One man still living in his old speech, the other two turning that very same message into a lifestyle. Mace reacted live saying, "See, that's the thing. We didn't forget the lessons. We just learned how to smile while applying them." Cam added, "Dame showed us how to build, but we showed him you can build without breaking down." The crowd erupted again, and that quote went everywhere online. Even major hip-hop outlets started captioning posts with "Harlem smiles greater than Harlem stress." It became a whole movement. Harlem energy redefined for a new era with laughter as the new leadership language. And Dame couldn't ignore that one. Within hours, he jumped back online with a post of his own. A photo of him sitting in front of plaques and old Rockefeller memorabilia writing, "Y'all forgot who opened those doors first." The post started trending, but not the way he hoped. Fans flooded the comments with both love and jokes saying, "We respect the past, but the future's laughing now." Others quoted Mace and Cam's lines like a chorus, turning the entire situation into a digital Harlem block party. It wasn't hate, it was pure entertainment. Even celebrities started chiming in, with rappers and comedians picking sides, posting memes and dropping teeth jokes just to join the fun. The whole thing snowballed beyond Dame's control. The internet had already made up its mind. Harlem wasn't tearing itself down, it was transforming right in front of everyone. By midweek, Mace and Cam went live again, this time addressing the chaos head on. The studio was packed, energy through the roof. Cam leaned forward, smirking. "Man, we gotta stop giving out free dental promo. It's getting crazy." The whole room burst out laughing before Mace jumped in with something deeper. He said, "We don't hate nobody. We just doing what Harlem always did. Talk slick, stay sharp, and keep shining." That line summed up everything. It wasn't about humiliation, it was about evolution. Harlem's spirit never died. It just found a new way to speak. And in that moment, fans realized something. Mace and Cam weren't just entertainers. They were storytellers, keeping Harlem's legacy alive through humor and truth. While Dame held on to the past, they turned that same legacy into something timeless. Harlem's rebirth, one joke at a time. Still, this saga ain't over. Not by a long shot. Dame might clap back again, he usually does, but at this point, every time he speaks, he's giving Mace and Cam more fuel for their show. Every comment turns into a new viral segment, another round of laughter, and another bag secured. If he keeps it up, fans say Mace and Cam might have to open a Harlem dental fund next for cultural purposes only. So yeah, Mace and Cameron clowned Dame Dash again, but this time it went beyond jokes. It became a symbol. It showed how Harlem's whole energy shifted from hustle and hostility to humor and healing. Dame can keep talking legacy, but Mace and Cam are living it. And maybe one day, when the laughs cool off, they'll all realize Harlem's too legendary for old grudges to keep floating around. But until that day comes, Mace and Cam are gonna keep making the culture laugh. And Dame better call that dentist before they schedule another appointment live on air. This right here is another wild Harlem moment for the books. Mace and Cam flipped Dame Dash's shade into pure comedy gold and made the whole internet laugh while doing it. What started as tension turned into a full-on lesson. You can't out-talk two legends who built their names on charisma, wit, and realness. At the end of the day, Mace and Cam are proving that winning doesn't have to come with anger. Sometimes you just smile, crack a joke, and let success speak for itself. Meanwhile, Dame keeps running interviews, and they keep running up the numbers. Simple math. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below. Let's talk about who really took the L here.
Please delete this stuff. This is my reputation, bro. I apologize for saying what I said to you. Please, man.
But you said it was Cap though. What was Cap, Demetrius?
Selena, I said that to get the post deleted, Selena.
Okay. You're right. But now you want to make me look like a liar in front of the internet. It's crazy, Demetrius.
That's not how I tried to make you seem. I apologize for that.
Lil Meech's situation just keeps getting worse, and people are starting to feel bad for him. At this point, it's hard to tell how much lower things can go, but it's definitely one of the saddest turns fans have seen from him yet. Reports online have even joked that Lil Meech has hit what some call hood bankruptcy, and it's got stages to it. The first stage, When you're so down bad, you gotta sell your gaming system just to stay afloat. Some fans even said he probably had to take that short bus ride to the pawn shop to trade his console for a few dollars. If you're really struggling, you might even end up taking that same console to the game store and walking out with just $25 for it. It's rough, but when life hits that hard, you do what you gotta do. Then comes stage 2, and that's when things get even more desperate. That's when someone decides to settle down with someone from the streets just for a roof over their head. People online were laughing, but also shaking their heads, saying, you just gotta block out her past and focus on having somewhere to sleep and some food to eat. Because once you finally move into her place, breathe in that free air and plug your console back into a TV, suddenly life starts to feel a little better again. But let's be real. Everyone knows that kind of situation comes with baggage. Rumors spread fast, and the internet loves to remind you of the past, especially when that person's name has been around a bit too much in the neighborhood. Still, when comfort and stability start replacing the struggle, it's easy to ignore all that noise, even if everyone else won't. When life gets tough and you're running out of options, sometimes people make choices that leave everyone talking, and that's exactly what seems to have happened with Lil Meech. He was reportedly down bad, needing a place to crash and a hot meal, and ended up linking with none other than Selena Powell, a name that always stirs up drama online. According to fans, Lil Meech had been struggling financially, and Selena, who's been open about making content on her platforms, was offering him some comfort and support. But people were quick to point out that this wasn't about love, it was about survival. Commenters online joked that Meech is new to this, not true to this, meaning he didn't really understand how the game works when it comes to relationships built on convenience and clout. What unfolded next was pure internet chaos. Sources say Lil Meech didn't realize that situations like this are often transactional. When one person gives, they expect something in return. And for Selena, that return wasn't money. Yeah, it was validation. She wanted to prove to the world that despite all the rumors, she could still have a man. And not just any man, but a famous one. Fans even quoted her saying, "Look, I got a man, and he's Lil Meech." But that's where things blew up. After Selena posted photos of the two together, Lil Meech quickly jumped online and claimed it was all cap. In response, Selena wasn't having it. She fired back by dropping receipts and screenshots that had everyone talking. Allegedly, there was even a phone call where Meech could be heard pleading with her to take down the post that painted him in a bad light, calling it a hit to his reputation. That people couldn't believe what they were hearing. Online clips of him supposedly apologizing spread fast, with fans debating whether he was genuinely sorry or just trying to do damage control. One thing's for sure, this messy back and forth showed that fame doesn't protect you from drama, especially when personal life meets the internet. During that leaked phone call, Lil Meech reportedly admitted that Selena Powell was telling the truth about their connection, and that he had lied when he denied being involved with her. But fast forward to now, and Lil Meech still seems to be in full denial mode. He's acting like nothing ever happened, brushing off claims that he ever wifed up Selena, even though she was allegedly there for him when he was struggling and had nowhere else to turn. Now things have gotten even messier, because Lil Meech has reportedly announced plans to file a lawsuit against both Selena Powell and the We in Miami podcast. The reason? Selena went on that same podcast and claimed that Lil Meech once told her he wished he could publicly claim her but couldn't because it might hurt his image. That statement alone set the internet on fire. Fans flooded social media debating whether she was exposing the truth or just trying to stir things up again. Either way, this drama shows no signs of slowing down, and now lawyers might be getting involved too. At this point, the best case scenario, and that's really giving Lil Meech the benefit of the doubt, is that he was just saying whatever he needed to say to keep things comfortable. Maybe he was trying to keep Selena happy so she would keep helping him out while he was down bad. Because if he truly believed she was the one, then fans say he's got way bigger problems than anyone realized. Selena, meanwhile, has been on social media asking why people don't like her. And that's where things took a sharp turn. Viewers were quick to remind her of the controversies she's been part of over the years, starting online arguments, spreading rumors about artists, and making public claims that turned out to be false. Many fans still remember when she made allegations involving Offset and Cardi B, claims that were later debunked. Others brought up her long history of calling people out online and creating feuds that had the internet buzzing for days. Because of that, a lot of people think her public image is something she built herself. Critics argue that it's hard to play the victim after repeatedly sparking chaos in the industry. And for Lil Meech to be caught up in that mix has left fans disappointed, confused, and honestly just concerned for his judgment. As one fan put it online, "Bro, I'd rather crash on a couch before getting involved in that drama again. It's not about money or status. It's about Peace of mind for someone like Meech who's still building his career. This kind of attention can make or break how people see him. And right now, that spotlight's burning bright in all the wrong ways. People online started asking what Selena Powell really meant when she said she had been through a lot. Many weren't buying it. They pointed out that Selena came from a comfortable background, had every opportunity in front of her, and simply chose a wild path that brought her fame, but also plenty of chaos. Critics said she built her own image, and now she's dealing with the consequences that come with it. After watching her latest We in Miami interview, Lil Meech had finally had enough. He reportedly couldn't believe she was out there claiming that he told her he wanted to wife her up, but couldn't do it publicly because of his reputation. That was the line he refused to let slide. According to sources close to Meech, he wasn't even mad about the old rumors about him being broke or struggling, but this new claim crossed a line. So Lil Meech and his legal team decided to fight back. His attorney sent an official cease and desist letter to both Selena Powell and the We in Miami podcast demanding an immediate retraction and apology. The legal notice, reportedly from the law offices of Elsa Galloway, PLC, stated that they represent Demetrius Flannery Jr., professionally known as Lil Meech. It claimed that during Selena's podcast appearance, she made knowingly false, defamatory, and malicious statements about him, including lies about an ongoing romantic relationship and alleged past interactions that simply never happened. The letter demanded that the podcast issue a public correction immediately, making it clear that those statements were false. Fans online were shocked to see things escalate this far, saying, "Wow, Meech isn't playing this time." It seems he's ready to protect his name and finally put an end to this messy back and forth once and for all. The official legal document laid everything out clearly, listing the statements made by Selena Powell during her We in Miami interview that Lil Meech and his team claim were completely false. One part of the transcript showed Selena confidently saying, "He never left me. He told me he would wife me up, but he can't claim it publicly because it would hurt his image." That specific line caused a wave of reactions online, with viewers commenting things like, "Why would he even be with her?" According to the legal team, these statements were not only untrue, but also extremely damaging. The letter accused Selena of making false and reckless claims with actual malice, which they say caused serious harm to Lil Meech's reputation and career. His attorneys stated that the remarks had already interfered with his current and potential endorsement deals, branding opportunities, and even business relationships. But fans weren't letting him off the hook so easily either. Many reminded him that there were photos and clips showing Selena wearing his chain, appearing close to him, and acting like they were together. So trying to deny any connection at all felt suspicious to the public. People online commented things like, "Bro, we saw you with her. Don't act brand new now." Still, Lil Meech's legal representatives doubled down, making their stance crystal clear. They stated, "Our client has never engaged in a romantic or intimate relationship with Miss Powell. The representations made on your platform are entirely false, defamatory, and misleading." The letter also accused the We in Miami podcast of irresponsible journalism, saying they failed to verify information before broadcasting it. Finally, the cease and desist demanded that the podcast take immediate corrective action, remove the episode, and issue a public retraction to clear Lil Meech's name. Whether the podcast will comply or double down remains to be seen. But one thing's for sure, this situation just went from messy internet drama to a full-on legal showdown. After the cease and desist hit the We in Miami podcast, the hosts didn't waste time addressing the situation. They claimed they were simply letting Selena tell her story and had no dog in the fight. But that statement didn't help much. Fans flooded their comments accusing them of chasing clout off other people's drama. Some even said, "You knew what she was gonna say and still pressed record." The tension started spreading fast across social media. Meanwhile, Selena Powell wasn't backing down either. Instead of going quiet, she doubled down on her claims. On her Instagram stories, she reposted clips from the interview with captions like, "Everything I said was true. Stop playing with me." She also hinted that she still had proof,